the infinite city of the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Landing. After a long time, Qianxuan jumped down from the boulder. Okay, it's almost time for us to go out. Kimoki raised his eyebrows and jumped down immediately. It's been 3 days. They should have left, right? I know. Qianxuan straightened her wrinkled clothes. So we have to think about how to get ashore. As she said that, she frowned. In the current situation, not to mention that she has no ability to protect herself, even if her strength is restored, she can't think of any effective way. You don't have to worry about this. Kimoki took her hand. Originally I didn't have much confidence, but now that I have the inheritance realm, I don't have to worry about anything. Qianxuan also let him lead her. By now, she has become a little accustomed to his various intimate behaviors. Even if she resisted, she would mostly end in failure. In this case, it is better to save energy. Do you have a way? Kimoki nodded. Are you ready? We are going out. Wait. As she said that, Qianxuan took a healing potion into her mouth and said vaguely, okay. As soon as the voice fell, the two were surrounded by the river on all sides. Qianxuan immediately raised her head, and the red liquid flowed down her throat into her stomach. The medicine took effect, and she felt a slight tingling on her shoulder. Without looking, she knew that the wound had healed. Almost at the same time, a black spherical barrier appeared around them, isolating the river water from the outside. What is this? Qianxuan took 2 breaths of air in the barrier and asked curiously. My extended barrier that devours superpowers. While speaking, Kimoki held Qianxuan in his arms, and the barrier took them to the bottom of the river, as if it had consciousness. Qianxuan suddenly realized, are you planning to walk all the way from the bottom of the river to the riverbank? Yes. Kimoki brushed the long hair on her cheek. Originally, I was worried that I could only maintain this barrier for a limited time, which might not be enough for us to walk to the riverbank, but with the inheritance realm, there is no problem. When I can't maintain the barrier, we can enter the inheritance realm to rest. As he spoke, the barrier had already taken them to the bottom of the river. Looking at the dark river water in all directions, Qianxuan frowned. Which direction should we go? Although she had a good sense of direction, it was difficult to tell the direction at the bottom of the river. Hearing this, Kimoki also frowned. Just pick a direction and keep going. You will eventually reach the shore. This is the only stupid way to use it at present. However, fortunately, they have plenty of time at present. Qianxuan nodded weakly. This is the only way. After randomly choosing a direction, they began their strange journey to the bottom of the river. However, Qianxuan felt novel at first, but as time went by, she became less and less interested in the monotonous and unoriginal scenery around her. At first, when she saw the zombie fish swimming over, Qianxuan would still be a little nervous. After discovering that the barrier could swallow these zombie fish several times, she didn't care anymore. They walked all the way with the protection of the barrier, and occasionally hid in the inheritance realm to rest. In this way, on the second day, they seemed to have walked out of the territory of the zombie fish, and the fish around them turned into mutant fish. It was the first time that Qianxuan saw a mutant fish. To be honest, the mutant fish was much better looking than the shriveled and smelly zombie fish. The silverfish body had smooth lines, and there was a bright color on the back or the fins. If you don't look at their attack power, they were definitely not worse than the ornamental fish before the end of the world, such as koi and aralana. On the 6th day, they finally got ashore. During this period, Qianxuan's injuries finally healed, and she no longer had to be protected by Kimoki like before. Looking at the unfamiliar scenery in front of her, Qianxuan nudged Kimoki with her elbow. Do you know where this is? It can be seen that this is a fishing village by the Yangjiang River. But Qianxuan had not been to the south much before, so she was naturally not very clear about where the fishing village by the Yangjiang River was. Kimoki grabbed her mischievous hand. This should be near Ziyang, a little far from S City. Hearing his words, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. She was really a little worried that the two of them didn't know the way. Then where are we going now? She was in the dark now, so she could only ask for his opinion. Let's find a place to stay first, and then get some information. As he said that, Kimoki had already taken Qianxuan's hand and chose a direction to walk. After walking for more than an hour, they dealt with many zombies and mutant animals along the way, and found a convenience store next to a gas station. Needless to say, the oil in the gas station had been taken away, and the convenience store was emptied. However, the convenience store was not affected by the meteorite, and the door was still intact. It was a good place to shelter from the wind and rain. After closing the door, Qianxuan quickly took out a single sofa and leaned on it, squinting her eyes and refusing to get up. After a long while, she finally regained some energy, so she subconsciously used the mental power that had just recovered to scan the situation within a few thousand meters around her. It was originally just a casual exploration, but she really found something unusual. Brother Qi, there are a lot of people in the houses around. Hearing the voice of Brother Qi, Kimoki frowned subconsciously and then said, I have already noticed it before, probably because of the insect tide. You stay here, I will go out to find out. Then you be careful. Qianxuan's mouth curled up, and she nodded in a good mood. Recently, he has felt Qianxuan's care for him from the bottom of his heart more than once, and the previous speculation has been vaguely confirmed. However, Qianxuan still looks like he doesn't know anything. Is he the only one who can feel that the soul contract is one-sided? It shouldn't be. However, Qianxuan's appearance doesn't seem to be pretending, which always makes him puzzled. Watching Kimoki walk out of the convenience store and close the door tightly, Qianxuan fell on the sofa like a boneless person. Recently, getting along with Kimoki has made Qianxuan entangled and distressed. She has to admit that she probably should, and maybe still likes Kimoki a little. However, she doesn't know how to get along with Kimoki. Accept him again. Qianxuan shook her head. It's not that she is dissatisfied with Kimoki, but she has never been able to convince herself to fall in love again. Call her timid, or call her an ostrich, she always has an indelible shadow on the matter of love. There are many lovers in this world, but how many of them really get married? Lu Jun and Zhu Zixi, Jiang Shaoyang and Yunzi are all living examples. Of course, Sasha and Zhuang Yuan are very happy, but she doesn't think she will be lucky enough to be the second Sasha. In addition to having more memories of her past life than others, she believes that she is not more powerful than others, so naturally she doesn't think she will be a special case. Rather than losing it and being heartbroken, it is better not to have it from the beginning. In the final analysis, it is actually Qianxuan who is too pessimistic. These come from the experiences of the previous life, and are also related to the painful past of this life. She doesn't think that no one in the world can be happy, she just thinks that she can't be happy. I don't know how long it has been. Qianxuan, who was lying on the sofa in a trance, heard a knock on the door. She carefully probed with her mental power, and found that it was Kimoki. Then she stood up, and opened the door. What's the situation outside? Qianxuan let the person in, and then locked the door. Kimoki took out a bottle of water, and drank most of it. Not very good. It turns out that those meteorites are insect eggs, and the previous insects were hatched from them. Many shelters have been breached, and the people near us escaped from a medium-sized shelter. By the way, I heard from them that in addition to the swarms of black insects we encountered, there are also single huge insects with very strong strength. Qianxuan was suspicious. They told you this information so easily? It's not before the end of the world. I exchanged it with 2 bottles of water. Qianxuan was surprised. I only used 2 bottles of water to exchange it? Don't underestimate 2 bottles of water. Qianxuan put the water in her hand into the space ring. Now many supplies outside have been looted. Most people feed on the meat of mutant animals, and drink the blood of mutant animals when thirsty. Not to mention that those people are all escaped, so they naturally don't bring much supplies. 2 bottles of water are more precious than gold before the end of the world. They didn't do anything to you? Qianxuan asked worriedly. Since the 2 bottles of water are very precious, she thinks more. You know, many people in the end of the world are malicious, and it is common to kill for money. Feeling the real worry transmitted from the soul, Kimoki's heart warmed, and the corners of his mouth slightly hooked. Don't worry, not to mention my own strength. Just look at my good complexion and clean clothes. They dare not easily attack me. Qianxuan thought about it. That's right. In the end of the world, anyone with a good complexion and clean clothes is either powerful at home or strong enough in their own strength. Although Qimoki's body is not the type with extremely exaggerated muscles, he is also strong and sturdy. His movements give people a slight sense of oppression. In addition, he looks calm and fearless. As long as you are not blind, you can tell that he belongs to the latter. That's good. Qianxuan nodded. By the way, have you heard any news about the S-City shelter? Qimoki nodded. It is said that of the several large shelters in the country, only the S-City shelter, Qianxuan shelter and Yuhei shelter are left, and the others have been breached. I don't know why the bugs did not attack these 3 shelters. In addition, all medium-sized and small shelters across the country were not spared. Qianxuan widened her eyes. Oh my god. How many people escaped? Qimoki's face darkened. Less than 1/3. This is 2. Qianxuan was stunned. In that case, how many people are left in country Z? A little over 100 million. Qimoki said lightly. In addition, we have to be careful along the way. Many survivors are rushing to the only 3 remaining shelters, and we will definitely meet a lot of people. Compared to the dangers in the open, the greedy human heart is the most terrifying. Qianxuan nodded to show that she understood. Chapter 127. Meeting an old acquaintance. After talking for such a long time, both of them were a little hungry. At this time, they could not make hot food, fearing that the aroma would attract the attention of others. Qianxuan took out some cakes, juices, and ready-made cooked food as dinner for the 2. Seeing those greasy cakes, Qimoki frowned, but didn't say anything in the end, just stuffed them into his stomach. He has always disliked sweets, but it's not easy to dislike them at this time. In fact, Qianxuan didn't particularly like sweets. She just liked to see Qimoki's eyes full of disgust, but still frowned and finished his share of cake. Qianxuan, who just smiled secretly with her head down, didn't notice the helplessness and indulgence in the eyes of the man beside her when he looked down at her. After dinner, Qianxuan said hello to Qimoki and then entered the realm of inheritance. A few days ago, her injuries had not healed, so she couldn't do routine training. Now that her injuries have healed, she naturally has to slowly make up for what she had missed before. Today was no exception. She finished her routine training, took a shower, and then left the inheritance realm in a good mood, holding a big red apple. Qimoki just heard some noise behind him, turned around, and saw Qianxuan holding a red apple in both hands and biting it. That reminded him of the photo of Qianxuan in the pendant box he had kept, so his expression was slightly dazed. What's wrong? You seem to be in a good mood. Qianxuan smiled at him. My training went smoothly today, and my magic is almost at the 6th level. The Shan Wu Lao Heart method was also practiced very smoothly, and after the previous X province, there was a sign of a breakthrough. Qimoki smiled and said, then congratulations. Thank you. Qianxuan said vaguely, while chewing the apple. So cute. Looking at Qianxuan biting the apple like a little hamster, Qimoki thought. Do you want one too? Seeing that Qimoki was looking at her all the time, Qianxuan thought he wanted to eat the apple too. After asking, without waiting for his answer, she handed him a bigger apple. Qimoki did not refuse. He took the apple and started biting into it. For a moment, the only sounds in the empty convenience store were the crunch and crunch of the 2 people biting apples. At this moment, there was a light knock on the door. The 2 stopped biting the apples, looked at each other, and Qimoki stepped forward to open the door. Standing at the door was a thin man wearing several layers of thick coats. He was hunched over, breathing heavily and rubbing his hands because of the cold. Hearing the door open, Zhecheng looked up and was immediately attracted by the half-eaten fresh and juicy apples in Qianxuan and Qimoki's hands. Smelling the faint fruity fragrance, he couldn't help swallowing, and it took a while before he looked away with difficulty. The 2 saw his series of actions and looked at each other. Are you okay? Qimoki asked. Zhecheng was stunned for a moment, then he remembered his purpose and said, Brother Qiang asked me to inform you that all the survivors will have a party at the only hotel not far away at 10 o'clock in the evening, so as to exchange information with each other. Qimoki nodded. I know. Tell your brother Qiang that we will be there on time. After that, He closed the door. Now is the end of the world, and being too polite is not a good thing. Others will only think that you are kind and can be bullied. Facing the closed door, Zhecheng stayed for a long time, until a cold wind blew over. He shivered and came to his senses, wrapped his coat tightly, turned around and left cursing. From a distance, he could still be heard swallowing his saliva and muttering about how long he hadn't seen a fresh apple. "Are you going to go?" Qianxuan asked, while chewing an apple inside the door. "It's not me, it's sus." Kimoki bit the apple in 2 or 3 bites until only the core was left, then took out half a bottle of water to wash off the remaining apple juice on his hands. Even if we are not trying to gain more intelligence, we still have to act sociable. It's not good to be too independent, and we will be easily rejected by others. I understand what you mean. Qianxuan nodded, but have you forgotten that we look too clean? Even if we do nothing, we will probably be considered unsociable. Kimoki nodded. I know, but I'm talking about the attitude. Even if we can't be friends, we have to give them no excuse to unite and besiege us. It's the end of the world now. Does the siege still require an interface? Qianxuan asked suspiciously. Kimoki smiled. You are right. Most people in the end times have indeed lost their moral standards. But haven't you heard a saying? What saying? You want to be a whore and also have a chastity arch. Qianxuan laughed out loud with a puchy. Why are you talking about this? Kimoki also smiled and then said, the end times have come too soon. Except for a few people, even if others have despicable intentions, they are unwilling to show it openly. To do bad things, you must find a fair excuse, and it is best to appear that you are forced to do so, in order to comply with the will of the people. Hearing what she said, Qianxuan thought of the behavior of the physical education teacher at Chu Yixin in the end times. Isn't it consistent with what Kimoki said? However, Kimoki changed the subject. This can only be used as a precaution. If we have so many interests that can make people disregard everything, arouse the greed of others, and are determined to make things difficult for us, except for extraordinary strength, everything else is empty. Qianxuan nodded to show that she was taught. Although she had experienced many battles since the end of the world, her understanding of human hearts was still far from perfect. Next, Kimoki talked about the various ugly mentalities of human beings in the end of the world, reminding her of the various terrible aspects of human hearts. Qianxuan also knew that these were all Kimoki's experiences, and she did not dare to be perfunctory at all, and wrote down his words very seriously. When Kimoki felt that he had said almost everything, it was less than 10 minutes before 10 o'clock. The two of them tidied up and walked out of the convenience store and walked towards the only hotel nearby. They arrived not too early or too late. There were already more than a dozen people standing in the lobby, and there were many who had not arrived yet. Their arrival attracted the attention of many people, especially the fact that both of them looked very good and their clothes were clean, which was no different from before the end of the world. Therefore, in addition to curiosity and exploration, those people looked at them with more fear. The two did not care and found a clean corner to talk quietly. After a few minutes, more and more people arrived. Qianxuan took a rough look and saw that there were about 300 survivors. During this time, Brother Qiang, who had sent someone to inform them before, also came over to say hello to them. To Qianxuan's surprise, Brother Qiang was a very thin man, not a muscular man as she imagined. It can be seen that Brother Qiang looked cheerful and casual on the surface, but he was also thoughtful inside, and he had the intention of making friends with them. There were nearly 100 people following him, and he was also a big force among these survivors. Although it was impossible to accept the other party's solicitation, since the other party had no ill will towards them, they didn't mind keeping a calm face. Next, for this gathering to exchange intelligence, the two of them had been in a state of watching, and they obtained useful information from other people's conversations without making a sound. It was not that they were special, but that the exchanges and tests of these survivors seemed to deliberately avoid them. In this case, they did not force it. Anyway, Qianxuan originally disliked the smell of these people, and staying away was just what she wanted. The party lasted for 2 hours and gradually came to an end at midnight. After the show, The two were about to leave when a hesitant and soft female voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Wu Qianxuan?" Qianxuan turned around and saw that the one who called her was a petite and sweet woman, and a simple-looking man stood beside her. Compared with other survivors, they looked good and their clothes were clean. "Excuse me, who are you?" She carefully searched her memory, but she, who always had a good memory, could not find any impression of the woman in front of her. "It's me." Seeing that she did not deny her address, the woman breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, pulling the man to her. "Ningyashan, Class 7, Grade 2, Capital Number 1 Middle School, remember? Ningyashan?" Qianxuan's eyes widened and blurted out, "You are the little fat girl." As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with her words, but she couldn't take them back, and she was immediately embarrassed. It's okay. Ningyashan waved her hand nonchalantly. "Anyway, what you said is the truth, and I always like you calling me little fat girl. It's very intimate." Unlike other classmates at that time, they always mixed sympathy and ridicule when calling her. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she has always had a good impression of this classmate in middle school. If she hadn't gone to S City later, the two of them would probably have become good friends. They haven't been in touch for more than 10 years, but they didn't expect to meet each other here. "Why, do you know each other?" Kimoki asked, holding her waist. Qianxuan had long learned to ignore his various intimate behaviors, and looked up and said, "This is my classmate in middle school. She is a very nice person, and often treats me to very delicious vanilla tea." Kimoki nodded to show that he understood. Ningyashan laughed putchy, and her cheeks showed shallow dimples, which was very cute. "I knew you were always thinking about my vanilla tea." Qianxuan retorted somewhat embarrassedly, "How can you blame me? Your vanilla tea is too delicious." As she spoke, she seemed to remember the wonderful taste of the mellow and rich flavor, and licked her lips with her clove tongue. Her unintentional action was cute and slightly sexy in Kimoki's eyes. If there were no outsiders, he would definitely not be able to resist kissing her fiercely. Hearing this, Ningyashan was angry and amused. "So it's my fault for making the vanilla tea too delicious?" Qianxuan stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Chapter 128 Qianfang's News. At this time, Ningyashan also noticed Kimoki beside Qianxuan, and asked curiously, "Why don't you introduce the person next to you?" Qianxuan was stunned, and said hesitantly, "He is Kimoki. Our two families are old friends." Apart from this, she really didn't know how to describe the relationship between the two. Hearing this, Kimoki's expression darkened, and the hand holding her waist was a little harder, causing Qianxuan to glare at him in dissatisfaction. Ningyashan looked at the interaction between the two, blinked ambiguously, and did not explore too much. She pulled the man next to her and introduced, "This is my husband Jiang Heo." The man named Jiang Heo touched his head and smiled at them honestly. Ningyashan was a little embarrassed. He doesn't like to talk much. Qianxuan didn't think much of it, but was a little surprised. "You're actually married?" Ningyashan nodded, looked at Jiang Heo beside her and said, "I started dating him when I was in college, and got married after graduation. It's been 4 years now." It can be seen that the two of them have a good relationship. Although Jiang Heo's words were a little dull, his eyes never left Ningyashan, and the atmosphere between the two was very warm. Seeing her former classmates gain happiness, Qianxuan was happy for them, and she also had some envy that she didn't even notice. She ignored the subtle emotions in her heart, but Kimoki felt it very clearly. For this reason, he was both happy and pitying, and at the same time a little distressed about when Qianxuan would be able to accept his feelings calmly, instead of continuing to deceive herself like now. "Oh, it's getting late," Ningyashan exclaimed, and then said, "Qianxuan, tell me where you live now. I will come to see you tomorrow." After hearing what she said, Qianxuan looked at the time. It was almost 12:30. Usually she would have gone to bed at this time. She quickly told Ningyashan the address of the convenience store, and the two agreed to talk again tomorrow and then separated. Back to the convenience store, both of them were a little tired, and they said goodnight to each other, and went to bed. At about 8 o'clock the next morning, Qianxuan and Kimoki were awakened from their sleep by a knock on the door. Qianxuan used her mental power to explore, and found that it was Ningyashan and Jiang Heo standing outside the door, so she yawned, and went to open the door. "Why so early?" Qianxuan rubbed her eyes and complained to let the two in. Sorry. Ningyashan put her hands together and said playfully, I was too excited. I woke up at more than 6 o'clock. I couldn't help but run over after waiting for 2 hours. Then wait a minute, I'll go wash up. As she said that, Qianxuan had already run to the kitchen behind the convenience store. In less than 5 minutes, she finished washing and ran out with a bunch of bread, biscuits, ham and yogurt. Ningyashan and Jiang Heo were a little surprised when they saw the food. That was rare nowadays. However, they were both frank and upright people. After being surprised, they returned to normal without a trace of greed. Kimoki, who was watching the expressions of the two people, felt relieved. It seemed that these two people were not people of low character. To be honest, he was a little worried about Qianxuan's vision of people. She could treat a woman like Zuelan as a close friend, which showed how bad her vision of people was. Thinking of Qianxuan's repeated quarrels with him for Zuelan 10 years ago, he felt very uncomfortable. He didn't want another woman to come between them, even if this woman was not as sinister as Zuelan. Fortunately, Qianxuan didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise, he would definitely be angry. Have you eaten? Qianxuan threw all the food on the table and asked. Ningyashan nodded quickly. I've eaten. I ate right after I got up. She and Jiang Heo were both superpowers, so it wasn't difficult to fill their stomachs. Qianxuan nodded, opened a piece of soft bread, and ate it with yogurt. After a few bites, Qianxuan asked, by the way, little fat girl, how did you lose weight? In her memory, Ningyashan was a person who would gain weight even by drinking water, and she loved food very much, so she really couldn't imagine how she lost weight. Ningyashan smiled. I was in a car accident when I was in high school. My internal organs were damaged. I stayed in the hospital for more than half a year and lost a lot of weight. After I was discharged from the hospital, my body has been a little weak and my digestion ability is not very good. Slowly, when I found out I had lost this much weight, Qianxuan sighed. Then you must have suffered a lot. I originally wondered if you had a sense of beauty when you grew up and made up your mind to give up your love for food, but I didn't expect it to be like this. It's okay, it's all over. Ningyashan lightly revealed it and changed the subject. By the way, Qianxuan, why are you here? Where are your family members? She remembered that Qianxuan had many brothers, so they shouldn't have been in trouble, right? We accidentally got separated. Qianxuan briefly recounted what they had encountered before in a discouraged manner. Hearing that Qianxuan was separated from her family because she was trying to save her 1-year-old nephew, Ningyashan sighed. Before, my husband didn't dare to let me get pregnant because of my health, for fear that I would be exhausted. At that time, I was more or less resentful of him in my heart. Now I'm glad that we didn't have a child. Otherwise, even if we didn't become zombies, it would be too difficult to protect a young child in such a cruel world. Hearing this, Qianxuan's heart was as if it was stung gently, slightly painful and a little sour. Ningyashan has never had a child, so she can be glad that she doesn't have a child. But she is different. She had one, but she lost it, even if it was still a small embryo. When she lost it, she thought that if her child was still alive, she would definitely protect him. This is probably what parents are like. They would rather their children cry while alive than let them laugh and be relieved. Qianxuan lowered her head and ate the bread to hide the strangeness of her face. Kimoki reached out and patted her back gently, as if comforting and pitying. By the way, little fat girl, are you a water type superpower? When Qianxuan looked up again, her face had returned to normal. It's easy to tell, right? Ningyashan pointed to her light blue eyes, then pointed to Jiang Heo's purple eyes. My husband is also a lightning type superpower. Qianxuan nodded. I think both of your superpowers are good. One is powerful, the other can solve the problem of drinking water, and the water type superpower is a great help to the lightning type superpower. I think so too. Ningyashan smiled with a little pride. Since the end of the world, the superpowers of the two have solved their survival crisis many times. Qianxuan smiled. By the way, are you going to the S-City shelter too? What else can I do? Ningyashan curled her lips. There are 3 large shelters, and the S-City shelter is the closest to here. You seem a little unhappy. Qianxuan asked hesitantly. Ning Yashan was a little depressed, of course. I know a little bit about the situation in the shelter in S City. The power there is not in the hands of the government, but is firmly controlled by several aristocratic families. Although the government is not very reliable, it always has some concerns about the laws before the end of the world, but those aristocratic families are different. Hearing this, Qianxuan and Kimoki looked at each other, and their faces became solemn. According to this, her second brother Qianfang's situation must not be much better. Can you tell me about the situation in the shelter in S City? Qianxuan put down the yogurt in her hand and asked. Actually, I don't know much. Seeing Qianxuan seemed to be very concerned, Ning Yashan thought for a while and said, it's just that, I heard that you have to pay a lot of brain cores just to enter the S City shelter, and the houses are extremely expensive, and all this income goes into the pockets of those aristocratic families. I also heard that the competition among the psychics in the S City shelter is very fierce. There are many arenas in the shelter, and they are all life and death contests. In addition, there are all kinds of people there, and there are many power disputes. These are all I know, and I heard it from the psychics who escaped from the S City shelter. Escaped? It seems that it's because the force they belong to lost in the competition, and they escaped in order to avoid being wiped out. Qianxuan was amazed. There are so many zombies outside now, and they are still in the mood to kill each other? It's incredible, right? Ning Yashan sighed, and then suddenly thought of something, and said to her mysteriously, many government officials died unclearly. I heard that even the mayor of S City almost died. The reason he survived was because a lady from a noble family took a fancy to him and wanted to force him to marry her. Ahem. Qianxuan, who was drinking yogurt, choked and coughed until tears welled up in her eyes. Even a calm Kimoki was stunned by Ning Yashan's words, and then he hurriedly reacted and patted Qianxuan's back to even out her breath. What's wrong with you? Ning Yashan was startled. Ahem. Qianxuan coughed so hard that her lungs were broken. After finally calming down a little, she rolled her eyes and said weakly, the mayor of S City you are talking about is my second brother. No way. Ning Yashan was surprised. Qianxuan collapsed on the back of the chair like a puddle of mud. Why would I lie to you? Tell me quickly, what's going on? Well, I'm not very clear either. I just heard from others that there is such a thing. Ning Yashan was a little panicked, trying to recall the words of the female supernatural who told her about this incident as gossip, but it was too long ago, and she couldn't remember it clearly. I know a little about this. At this time, Jiang Heo, who had not spoken, interrupted. His voice was deep and gentle, and it easily gave people a sense of conviction. Hearing this, Qianxuan and the other two looked at Jiang Heo in unison. Jiang Heo was a little frightened by the eager eyes of the three people, and moved uncomfortably in his chair. I heard from a superpower who escaped from the shelter in S City, that the young lady of the noble family was very obsessed with the mayor, but she did not allow her family to force her. So, although the mayor was often entangled by those young ladies, his life was not in danger. After saying this, Jiang Heo closed his mouth and returned to silence, and everyone knew that this was all he knew. Hearing that the second brother was not in danger of life, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then his eyes rolled, and he had the leisure to pay attention to the gossip about Qianfang being forced to marry. I'm a relatively lazy person, so this is the first time I have written a thank you note. As a newcomer, I have felt a lot of pressure in my heart since writing this book. My mind has always been heavy, that is, I'm more sensitive and think more. Although I'm still a newcomer as an author, I'm a more experienced reader. I feel that I have many shortcomings, but I can't say them specifically. So I hope more readers can point out my faults, or give me some suggestions. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Ning Yashan's Humiliation. The more she thought about it, the more Qianxuan found it hilarious. In the end, she had already laughed herself to death on a chair, holding her belly. The remaining three people looked at each other, wondering what she was laughing at. Ning Yashan tugged at her clothes. Qianxuan, What on earth are you laughing at? Qianxuan continued to laugh, and after a long while, she calmed down a little and said with great joy, my second brother is 37 years old today. How did that young lady from aristocratic family fall in love with him? Could it be that the young lady from aristocratic family is an old virgin who can't get married? That shouldn't be the case. Ningyashin was a little uncertain. I have seen your eldest brother. He was obviously nearly 30 years old back then, but he looked like a young man in his early 20s, except that his temperament was more mature. Maybe your second brother is also this type. As she said that, she looked at Qianxuan inquiringly. Qianxuan was stunned, touched her chin and said, it's not just my eldest brother, our family is almost the same. Look at me, I guess if I wear slightly younger clothes, others will think I'm a little girl of 16 or 17. Is there anyone as shameless as you? Ningyashin laughed. That's right. Qianxuan was not embarrassed at all. But I remember that when my second brother and second sister-in-law first met, they were famous for being a pair of bickering lovers. Later, they fell in love and got married. They gradually became gentler when they were together, and I never saw them quarreling again. This time, my second brother has attracted such a bad peach blossom. I wonder if my second sister-in-law will quarrel with him. Ningyashin was speechless. Is there a sister-in-law who is looking forward to seeing her brother and sister-in-law quarreling like this? Qianxuan was looking forward to it more and more. She took the initiative to grab Kimoki's hand with excitement. We have to hurry to the shelter in S City, otherwise the show will be over and we will miss it, right? Kimoki didn't pay any attention to what she said. He stared at his hand that Qianxuan was holding. He felt a faint heat coming from the place where they touched, just like taking a hot spring bath in the middle of winter, which made him feel comfortable from head to toe. Seeing that he didn't speak, Qianxuan looked up at him strangely, and then followed his line of sight to see that she was holding his hand tightly. Her face turned red, and she quickly retracted her hand. Seeing this, Kimoki pursed his lips regretfully, recalling what Qianxuan had said before, and said nonchalantly, then let's do as you said, and leave after dinner. It would be best to get rid of the couple in front of him, so as to avoid having another pair of bright light bulbs on the road. Qianxuan lowered her head, tacitly agreeing with his decision. Ningyashin, who had seen the actions between the two clearly, showed a hint of understanding in her eyes. It was just a guess at first, but now it seems that there is indeed an ambiguity between the two. However, Ningyashin's attention was immediately drawn to what Kimoki said. She turned to look at Jiang Heo, and saw that his eyes were still as tolerant and supportive as before. She made up her mind, and said a little awkwardly, Qianxuan, can my husband and I go on the road with you? If possible, we would like to join your family's forces. Qianxuan was stunned. She didn't expect her to make such a request. She wiped the crumbs from her mouth and said, if I remember correctly, you should have your own team, right? Then why did you give up your teammates who have been with you for a long time, and should be quite strong, and choose our team with only two of us whose strength is unknown? Although she knew that her and Kimoki's strength were both outstanding among these superpowers, Ningyashin didn't know. Compared with Qianxuan's doubts, Kimoki was alert. It's not that he thinks these two people have bad intentions. He thinks he has some ability to judge people. It's just that a man who only wants to spend time with his sweetheart can't afford to be hurt hearing Qianxuan's question. Ningyashin's body stiffened, rubbing her hands nervously and looking at Jiang Heo, as if looking for a sense of security. Jiang Heo moved himself and the chair to her side and comforted her in his arms. Qianxuan didn't rush her. After a while, Ningyashin's body slowly relaxed. She came out of Jiang Heo's arms, glanced at Kimoki awkwardly, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. She said, there is a special ability in our team, who can make people unconscious for 5 to 10 seconds. If you are already asleep, then he can make you fall asleep completely. Qianxuan nodded. This is indeed a very strange ability, but what does it have to do with her question? However, she didn't interrupt her. Over there, Ningyashin crossed her arms, lowered her head and continued, our team has been together since the end of the world. We have a good relationship and few disputes. Therefore, in the previous shelter, in order to save rent, we rented a relatively large empty house together, and everyone slept in a large bunk bed in the same room. But, more than half a month ago. After a pause, Ning Yashin continued, more than half a month ago, I felt someone touching me when I was asleep at night. Qianxuan was stunned, her eyes widened, and she had a vague guess in her mind. Even Kimoki was slightly stunned, and he had guessed what Ning Yashin was going to say next. Ning Yashin's eyes were red, and tears fell from them. At first I thought it was my own illusion, but I had this feeling for several consecutive nights. Later, I even felt that my clothes were taken off every night, and that person's hands touched and fiddled with me. Every time, I felt it, but I couldn't wake up. I was very scared, so I told my husband about it. In the first few days, my husband stayed up all night to watch over me, and sure enough, I didn't have that feeling in those days. But my husband is flesh and blood after all, not made of iron, and it's impossible for him to stay up all the time. But once he falls asleep, he won't wake up before dawn, and I will be played with again. In the end, she was already crying. Qianxuan, who was standing aside, had a light flashing in her mind, and remembered what Ning Yashin said just now, that she was too excited to sleep, and then she suddenly realized that it was not that she couldn't sleep, but that she didn't dare to sleep. Ning Yashin was already crying and couldn't breathe, and Jiang Heo held her in his arms with a distressed face. Qianxuan was a little at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. Ning Yashin sobbed and said, when I woke up yesterday morning, I actually saw 2 purple fingerprints on my chest in the mirror. Her voice was full of humiliation. Qianxuan's eyes also turned red. She was also a woman, and knew how unbearable this kind of thing was for a woman. It can be said that it was rare that Ning Yashin did not go crazy or collapse. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Ning Yashin grabbed Jiang Heo's hand and cried out at the top of her lungs. Jiang Heo's eyes turned red, and he hugged her tightly, muttering, I'm useless. I can't protect you. His tone was full of guilt and self-blame. Looking at Ning Yashin, who was crying and almost fainting in front of her, Qianxuan couldn't eat the half-eaten breakfast. After a long while, Ning Yashin's emotions were slowly under control. She wiped the tears from her face and said with red eyes, sorry, I lost my composure a little. She sniffed and said, even if I hadn't met you, my husband would have planned to take me away from the current team. It's just that it's too dangerous outside, and I have been a little hesitant. Until I met you, I was just happy to see you again, but after returning, my husband suggested going with you. Qianxuan was surprised. She didn't expect that Jiang Heo looked so honest. He was not stupid and honest. Looking up, she saw him patting Ning Yashin's back with pity. When she saw her looking at him, he showed a slightly silly smile. Qianxuan nodded in response. She didn't hate this man. At least if it was another man, knowing that his wife was played with by other men every night, although it was not really sexual assault, he would more or less dislike his wife. But this Jiang Heo was different. The look he gave Ning Yashin was full of pity and self-blame, without a trace of dislike. Besides, it is not a bad thing for a man to have some plans. At least he can protect his woman. Ning Yashin continued in a hoarse voice, if it were someone else, I might still be a little hesitant. But Qianxuan is the best person to me besides my parents and husband. If it weren't for her, I would have been ruined earlier. As she spoke, gratitude appeared in her eyes. Qianxuan was stunned, and it took her a long time to remember what she was talking about. Ning Yashin was quite unlucky in middle school. At that time, there was a savage daughter in the school who fell in love with the school hunk, but the school hunk didn't like the savage daughter. This matter had nothing to do with Ning Yashin, but she was affected. At that time, the school was blocked by the savage daughter at the school gate, and Ning Yashin happened to pass by with milk tea. As a result, the school hunk was impatient with the entanglement at that time, and pointed at Ning Yashin angrily, and said to the savage daughter, even if I like this fat woman, I will never like you. Just this sentence almost made Ning Yashin fall into ruin. Forget about the personal attack of fat woman. Ning Yashin was sad for a while, and then got over it. The arrogant daughter hated Ning Yashin, and blamed Ning Yashin for the humiliation she suffered in front of the whole school. The arrogant daughter's family was powerful in the capital. Although Ning Yashin's family was also wealthy, her parents were just ordinary professors. Naturally, it was easy for the arrogant daughter to deal with Ning Yashin. The arrogant daughter was also cruel. she kidnapped Ning Yushin and took her nude photos to publish. If this was done, not to mention Ning Yushin's reputation, the rumors alone would be enough to overwhelm a female middle school student with a relatively immature mind. Before the incident happened, Ning Yushin couldn't stand it and almost jumped off the building to commit suicide. Later, Qianxuan asked Zhuangzi for help and used the power in his hands to destroy the nude photos and the negatives first. For Qianxuan, this was just a piece of cake, but for Ning Yushin, it was like pulling her back from the hell she had almost fallen into. Therefore, even though she hadn't seen him for more than 10 years, she still trusted Qianxuan a lot. Chapter 130 Qimoki's killing intention. Then, Qianxuan, what's your answer? Ning Yushin asked a little nervously. What? Qianxuan, who was immersed in the memories of the past, was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. Ning Yushin was a little anxious. My husband and I are both superpowers. Although my level is a little low, only the late 3rd level, the water system superpower can provide clean water, and my husband is already at the peak of the late 4th level, just a little short of the 5th level, and his combat effectiveness is still good. Apart from anything else, we will never drag you down. Qianxuan suddenly realized, and then said, of course I have no problem, on the contrary, I welcome you. But to join the Silver Star Air Force Corps to which our family belongs, you need to sign a contract. I don't know if you are willing. As she said that, she briefly talked about the various constraints and benefits of the magic contract. After listening to her story, Jiang Heo was a little hesitant, but seeing Ning Yushin's trust in Qianxuan, he also made up his mind. After Ning Yushin and Jiang Heo signed the magic contract, Qianxuan no longer had any scruples and immediately put all the remaining food on the table into the space. Regardless of the two people's stunned expression, Qianxuan took out a few more hot tea eggs and gave one to each of them. These tea eggs were made by her in the inheritance world before. She used the best tea leaves and cooked them for several hours over a slow fire. They tasted very good. She specially cooked a large pot of dozens of eggs, intending to eat them as snacks on the road. Since they had become companions, Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin were not pretentious and took the tea eggs and ate them openly. It smells so good. Ning Yushin couldn't help but praise after just one bite. Since the end of the world, it was okay at the beginning. In the past 2 months, except for the meat of mutant animals, she has rarely eaten normal food before the end of the world. Now that she tasted the taste of the long lost food, she was almost moved to tears. Qianxuan was a little proud. How is it? Not bad? It is not easy to get Ning Yushin's praise. Although she loves food, she is also famous for her picky taste. Ning Yushin was suspicious. Did you make it? She didn't remember Qianxuan having such a good craft. Qianxuan understood the doubt in her words. I joined the army later, so I couldn't rely on the servants at home. It's normal for me to learn some cooking skills. You joined the army? Ning Yushin was surprised. Yes. Qianxuan nodded. I joined for 9 years and retired last year. Oh my god. Ning Yushin couldn't believe it. You know, in her eyes, Qianxuan has always been a delicate lady. Although her temper is not unruly, she is definitely not a little delicate. And now, this delicate lady in her eyes has joined the army for 9 years. You are a reserve soldier, a literary soldier, a logistics soldier, etc. These 3 kinds of soldiers are relatively easy and don't need to go to the battlefield. You underestimate me too much. Qianxuan was a little dissatisfied. I joined the Special Forces Battalion from the beginning, and I have been on many battlefields of all sizes. When I retired, I still retained the rank of major. Ning Yushin was dumbfounded, and Jiang Heo was also surprised. Qimoki listened very seriously. It was the first time he heard Qianxuan mention the things that happened during their separation. By the way, let's not talk about my business. Qianxuan changed the subject and said, little fatty, are you going to leave your previous team without doing anything? What do you mean? Ning Yushin was confused. Qianxuan looked at her with a look of disappointment and gritted her teeth and said, that special person did this to you. Don't you plan to do anything about him? In her opinion, killing that man would be the least of her worries. Ning Yushin's body stiffened. She lowered her head and bit her lips, her body trembling slightly, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Jiang Heo on the side worriedly hugged Ning Yushin's shoulders, and the gloom in his eyes flashed away. Qianxuan nodded, and she said it. As long as he is a man, as long as he has some blood, he will never be willing to lightly expose such things. It's not that I don't want to, but, Jiang Heo said with some embarrassment, but Zhang Jingxiu's ability is too special, I can't do anything to him. Besides, although Zhang Jingxiu is not a good person, other people are good to us. We have been rescued several times when we were in danger, and Zhang Jingxiu's ability is very practical and very important to the team. The Zhang Jingxiu he mentioned should be the special ability person. Is it fair to the little fat girl in this way? Qianxuan frowned. Hearing this, Jiang Heo's eyes flashed with unwillingness. It doesn't matter. Ning Yushin pulled Qianxuan's hand and whispered, it will be difficult to meet in the future anyway. If you don't look so sad, I might believe that you really think it doesn't matter. Qianxuan was super angry. Qianxuan. Ning Yushin bit her lip and begged in a low voice. Qianxuan raised her hand to stop her from continuing. I don't care. Anyway, I can't bear this breath. What's the big deal? She was a little crazy. It doesn't have much to do with you. Just listen to it. Where is the anger you are enduring? Kimoki, who was standing by, sighed. Sure enough, Qianxuan's heart was still too soft. Although she didn't have extra sympathy, as long as she didn't endanger herself, and within her ability, she couldn't help but meddle in other people's business. For a moment, the atmosphere in the convenience store became very strange. Qianxuan was angry, Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin were in trouble, and Kimoki couldn't say anything, because he was not familiar with the parties involved, so he could only watch. After a while, Qianxuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said to Jiang Heo, according to you, as long as your original team doesn't lose Zhang Jingxiu, a special person with special abilities, it doesn't matter? The tone was sinister. Although it was a question, there was a glaring threat in her eyes. If you still have objections, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Jiang Heo didn't know what she was thinking. He swallowed and nodded with some difficulty. Qianxuan's eyes became even more terrifying. What do you think should be done to make Zhang Jingxiu receive a tragic lesson without affecting his ability? Jiang Heo, Ning Yushin and Kimoki were at a loss. Qianxuan narrowed her eyes and smiled kindly. I think that people only need 2 legs, so I plan to be kind and help Zhang Jingxiu cut off the extra leg. Extra leg? Ning Yushin didn't understand. As men, Jiang Heo and Kimoki shuddered, shuddering, and subconsciously tightened their legs. Kimoki's look at Qianxuan was simply terrifying. Was it his illusion? When did his Zuan become so evil? Question mark? Qianxuan, who saw their reactions, did not change her face, but was very proud in her heart. No wonder her third brother always liked to torment his subordinates. She tried it a little, and it tasted good. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qianxuan, who was close by, opened the door, and found several strangers standing outside. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The attitude was very pleasant. Zhao Yi was distracted by the smile of the beauty who was facing him. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted, and said with a stammer, excuse me, are Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin here? As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned red. He wanted to slap himself in the face for looking like he had never seen a woman before. Although the woman in front of him was indeed the most beautiful he had ever seen, she smiled at him. Thinking of this, the irritability on his face that had just subsided gradually returned. Qianxuan found it strange. She was just a little more cheerful because she was in a good mood. Was it necessary to be like this? Brother Yi, why are you here? Jiang Heo pulled Ning Yushin forward and said. Zhao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost time for dinner. I was a little worried when I saw that you guys didn't come back. But he didn't dare to look at Qianxuan anymore. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin looked at each other, and finally Jiang Heo spoke up. Brother Yi, we met Yushin's friends and planned to leave the team and go with them. Zhao Yi was stunned and said anxiously, we have been through hardships for so long. Why do you suddenly decide to leave? Don't make a decision casually. Now is the end of the world. Many people who seemed good before will change. His words made them cautious and not to trust Qianxuan and Kimoki easily. He was not targeting anyone, but he really felt so. No matter how Zhao Yi tried to keep them, Jiang Hao and Ning Yushan were unmoved. At this time, Qianxuan, who was standing and watching the show, suddenly felt two evil eyes falling on her. Looking up, it was a gentleman with glasses. Seeing her looking at him, he nodded politely. However, Qianxuan's brows wrinkled slightly. Although this man disguised himself well, and the evil in his eyes was very obscure, he could not hide it from her. She guessed in her heart that this man should be that Zhang Jingxiu, who was really a hypocritical beast in human clothing. Over there, Zhao Yi, Jiang Hao and Ning Yushan were in a stalemate. While persuading them constantly, they were unwilling to give in from beginning to end. Brother Yi. At this time, the gentleman who should be Zhang Jingxiu suddenly spoke. Since Hao and Yushan want to be with their friends, why not let their friends join our team? Hearing this, Zhao Yi looked at Qianxuan and Kimoki. Seeing that they looked good and their clothes were clean, they were very likely to be powerful superpowers, so he really began to consider it. Apart from anything else, if these two people really had problems, so many of them would be better than Jiang Hao and Ning Yushan to prevent trouble before it happens. Qianxuan was stunned. She didn't expect Zhang Jingxiu to have such a suggestion. However, she immediately thought of the lustful look Zhang Jingxiu had when he looked at her just now. Thinking of this, how could she not know what the other party was paying attention to? Looking up, Zhang Jingxiu smiled at her kindly, but Qianxuan was so angry that she trembled a little. Although the man hid well, how could Qianxuan, who was sensitive to other people's emotions due to her mental power, not notice his smugness and determination? When she thought of the dirty thoughts that the other party had towards her, Qianxuan felt nauseous and her stomach began to sour. Kimoki, who was holding Qianxuan, immediately noticed that something was wrong with Qianxuan and followed her gaze to see Zhang Jingxiu. Zhang Jingxiu couldn't even be hidden from Qianxuan, let alone Kimoki, who was more meticulous and sophisticated. Almost instantly, Kimoki's anger burned in his heart, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 131 Sincerity. Here, Jiang Hao and Ning Yushan were in a dilemma again. It was not that they were really considering Zhang Jingxiu's suggestion, but they were thinking about how to refuse. Moreover, after hearing Zhang Jingxiu's words, the two who had known what kind of person he was knew what he was up to, and naturally could not let him get his wish. Ning Yushan felt a little guilty for causing Qianxuan to be remembered by Zhang Jingxiu. At this time, Zhao Yi spoke. Aheo, Yushan, I think Jingxiu's suggestion is very good. What do you think? He thought about it. Whether it was to avoid losing these two psychics who were of great use to the team, or to see that he did not want his teammates to be calculated by outsiders during the hardships. Zhang Jingxiu's proposal was very feasible. Jiang Hao and Ning Yushan looked at each other, and Ning Yushan said with embarrassment and apology, Brother Yi, we know you mean well, but the reason we left was not a whim. Even if we didn't meet our friends, we originally planned to quit the team. Why is that? Zhao Yi was surprised. Their team has always gotten along well. Everyone is strong. The relationship between them is built up through fighting side by side time and time again. There are also many conflicts between them. He really doesn't know why they want to leave. Not to mention Zhao Yi, even the few teammates he brought were very surprised. Only Zhang Jingxiu had a flash of understanding, excitement, and guilt in his eyes. Ning Yushan refused to say anything. If it weren't for her trust in Qianxuan and Kimoki beside Qianxuan, she would never have said such a thing. Seeing this, Zhao Yi looked at Jiang Hao. The anger on Jiang Hao's face was fleeting. He tried not to look at Zhang Jingxiu and smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, don't ask, I can't say. If possible, he really wanted to go up and beat Zhang Jingxiu to death. Seeing that the two were really in trouble, Zhao Yi didn't force them too much. At this time, Zhang Jingxiu said with a worried look on his face, Aheo, Yushan, are you in any trouble? If so, you should speak up. There are so many of us. Even if we can't help, we can still give some advice. It's so dangerous outside, and there are only 4 of you on the road. How can we be at ease? Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. Jingxiu is right. There is always a way to solve the problem. If you speak up, we can all help you with some ideas. Qianxuan widened her eyes and looked at Zhang Jingxiu in disbelief. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Seeing the confusion on Qianxuan's face, Kimoki sighed, leaned close to her ear and whispered, it is because he knew that Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin would never say it, that he dared to say such things so unscrupulously. After all, he still wants to keep them, and keep you as well. His tone was particularly gloomy in the last sentence. Feeling Kimoki's breath spraying directly on her earlobe, Qianxuan's body stiffened, but her fists clenched in anger because of what he said. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin naturally understood that Zhang Jingxiu was fearless, but they really had no choice but to remain silent. Seeing that Zhang Jingxiu had forced Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin into a corner, with a smug look in his eyes, Qianxuan's fire in her heart burned more and more fiercely. I say, can you please stop talking to yourself all the time? Qianxuan raised her eyebrows and said coldly. Zhao Yi and Zhang Jingxiu looked at them in astonishment when the sudden soft and cold words rang out. Seeing that Qianxuan, who was smiling when she opened the door, was now impatient, Qianxuan raised her pointed chin and squinted at Zhang Jingxiu. From just now until now, you have been the one who has been whining and looking for trouble. You clearly know their difficulties, but you still ask questions with a hypocritical look. Don't you feel ashamed for forcing them away? Her tone was arrogant, a replica of Qianxuan. Zhang Jingxiu seemed to have not expected Qianxuan to tell the truth. His face turned pale and the panic in his eyes was fleeting. Although he quickly regained his composure, everyone noticed his previous abnormality. Even Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin were startled, but they were slightly relieved when they saw that Qianxuan's words were ambiguous and did not say the details. Jingxiu, what did you do? Zhao Yi asked with a suspicious look on his face. If he had not seen his previous panic, he would not have easily doubted his teammates because of what outsiders said. Brother Yi, don't listen to her nonsense. If I really wanted to force Heo and Yushin to leave, why would I have tried so hard to keep them? Zhang Jingxiu was also a bit cunning. He deliberately misinterpreted Qianxuan's words, making people feel that something was wrong, but they couldn't find the reason. He spoke very skillfully, and Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment whether he had wronged him. The other teammates also agreed with Zhang Jingxiu's words. Huh. Qianxuan sneered, what you said is really interesting. It's like a cat that catches a mouse and tortures and plays with it every day. After the mouse escapes, the cat catches the mouse back and says with a worried look, it's so dangerous outside, and you are so weak, how can I be at ease? Look, how sincere the cat is. It is so good to the mouse, and it doesn't want to force the mouse away. I believe that you must be more sincere than the cat. Her expression was vivid and serious. Hearing this, Kimoki, Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin all smiled. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, they would definitely laugh. Qianxuan's metaphor was easy to understand. Anyone who was not a fool would know what she meant. Zhao Yi and others also understood it. The suspicion that had faded away before came back to their minds. Zhang Jingxiu's face flushed red, and his eyelids drooped, hiding the resentment and anger towards Qianxuan. Qianxuan turned her eyes to Zhao Yi and others again. If you still have doubts, think carefully about whether the atmosphere between Jiang Heo and Zhang Jingxiu is a little wrong recently, or whether there is any conflict between the two. You have known Jiang Heo longer than me, and you know him better than me. You should know that he is not a person who will make trouble out of nothing. The reason why she dared to say this was that she was sure that, although Jiang Heo had some plans, he was not a deep-minded person. He would unconsciously reveal his dissatisfaction and anger towards Zhang Jingxiu on weekdays. If Qianxuan hadn't said it, Zhao Yi and others would not have thought that it was true after careful recollection. It seemed that Jiang Heo's tone when speaking to Zhang Jingxiu was a little stiff, and his occasional look at Zhang Jingxiu seemed a little unfriendly. These things are easy to be ignored if you don't pay special attention. Seeing Zhao Yi and others' increasing suspicion, Zhang Jingxiu was flustered, but he didn't know how to refute Qianxuan's words. Jiang Heo was targeting him, so why was he targeting him? They all knew Jiang Heo's honest and tolerant character, and it was impossible for him to do such a thing for no reason. Why, you don't want to continue to quibble? Qianxuan looked at Zhang Jingxiu with a smile on her face. Or you can tell me if it's not a big mistake. As long as you are honest and sincerely apologize to Jiang Heo and others, I might be able to persuade you to stay. So as not to waste your sincere attention just now. As she said, she also looked at Zhang Jingxiu provocatively. All of a sudden, the previous situation turned around. Does Zhang Jingxiu dare to say it? He doesn't dare. It is because she knows that he doesn't dare that Qianxuan dares to squeeze him like this. This is called giving someone a taste of his own medicine. Zhang Jingxiu's hand on his side clenched into a fist, and he lowered his head in silence, his whole face flushed with anger. Seeing his look, Zhao Yi and others were more and more certain that he had done something to let Jiang Heo and his wife down, so he forced them to quit the team. Jiang Heo and his wife were kind-hearted, and the reason they had been unwilling to say anything was definitely because they took everyone's feelings into consideration and did not want to hurt Zhang Jingxiu's face. Thinking of Zhang Jingxiu's aggressiveness just now, he was sure of his good nature. Thinking of this, they looked at Zhang Jingxiu with more contempt. Feeling the contemptuous eyes falling on him, Zhang Jingxiu was so angry that he trembled, and his face was a little distorted. Qianxuan was still unwilling to let him go, and stared at him with wide eyes and condemned. Why don't you say anything? Are all those sincere attentions you just now fake? Are you doing it for show? After that, she also made a zishi holding her heart gesture, with a look of how could you lie to me? Heartbroken. Kimoki turned his face away, to cover the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. His eyes were full of smiles and doting. It was true. He was addicted to acting. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin's originally tense nerves also relaxed, and they couldn't stop smiling. Ning Yushin looked at Qianxuan with admiration. She didn't expect that after so many years, her innocent and delicate deskmate would become so eloquent. Her eloquence was simply a game changer. Zhang Jingxiu's face turned red and white, white and blue, blue and green like a palette, and finally stopped at green. He stared at Qianxuan, wishing he could strangle this woman to death. Qianxuan didn't care about his creepy gaze at all, and glared back fiercely. Zhao Yi and others looked at each other, not knowing how today's incident should end. They wanted Zhang Jingxiu to tell what he had done, and it would be best if they could win the forgiveness of Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin and make them change their minds. However, looking at Zhang Jingxiu's expression, it was obviously not realistic. Regardless of whether coercion is useful or not, even if it is useful, they dare not confront Zhang Jingxiu directly. After all, his supernatural power is still very threatening to them. Since you have no sincerity to keep us here, why are you still staying here? Are you still waiting for us to treat you to a meal? Qianxuan crossed her arms and looked arrogant. Those words were really impolite, just short of saying get out of here. Although those words were said to Zhang Jingxiu, Zhao Yi and others couldn't stay here any longer. They said a few words to Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin and left. As soon as those people walked out of the door, Qianxuan and Kimoki simultaneously and secretly ejected 2 wisps of thin smoke, one green and one black, which were difficult to see with the naked eye. The green one went into Zhang Jingxiu's mouth and nose, and the black one went into Zhang Jingxiu's chest. Chapter 132 Peace and Joy. I'm scared to death. After closing the door, Ning Yushin dragged her feet and fell on the chair. Qianxuan is so aggressive, I'm afraid Zhang Jingxiu will be forced to go all out and expose everything. He won't. Qianxuan said firmly. Ning Yushin was puzzled. Why? You know, if the matter is exposed, I will be more embarrassed than him. Qianxuan's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. It can be seen that Zhang Jingxiu is a complete villain, hypocritical and pretentious, but at the same time he has some brains, otherwise he wouldn't disguise himself so well. Ning Yushin blinked, still confused. Seeing her look, Qianxuan raised an eyebrow. It is because he has some brains that he won't say anything. Because if he says it, it is equivalent to exposing his meanness. In that case, even if he does nothing in the future, his teammates will have this impression of him. And if he doesn't say it, although his teammates will be suspicious and wary of him now, you must know that humans are the most forgetful, especially when they are not the ones who are hurt. As long as he behaves better and makes up some reasons such as having no choice or having difficulties, those teammates will slowly express their understanding. Even if he does nothing, time will dilute his teammates' dissatisfaction with him. After all, they don't know what he has done, and everything is just their guess. People always have a fluke mentality, whether it is for themselves or others. Moreover, people's feelings are developed through getting along. In the eyes of those teammates, you and Zhang Jinxiu are now teammates who share weal and woe, so they can treat each other equally. After you leave with us, as time goes by, you will become outsiders. Those people will naturally gradually lean towards Zhang Jinxiu in their hearts, and even make excuses for his mistakes. Ning Yashin opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect that there were so many explanations for Zhang Jinxiu's behavior. Of course, all of Zhang Jinxiu's calculations are based on you not telling others what he did. Qianxuan said slowly, that's why he will avoid you when he sees you in the future. After all, he is afraid that, if he pushes you to the limit, you will end up in a desperate situation. Ning Yashin first breathed a sigh of relief, then her eyes widened. In that case, wouldn't that be a bargain for him? Moreover, although we don't want to tell others about the matter, we always feel that we are being used by him. When I think about it, I feel uncomfortable. His wishful thinking is indeed good, but there will always be some unexpected things in the world, right? Qianxuan smiled evilly. What? Ning Yashin was at a loss. Jiang Heo and Kimoki also wondered what she was up to. For example, Qianxuan's eyes narrowed into a line. Although impotence among men is much less common than menstrual pain among women, there must be one or two, right? Ahem. Kimoki choked on his own saliva. Jiang Heo froze there, his face strange, and looked at Kimoki with a subtle and sympathetic look. You. Ning Yashin pointed at Qianxuan tremblingly. How could you do such a thing? Qianxuan curled her lips indifferently. Little fat girl, if you put away the gloating on your face, I might believe that you are sincerely fighting for Zhang Jinxiu. Being exposed, Ning Yashin stopped pretending, and her eyes and eyebrows were full of satisfaction. After a long time, Ning Yashin's sad voice sounded. What should I do, Qianxuan? I think I have become bad, and I actually built my happiness on the suffering of others. Although she said so, her face was full of excitement. It doesn't matter. Qianxuan touched her head. In this world, good people are no longer popular, and bad people can live long. Now it is popular to have a mentality of knowing that you are not doing well. I feel at ease towards your enemies. Yes. Ning Yashin nodded seriously. It's not that I have become bad, but the world has forced me to become a bad person. I'm also innocent. Puchy. As they talked, the two finally couldn't help but smile at each other. Looking at the two women who had not laughed so happily for a long time, both men showed their doting and smiles in their eyes. Okay. After a while, Kimoki interrupted their laughter. Stop making trouble. It's time to eat. Aren't you hungry? After he said that, Qianxuan and Ning Yashin subconsciously touched their flat stomachs, and they were really hungry. Hey, let's not eat dry food, okay? I want to eat hot pot, seafood hot pot. Maybe because the previous joy has not dissipated, Qianxuan's words are unconsciously coquettish. Kimoki narrowed his eyes, and his mood was so happy that the index rose. Okay, I'll do it. Naturally, whatever Qianxuan said was what it was. Really? Qianxuan's eyes lit up. You know, the seafood hot pot base made by Kimoki is very authentic, original, and delicious, making her swallow her saliva when she thought about it. Kimoki patted Qianxuan's head and went straight to the kitchen of the convenience store. Qianxuan saw it and followed him happily. Jiang Heo and Ning Yashin, who were left behind, smiled at each other with satisfaction and relief in their eyes. As soon as they entered the kitchen, Qianxuan's face changed. She grabbed Kimoki's collar, leaned forward and growled, "Tell me the truth, what was that black smoke you emitted before?" Kimoki was not nervous at all, and had the leisure to enjoy Qianxuan's rare initiative to approach him. He raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you asking, even though you know the answer?" He didn't believe that Qianxuan didn't guess it. Asshole. Qianxuan was so angry that she almost went berserk. Can't you act later? If Zhang Jinxiu died before we left, not to mention whether his teammates would suspect us, Jiang Heo and the little fat girl would also feel bad. She was not afraid that the little fat girl would blame them. After all, the little fat girl also knew who they killed Zhang Jinxiu for. She was kind-hearted and would not be ungrateful, but she was definitely upset. Don't be impatient. Kimoki didn't want to tease her anymore, so he quickly explained. Do I look like such a tactless person? Don't worry, Zhang Jingxiu won't die so easily. He can live for at least 2 months. Really? Qianxuan let go of his collar half believingly. Kimoki straightened his wrinkled collar. Of course it's true. Would I lie so easily? Qianxuan thought so, but she was a little confused. Why are you so impatient all of a sudden? She didn't intend to let Zhang Jingxiu go. After all, it's not her style to cut the grass without removing the root. Moreover, Zhang Jingxiu's ability is too special. If she lets him live, there will be too many variables, and she doesn't know when he will be hit by a club. However, she originally planned to enter the shelter in S City and then find an opportunity to take action, but she didn't expect Kimoki to take the initiative. Hearing this, Kimoki felt a little depressed and annoyed. What does it mean to lose your temper? His woman has been fantasized by other men, and he still has to keep his temper? If that were the case, he would rather not be a man and be a cuckold. Thinking of this, he was a little unhappy and snorted twice without answering Qianxuan's question. Qianxuan felt that his anger was a little inexplicable, so she simply ignored him. After a while, Kimoki couldn't hold it anymore and asked Qianxuan in a flattering way, "Then Zhuangxun, what was the green smoke you emitted before?" He was indeed a little curious. Humph. Qianxuan was arrogant, and after a while, she said with a little pride, "It is a kind of powder which makes men unable to get hard, and there are no side effects. The antidote is a pollen of the Zuayu flower, and I guarantee that it cannot be found on the entire earth. In fact, this powder is used by a female-dominated clan in Sadia to control their husbands. It is said that the men of that female-dominated clan are naturally romantic and can't control their lower body, so this powder was developed for this reason. The most interesting thing is that the name of this powder is actually deep love. Whenever she thought of a medicine that is obviously a drug that makes men impotent but is called deep love, she wanted to laugh. However, although she hoped that someone would share this fun with her, she subconsciously did not tell Kimoki. "I always feel that there will be bad consequences if I tell him." After satisfying Kimoki's curiosity, Qianxuan began to take out various seafood ingredients and seasonings from the space. Large shrimps, clams, whole squid, crab sticks, scallops, abalone, shrimps, squid flowers, crabs, salmon, silver cod. Looking at the various seafood in front of her, as long as she thought of the delicious food she would eat later, Qianxuan's saliva began to secrete faster. Looking at Qianxuan's greedy face, Kimoki smiled, rolled up his sleeves, set up the pot, and started to make the bottom of the pot. After adding all kinds of seasonings to the bottom of the pot, he began to prepare all kinds of seafood. Qianxuan was busy preparing seafood sauce and other dipping sauces. At this moment, Kimoki's heart was extremely calm and warm. He felt that the two of them were like an ordinary couple, peaceful and happy. After finishing the work in hand, Qianxuan saw a row of seafood on the counter, tilted her head, and took out some asparagus, enoki mushrooms, young wakame leaves, cabbage, vermicelli and frozen tofu from the space. Then, she glanced at Kimoki who was busy processing this seafood, hesitated for a moment, and took out a lot of fatty beef, seaweed, bean sprouts and mushrooms. Although he was processing seafood, Kimoki, who was always paying attention to Qianxuan, felt a little warm in his heart, and a little joy was revealed in his eyebrows. Here, Qianxuan poked her head out of the kitchen. "Jiang Heo, little fat girl, do you have any special favorites or taboos?" Hearing this, the joy on Kimoki's face suddenly disappeared. Jiang Heo touched his head honestly. "Anything is fine, I'm not picky. I like lamb rolls and frozen tofu. There is nothing to avoid. By the way, are you busy? Do you need my help?" Ning Yashan had fallen asleep because she was relaxed and was woken up by her, yawning and sleepy. Seeing her like that, Qianxuan waved her hand. "You go to sleep, we can handle it." Ning Yashan was indeed very sleepy, and she fell asleep on Jiang Heo's lap again without much courtesy. Qianxuan shook her head, returned to the kitchen, took out 2 plates of mutton rolls from the space, and added some frozen tofu. Chapter 133 Jiang Heo's Confidence. By the time they worked together to bring the hot pot outside, half an hour had passed. Smelling the mouth-watering aroma, the hungry people swallowed their saliva at the same time. Qianxuan took the lead and picked up a shrimp and threw it into the soup. The others also started to blanch their favorite ingredients. They first filled their stomachs, and when their stomachs stopped rebelling, they were in the mood to talk. By the way, Ningyashin drank a sip of the soup. Will this fragrance spread? Qianxuan picked up the shrimp in his hand without raising his head. It's okay, let people smell it. Anyway, we are leaving after eating. He dipped the shrimp meat in some garlic sauce, opened his mouth to bite half, squinted his eyes, and ate happily. That's right, Kimoki threw a large bowl of vermicelli into the pot. People in the end times can't stand the temptation of this kind of fragrance, but they also cherish their lives and are very cautious. They might think it's a trap. I guess by the time they come to investigate, we'll have already left. That's good. Ningyashin scooped up all the frozen tofu that was boiled in the pot. Qianxuan was not happy. Hey, little fat girl, why did you take all the frozen tofu away? The other half is mine. Did you? Ningyashin's hand paused, looking confused. She really didn't remember how much she had put in before. Of course I did. Qianxuan puffed up her face. Ningyashin was not unreasonable. Just when she wanted to give half to Qianxuan, Kimoki had already quickly picked up most of the frozen tofu in Ningyashin's colander, and then put it in Qianxuan's bowl, patting her head. Eat it. His voice was gentle and doting. Ningyashin looked at the lonely piece of frozen tofu in her colander with eager eyes. How could this be? She glanced at Jiang Heo beside her with resentment, and got an awkward smile. Qianxuan was proud, glanced at Ningyashin, and ate while shaking her head, and gasping for air from the heat. After a while, Kimoki saw that her lips were red from the heat, and felt distressed. He blew on the frozen tofu in her bowl one by one to warm them up, before putting them into Qianxuan's spoon. At this moment, the proud Qianxuan had completely forgotten that she had not accepted the other person's feelings, but was already enjoying her boyfriend's service. However, Kimoki was aware of her unconsciousness and laughed in his heart. Kimoki ate very quickly. After putting down his chopsticks, he began to dip the peeled shrimps into the dipping sauce and put them into Qianxuan's bowl, making Qianxuan enjoy the meal. Several people were all superpowers, and their appetites were not small. Each of them ate one large shrimp alone, not to mention other seafood ingredients. Basically, there was nothing left of what Qianxuan took out, and even the soup base was shared by several people in the end. After filling their stomachs, the few people divided the work to clean up the leftovers and put them into the space ring, and then they were ready to go. When they opened the door, as expected, the four people with good vision saw some people peeking out a few hundred meters away. The four looked at each other and walked away pretending to be unaware. The people's pace was not fast, just a walk after dinner. After 15 minutes, they looked back and could no longer see the convenience store they had stopped at before. By the way, where do we go? Qianxuan suddenly asked. Ningyashin was speechless. You didn't know it before, so why did you take the lead? Kimoki covered his mouth with his fist, coughed twice to suppress the smile on his lips, and said, we will take a detour from Yanlangang to the S-City shelter. Although the distance is a bit longer, the terrain along the way is relatively high, which is convenient for us to discover those bugs in advance and escape in time. Qianxuan nodded. She was not familiar with the terrain in the south, but after listening to Kimoki's words, she thought his idea was good. After all, with the strength of the two of them, ordinary dangers really couldn't threaten them. But the bugs are different, especially those large numbers of bugs. The bug swarm tactics are not something that can be dealt with by strong strength. After using mental power to explore the surrounding environment and finding that there was no one around, Qianxuan immediately took out a military jeep from the space. Kimoki sat in the driver's seat, Jiang Heo sat in the co-pilot seat, and Qianxuan pulled Ningyashin to sit in the back seat. After the car started for several minutes, Ningyashin came back to her senses from the surprise of seeing Qianxuan take out a car out of thin air. Qianxuan, are you a space superpower? She asked uncertainly. Do you know space superpowers? Qianxuan was surprised. You know, since the end of the world, the only space superpower she has seen is Qianxuan, and she has never seen one since her death. Yes. Ningyashin nodded. There used to be a space superpower in our base. Qianxuan was curious, where is that superpower now? To be honest, she was actually quite curious about the evolution direction of space superpowers. Is it just that the space becomes larger, or will it gradually have attack methods? He's dead. He died a long time ago. Ning Yushin's face was gloomy. Too many forces were eyeing him, and he died in the end. Do you know him? Qianxuan asked hesitantly. That space user is my friend. We have known each other for several years, and have always had a good relationship. Ning Yushin's face was melancholy. She had a boyfriend who she had been dating for 6 years, and was about to get married, but she didn't expect the end of the world to come. She became a space user, while her boyfriend was just an ordinary person. She concealed the fact that she was a space user, and only told her boyfriend. Even my husband and I didn't know. At first, the two were still as loving as before, but later, neither of them had the ability to fight. Even with the help of my husband and me, life became more and more difficult. My friend persisted, but her boyfriend wavered. It happened that he discovered the rarity of space users, and under the devil's will, he actually sold my friend to a big force. Later, my friend took great pains to escape, and I don't know what she was thinking. Not only did she not look for us, she also deliberately broke the news that she was a space user, causing various major forces to scramble for her. In the chaos, she just died like that. When we arrived, we only saw her unrecognizable corpse. What happened to her boyfriend? Qianxuan asked curiously. Crazy. Ning Yushin sneered. At that time, the chaos took place at the door of the place where they used to live. I heard from others that my friend stared at the man hiding behind the window from beginning to end, and never looked away until he died. Just because of this, he went crazy. Wasn't the man too timid? Ning Yushin sighed. The man actually still loved my friend, but not as much as he loved himself. Your friend is so stupid, he actually died for such a man. Qianxuan sighed. Anyone who is not a fool can understand that the woman is committing suicide. Yeah, so stupid. Ning Yushin looked out the window blankly. She is a very traditional woman. For her, cooking for the one she loves and having children is the greatest happiness. She is kind, loyal, and tenacious. She even has a kind of faithfulness of ancient women in her bones. For her, her life has come to an end since she was sold by the one she loves. She didn't ask the man why. She was just taking revenge, using her death to avenge the man. Such a silent and vigorous revenge. Seeing that the atmosphere in the car was somewhat sad and depressing due to the conversation between the two, Qianxuan quickly changed the subject. By the way, I almost forgot, aren't you from the capital? How come you are in other shelters? Oh. Ning Yushin was stunned for a moment before answering. After I got married, I moved to City D because of my husband's job, and my parents were also taken over by us. Hearing this, Qianxuan looked at Jiang Hao sitting in front of her in surprise. He was really good to Ning Yushin. You know, few men are willing to support their parents-in-law. As if she understood Qianxuan's surprise, Ning Yushin smiled and said, my husband is an orphan, and I don't have any parents-in-law. Qianxuan was even more surprised. Your parents actually want you to marry an orphan? This is not snobbish, but as parents, they don't want their spoiled children to suffer. Especially since Ning Yushin's family is well off, and she said that her health was not very good after the car accident. Her parents were even less likely to agree. They really didn't want to at first. Ning Yushin's eyes showed nostalgia. My dad also disliked that his major was too shabby, and my mom thought he was a rough man at first glance, and he didn't know how to be kind, and thought he couldn't take good care of me who was not in good health. What is Jiang Hao's major? She was very curious about what Major Ning's father thought was shabby. Ning Yushin's mouth curved. My husband studied agriculture. According to him, he went hungry when he was a child, and only when he saw the fields of crops did he feel confident. Puchi Qianxuan and Kimoki laughed at the same time. This is really an interesting statement. She had heard that some misers felt confident when they saw gold, but she didn't expect that there were people who felt confident when they saw crops. Jiang Hao also heard their teasing, and his face turned red. Seeing that her husband was a little embarrassed, Ning Yushin quickly spoke to divert their attention. At that time, I studied nutrition in college. My father had already contacted the people in the Nutrition Association to arrange a high-paying and easy job for me in the capital. but I planned to give up the job he arranged and follow my husband to D City to find another one. Now, he was even more unhappy, thinking that I would definitely suffer if I followed my husband. At that time, my father started to pretend to be sick, and my mother also cooperated to separate us. Qianxuan was curious, since your parents made such a big fuss, how did you agree to your marriage later? We didn't even wait for their consent. Ning Yushin's face was a little red. No way. Qianxuan said it was too unexpected. She didn't expect that the good girl in her memory also had a rebellious side. Ning Yushin nodded and said, I stole the household registration booklet from home and forced my husband to register. What happened next? Of course, time will tell. Just like that, the half-day journey slowly ended with Qianxuan and Ning Yushin's second round of reminiscing. Chapter 134 Mutant Tiger. It was dark. Qianxuan, Kimoki, Jianghao, and Ning Yushin were walking on a rural path and looking around. House, where are you? Qianxuan murmured vaguely. Ning Yushin shrank her neck. It's so cold. Kimoki frowned. The houses around here seem to be severely damaged, and the slightly better ones have no doors and windows. Jianghao followed them without saying a word. His eyes passed through the dilapidated houses around him one by one, his brows tightly knitted. From 5 o'clock in the evening to 7 o'clock now, they have been looking for 2 hours, but still haven't found a place that can shelter from the wind and rain. Along the way, they found that the houses here were severely damaged, and some even had only a bare foundation left. Wait. Qianxuan suddenly stopped and shouted. Hearing this, the remaining 3 stopped where they were and looked at Qianxuan in confusion. What's wrong? Kimoki asked softly. Qianxuan frowned. There is a very strong energy fluctuation not far away. While speaking, she had already closed her eyes, and her mental power gushed out of her body, overwhelming the direction from which the energy fluctuation came. Seeing her look, Kimoki knew that she was using her mental power to explore, so he also waited patiently on the side. Although Jianghao and Ning Yushin didn't know what she was doing, they also learned from Kimoki to keep quiet. As Qianxuan's brows frowned more and more, Kimoki's heart also tightened. When Qianxuan opened her eyes, she couldn't wait to ask, what's going on? Qianxuan's expression was solemn. There is a very fierce battle 5 kilometers away from us. What's the scale? Kimoki asked. A wine-type mutant tiger, 6 humans, and 3 black huge bugs. The worst thing is that the 6 humans are fleeing in our direction. Kimoki's face sank, and various plans flashed through his mind. At this time, Qianxuan quickly took out 4 deodorizing potions, drank one herself, and handed the remaining 3 to others, and Kimoki also drank them quickly. Seeing this, Jianghao and Ning Yushin also drank the silver blue liquid that looked strange to them. Qianxuan searched around and took a few people to hide in a ruin. Kimoki frowned. Shouldn't we quickly change direction and run? Are we waiting here for them to attract danger? He had fought with 2 mutant snow leopards before, so he knew very well how powerful those mutant beasts were. If a mutant tiger was not enough to threaten their lives, it would be a bit risky if 3 giant insects with unknown background were added. Qianxuan stared at the outside of the ruins. It's not that I don't want to, but I suspect that there are perceptive superpowers among the 6 humans. They knew we were here and ran to our side on purpose. What? Ning Yushin screamed. Qianxuan immediately patted her. Keep your voice down. Ning Yushin quickly covered her mouth, but her exposed eyes still looked at her in confusion. Kimoki pondered. Do they want to ask us for help, or do they want to divert the blame? Both. Qianxuan thought about the scene he saw with his mental power. The wine-type mutant tiger has been flying in the air and attacking the 3 giant insects with wind blades, but the damage caused is limited. The 3 giant insects can't fly, so they can't do anything to the mutant tiger in the air. Therefore, the 3 giant insects put all their energy on the human and chased them relentlessly, while the mutant tiger ignored the 6 people and kept following the 3 giant insects. Ning Yushin was shocked. This situation is really complicated. Then what should we do? Jianghao asked with some difficulty. Kimoki's expression was indifferent. Don't do anything. Just wait and see. The potion we just drank can remove the smell on our bodies. As long as we hide well, it will be difficult for them to find us. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, they heard the messy footsteps and the strange kai sound coming from afar, as well as the sound of wings flapping. Several people looked at each other, stopped talking, and just looked quietly outside the ruins. The voices were getting closer and closer, and soon, 6 men who looked embarrassed and panting came into their sight. The leading man supported his knees and panted for a few times, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, looked around, and angrily asked a short man beside him, "Old 6, where are the people? Didn't you say there were 4 superpowers here?" The old man shrank his neck and said, "I'm not mistaken, they are still here, but I can't find their specific location." Here, Qianxuan and the others looked at each other, and sure enough, Qianxuan's guess was correct. At this time, 3 giant insects and mutant tigers had caught up with them during their conversation. Looking at the giant insects in front of him, Qianxuan's face froze. He didn't feel it when he used his mental power to see it. After all, the world of mental power has no color, but now he found that these 3 giant insects are really too ugly, which simply refresh the lower limit of human aesthetics. Unlike the insect tide, these 3 giant insects were not completely black. Except for the 6 steel-like legs on both sides of their bodies, the rest of the bodies were mostly dark green and purple, and they were very lifeless and disgusting colors. Their appearance was like a hodgepodge of various insects on Earth. It was hard to describe them in a few words. In short, they were extremely ugly. Kimoki was sighing at the size of these 3 giant insects. Although Qianxuan had said that they were giant insects before, he thought that they were about the same size as a calf. However, when he saw the giant insects in front of him, that were as tall as a floor, he was silent. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushan were not surprised, because they had seen giant insects before. Seeing the giant insects chasing them, the faces of the 6 people were distorted with fear. They seemed to have been running for a long time, lacking physical strength, and their supernatural powers were almost used up. They had reached the end of the road. Even so, they still dragged their legs that were about to break and ran forward. However, their steps were heavy and their speed was much slower than before. Soon, the man who was running at the end was nailed to the ground by a giant insect with a steel-like leg. Bright red blood gushed out from the wound, spreading a small area on the ground. The blood seemed to stimulate the giant insect, causing it to emit an excited kai sound from its mouth. The success of his companion seemed to stimulate the other 2 giant insects, and they immediately accelerated the speed of catching prey. The man nailed to the ground seemed a little slow, and he screamed half a beat late. The scream without warning scared Qianxuan and others, and even the mutant tiger chasing behind with its wings flapping in the air paused and almost fell down. But the man was silent halfway through the scream. A few people looked over and saw that the man was lifted up by the giant insect like a skewer, thrown into the huge mouth pits, and swallowed into the stomach bit by bit. What was terrifying was that they watched more and more of the man's body being swallowed, and the man's body never stopped struggling. At this time, there were 2 more screams similar to the previous one. They witnessed the giant insects eating twice. In the end, only the person who spoke at the beginning was still struggling to escape. When he was also nailed to the ground by the giant insect, he clenched his teeth and did not scream, but shouted to the people around him, "Save me. I know someone is there. I don't want to die. Save me." His voice was full of desire for life. While speaking, he struggled to wave his hands and released a few useless sparks. It seems that he is a fire-type mutant, but it seems that he has used up his superpowers. The few people behind the ruins were unmoved and listened to him. Kimoki looked at Qianxuan worriedly, fearing that she would be soft-hearted, but she looked calm and didn't move at all. He was stunned at first, and then laughed at himself. Well, his understanding of Qianxuan seemed to always stay in 10 years ago. How could he forget that Qianxuan had even been on the battlefield and must have killed people, so how could he be easily shaken? All 6 people were killed by the giant bugs, but the mutant tiger was still attacking the giant bugs tirelessly, causing the 3 giant bugs to make threatening sounds and even raise their legs to wave to drive the mutant tiger away. For a moment, the scene was deadlocked. There's something wrong with that mutant tiger. After a long while, seeing that the 4 were far away from them, Kimoki frowned and said softly, "What's wrong?" Qianxuan was puzzled. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin also looked puzzled. Kimoki raised his chin. Look at its size. Qianxuan looked up. What's wrong? It's the same size as an ordinary tiger. Qianxuan also reacted halfway through. That's a mutant tiger, how can it be the same size as an ordinary tiger? What do you mean? Qianxuan widened his eyes. Kimoki touched his chin. It should be a tiger cub that has not grown up yet. Not to mention the size, its attack power is also a bit weak. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin also suddenly realized. Qianxuan's eyes lit up. What do you think? Can we raise that tiger cub? Kimoki frowned. Let's not talk about the feasibility of this. Let's just say it succeeds. What do you want to do with a mutant tiger? Kill it and eat its meat. Why do you think so? Qianxuan glared at him. I want it to accompany Arfu and the others. After all, they are all children, so it can be considered as multiple playmates. Moreover, although the attack power of this mutant tiger is a little low due to its age, it can fly, and it can take Arfu and the others away at a critical moment. When they grow up, the mutant tiger will also grow up, and they can be fighting partners. Kimoki didn't care at first, but after hearing Qianxuan's words, he really started to consider it. After all, he absolutely didn't want Qianxuan to get into danger to save Arfu to happen again in the future. Well, have you forgotten? Mutated beasts are very hostile to humans, and it's unlikely to tame them. Ning Yushin reminded weakly. It's okay, isn't it a cub? It should be easier to tame it. No matter what, she had to try. Although there are many powerful monsters in her space, Arfu and the others are still young, and will not be able to sign a monster contract for a few years. And this time they left the capital to go to the S-City shelter, where they are unfamiliar with the place, so they have to pay more attention to protecting their safety. Chapter 135 Questions Candy. Ning Yushin hesitated. Then what are you going to do? She always felt that this matter was a little unreliable. Qianxuan was also a little troubled. I don't know, but let's follow carefully and see. As he said that, he had already crouched down and walked out of the ruins. It was really a one-sided thing. The remaining three looked at each other and followed behind helplessly. During the time they were talking, the mutant tiger had already chased the three giant insects for a long distance. They quickened their pace to catch up, and when they were 100 meters away, they were far behind. The three giant insects seemed to be annoyed by the mutant tiger's pursuit. They were irritably scratching the ground with their steel-like legs and making threatening kai-kai sounds from their throats. The mutant tiger was unmoved and was still taking turns to send wind blades to the three giant insects. To be honest, that arrogant look was quite asking for a beating, and of course, it was also quite stupid. Just as Qianxuan thought of this, he saw one of the three giant insects bend down with its entire abdomen and back, suddenly bounce up, and then use the body of the giant insect next to it as a leverage point to bounce a second time, and its steel-like legs grabbed the mutant tiger. The mutant tiger seemed to be frightened by its sudden counterattack and was stunned for a moment. It was a little too late to dodge. Although it avoided the neck, a big cut was made on its abdomen. Blood dripped from the sky, and the internal organs could be faintly seen from the wound. Roar! The mutant tiger was angry, baring its teeth, and roaring at the three giant insects below. Qianxuan and the others had no time to react to the sudden change in front of them. When they came to their senses, they knew they were in trouble. The mutant tiger had been reluctant to leave before, but now it couldn't leave, even if it wanted to. Sure enough, the three giant insects surrounded the mutant tiger on three sides on the ground, staring at the mutant tiger in the sky with their scalded eyes. At first, the mutant tiger was still sending out wind blades in anger. After a while, the wound was bleeding more and more. It also realized that its situation seemed to be a little bad. It turned around and wanted to escape, but the three giant insects were unwilling to let it go and followed closely behind it on the ground. The mutant tiger flew while turning back to growl at the three giant insects, but at this time, anyone could see that it was bluffing. What should we do? Looking at the anxious mutant tiger, Ning Yushin asked nervously. Qianxuan was also a little hesitant. Aki, do you think we should go to save it? She was not sure if they could deal with the three giant insects. After all, the strength of these giant insects could not be seen in the previous battle. Seeing that she did not notice the address to him in her words, Kimoki was a little happy. He looked at the 3 giant insects that looked like small houses in front of him, thought for a while and said, let's go up and try. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin should stay away. Qianxuan immediately understood what he meant. If the 2 of them were defeated, they could still hide in the inheritance realm, but Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin could not. No. Ning Yushin objected immediately. It's reasonable for you to leave me behind. After all, my fighting ability is not that good, but my husband's strength is still good. At least he can help. Jiang Heo also nodded quickly. Kimoki said calmly, Qianxuan and I are already at the peak of the late 5th stage, and Jiang Heo can only help a limited amount. Moreover, if we lose, we can be sure to escape. If Jiang Heo is here, he will definitely drag us down. His words were impolite, but his intention was good. 5th stage, or the peak of the late stage. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin were stunned. It was the first time they heard that someone had reached the 5th stage. Kimoki had said so much, Ning Yushin and Jiang Heo naturally would not insist anymore. After giving them a few words, they watched the 2 of them step forward to fight the giant insect. The 2 were very cautious. Kimoki was the first to take action. He drew out the tang sword at his waist and chopped at the giant insect, but the effect was not ideal. Because of the devouring power, Kimoki's knife was always effective in the past, but this time it only scratched a 1 centimeter deep wound on the giant insect's shell, which was not proportional to the strength he used. Although he was just testing and did not use all his strength, the result was also surprising to him. Moreover, Qianxuan looked at his hand. Just now, there seemed to be a rebound force coming. As soon as the attack landed, he attracted the attention of the giant insect. The steel-like legs swung at him, and Kimoki dodged it easily. At this moment, a silver, white, and black arrow shot by Qianxuan behind him suddenly pierced the eye of a giant insect. The giant insect made a piercing scream and fell to the ground. Qianxuan was stunned. As an archer, she just subconsciously attacked the eyes as a biological weakness, but she didn't expect that she would accidentally plant willows and trees. Kimoki also immediately knew the key. With a flash of his body, he jumped to the head of a giant insect in 2 or 3 steps. The giant insect was also smart. After failing to throw him off after a few attempts, it immediately gave up, looked at its dead companion, and immediately closed its eyes. Kimoki didn't care. He gently pressed the giant insect's eyelids with his left hand. Black mist surged, and the giant insect immediately let out a strange scream. When Kimoki inserted the Dao into its eyes, the sound suddenly became sharp and high, and then stopped abruptly. The remaining giant insect saw that the situation was not good, and actually abandoned the mutant tiger that was chasing it, and turned around to run. However, it was too late. Qianxuan's second arrow suddenly arrived, with a long arrow tail piercing the limbs between its body and legs. The giant insect screamed kai kai. At the same time, Kimoki had already climbed over and stood on the head of the giant insect and inserted a knife with a strong devouring force into the giant insect's mouthparts. Seeing the last giant insect also fall down, Qianxuan and Kimoki looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Was this too easy? Your weapon is a bow and arrow? After the battle, Kimoki asked Qianxuan, whose hands were empty. Well, Qianxuan circled around a giant insect. I'm good at bows and arrows and 2-handed daggers, and I use a magic wand when releasing magic. Kimoki nodded without changing his expression, but he was happy for Qianxuan's ability to protect herself. By the way, where is the mutant tiger? Qianxuan suddenly remembered the original intention of this battle. She looked up carefully, but there was no trace of the mutant tiger. Seeing Qianxuan was very anxious, Kimoki quickly comforted her. Don't worry, the mutant tiger is injured. We can find it by following the bloodstains on the ground. Qianxuan looked down and saw the scarlet bloodstains on the ground dripping in one direction. Then let's go and find it quickly. As he said, Qianxuan was about to pull Kimoki to find it along the bloodstains. Wait, we are not in a hurry. You forgot that there are Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin. Kimoki stood still, pointing to the scattered corpses of the giant insects, and these 3 giant insects are very useful to us. Qianxuan curled her lips in disdain. What's the use of that thing? As she said, she took a few steps back. Kimoki smiled helplessly. I just found that the shell of this giant insect is not only very hard, but also has a strange rebound force. I don't know if these insect shells can be used to make good armor, or even weapons. As he said, Kimoki had already moved like lightning, and separated the various parts of the 3 giant insects in a flash. So ugly, even if it is made into armor weapons, it will definitely not look good. Seeing Kimoki putting the 3 huge insect shells into the space ring, Kimoki frowned. Kimoki did not refute, but looked at her with a smile and indulgence. Qianxuan blushed a little when she was looked at by him, pointed to the remaining parts of the giant insect on the ground and asked, "What should we do with this? Just leave it here?" Kimoki frowned. "Burn it. Although the weather is cold, it will stink after a long time." Hearing this, Qianxuan threw a small fireball, and unexpectedly, those giant insect parts were completely gone in less than half a minute. Suddenly, in the dim moonlight, Qianxuan saw something glowing on the ground. She pulled the corner of Kimoki's clothes. "Go and have a look, there is something on the ground." Kimoki didn't understand, but he squatted down and looked at it as he said. When he stood up, he held something in his palm and handed it to Qianxuan. Qianxuan didn't take it, but looked at the thing in Kimoki's hand. It was the size of a soybean, red, and somewhat transparent, so it glowed just now. After a while, she stretched out her finger and poked it. Soft. Qianxuan was surprised and elastic, a bit like Questions candy. Qianxuan immediately closed his hands, fearing that Qianxuan would really swallow the strange red particles as Questions candy. You know, in his memory, Qianxuan really liked to eat the chewy Questions candy. "What are you talking about? What Questions candy?" Ningyashin pulled Jiang Heo over. "Here, let me show you." Qianxuan pried open Kimoki's hand and moved it in front of Ningyashin. Ningyashin looked at it for a long time, poked it with her finger, and said in surprise, "It really looks like Questions candy. This guy also loves Questions candy." "Really?" Qianxuan raised his chin. "But where did it come from?" Ningyashin wondered. "It was left after burning the 3 giant insects." Qianxuan looked up at Kimoki. "What should I do with this? Should I keep it? Leave it?" Kimoki hesitated and said, "Maybe it's something similar to the brain core. Maybe I can find its use in the future. Anyway, it doesn't take up space if I keep it." As he said this, he squatted down again to look for such red particles. Seeing this, Jiang Heo also squatted down to help find them. After searching for a while, the two found one each, but there was no more. When they looked again, it seems that a giant insect can only produce 1 red particle. After Kimoki put the 3 red particles into the space ring, the 4 of them followed the blood trail left by the mutant tiger. "Qianxuan, you and Kimoki are so powerful. You solved the giant insect so easily." Ningyashin couldn't help but admire on the way. You know, they also encountered a giant insect before, and half of their teammates died before they solved it. Qianxuan curled her lips indifferently. "I think they are too weak." "You can't say that." Kimoki pursed his lips. "If we attack their heads conventionally and never think of attacking those weaknesses, the shell on their bodies alone will be tricky enough." "Really?" Qianxuan was a little uncertain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Cellar. Following the blood trail, they arrived at the ruins of a rural house not long after walking. Looking at the ruins in front of her, Qianxuan frowned. "Did we find the wrong place?" She looked around and found that there was really no place for the mutant tiger to hide. Kimoki and Ningyashin were also a little confused, but Jiang Heo scratched his head. "Could it be in the cellar?" "Cellar?" Qianxuan was puzzled. "There is a cellar here?" In her understanding, cellars are mostly used to store wine. Jiang Heo didn't understand her hidden meaning, nodded and said, "Yes, many families in the countryside will dig a simple cellar to store crops or some pickled pickles and kimchi." It was the first time Qianxuan heard of such a thing, and nodded. Then Jiang Heo, "Do you know where those cellars are?" "I'll look for it." As he said, Jiang Heo began to look in the ruins. After a long time, Jiang Heo found a rusty lid in the backyard. After removing it, a downward staircase made of stone slabs appeared. Look. Kimoki pointed at the stairs. Everyone stared and saw a long line of blood covering the entire staircase. Qianxuan touched her chin. I didn't expect this mutant tiger to be so smart. It even knew to close the lid. Just now, she thought it was lost, but she didn't expect that the mutant tiger actually knew to close the lid. From this point of view, the mutant tiger's IQ should not be low. However, Qianxuan's idea was soon broken. They went down the stairs and saw the injured mutant tiger at a glance. But, the mutant tiger was actually digging the soil. Question mark? Too scary, isn't it? If it was a dog in front of them, they wouldn't be surprised, but it was a tiger. The majestic tiger in their impression. The tiger, the king of beasts. I don't know if it was because they drank the deodorant and walked very lightly, or because the mutant tiger was too selfless. In short, when they stood a few meters away from the mutant tiger was still digging the soil with its head down. Seeing this, they did not bother him, but stood aside patiently waiting for him to finish his work. Taking advantage of this time, Qianxuan took a good look at the mutant tiger. The mutant tiger was snow white, but there were no black stripes. There was a tuft of green hair on its tail and limbs, and even the word king on its forehead was green. Overall, the mutant tiger was very beautiful, with a noble aura all over its body. Of course, you have to ignore its stupid behavior at this time. At this time, the mutant tiger stopped moving, lowered its head, and took out a green brain core from the pit, and then quickly filled the pit with a few movements. Finally, it stepped on the filled pit a few times. The mutant tiger raised its head and swallowed the brain core in its mouth, and then saw 4 pairs of eyes staring at it, and the half-swallowed brain core was instantly stuck in its throat. The 4 people looked at the mutant tiger, who rolled his eyes and scratched his throat with his claws, and were silent. Is this mutant tiger a little stupid? Ning Yushan asked hesitantly. The mutant tiger just swallowed the brain core stuck in its throat, and heard such a sentence in its ears. It was immediately angry, moved its body, and growled at them. However, it seemed to recognize that they were the people who helped it before. Although it was growling, it did not attack. Qianxuan's eyes lit up. Do you understand what we say? The mutant tiger stopped growling and shook its head, as if saying of course. That look was funny, no matter how you look at it. Qianxuan laughed, and the eyes of several people around her also smiled. The mutant tiger didn't understand what the people in front of him were laughing at, and tilted his head in confusion. That look was silly and cute. Qianxuan smiled and said, "Hey, little tiger, do you want to go with us? Since they can communicate, things will be easy." Moreover, looking at it, this mutant tiger seems to be a little stupid and easy to deceive. Hearing this, the mutant tiger raised his head, as if he was dismissive of her proposal. Qianxuan was not discouraged and continued, "Look, you almost died at the hands of the giant bug before, and we saved you. Shouldn't you be grateful?" The mutant tiger looked at her, with confusion in his eyes. Qianxuan was stunned, a little embarrassed. It seemed that the other party couldn't understand something too complicated. It seemed that she had to be careful. After organizing her words, Qianxuan tempted, "If you follow us, there will be someone to play with you in the future. If you are bullied like today, someone will help you get revenge, and you can eat a lot of delicious meat. By the way, we can also give you a lot of brain cores that you ate before." She tried to make her words straightforward and easy to understand. The mutant tiger was unmoved by the first sentence, but when it came to the last sentence, its eyes lit up and seemed to be a little moved. However, before Qianxuan was happy, it shook its head firmly and lay on the ground. After that, no matter what Qianxuan said, the mutant tiger looked lazy and ignored her, which made her very depressed. Finally, after talking dry, the mutant tiger was already drowsy. Qianxuan's mouth drooped, and she looked at Kimoki with a wronged face. Kimoki handed her a bottle of water, touched her head and comforted her. "If it doesn't want to, forget it." Qianxuan was a little unwilling, but thinking that all her words were in vain, she could only nod her head weakly. Several people came out of the cellar and looked at the time, only to find that it was already past 11 o'clock. They were delayed before and didn't even find a place to spend the night. Moreover, Qianxuan and Ningyashin touched their stomachs and were so hungry Kimoki wrapped Qianxuan's somewhat cold hands with his warm hands. Since there is a cellar here, I think we don't need to find a house. Let's find a cellar to make do for one night. It's more important to fill our stomachs now. Several people were a little tired. Since they could save effort, they naturally didn't want to bother looking for a house. Not long after, Jiang Heo found a cellar in a ruin next to it. Several people opened the lid, let the air circulate, and walked in. It was so late, and they were tired and hungry. Naturally, they couldn't make anything complicated for dinner. In order to eat quickly, Qianxuan simply took out a medium-sized soup pot, set up the fire, put water in, and started to cook instant noodles. Just like at noon, everyone ate some food to fill their stomachs before starting to talk. By the way, Qianxuan, Ningyashin hurriedly swallowed the noodles in her mouth. I almost forgot, you haven't told me whether you are a space power user. Qianxuan spit out her tongue that was a little burned. No, I use a space ring, and Archie also has one. She naturally couldn't tell anyone outside the 8 clans about the inheritance world. Ningyashin's eyes widened. Space ring, isn't that something in novels? Jiang Heo on the side was also surprised. Qianxuan picked up a chopstick of noodles. We have a lot of space props in the Silver Star Air Force Corps. As long as you contribute enough, you can exchange them. Hearing this, like Qianxuan and others at the beginning, Jiang Heo and Ningyashin, who knew about the contribution system, were also eager to try. After dinner, Qianxuan burped and took out the test crystal to test the talents of Jiang Heo and Ningyashin. The results showed that Jiang Heo had a high-level Earth-type Dao-Ki talent, Ningyashin had a medium-level Fire-type Dao-Ki talent, and both of them had medium green mental strength. Qianxuan popularized the knowledge of magic and Dao-Ki to the two, and gave each of them a Dao-Ki secret book suitable for them. Before going to bed, Ningyashin curiously flipped through the sack that took up half of the cellar and exclaimed to everyone, "Come and see." Several people came forward curiously and found that the sack she opened was full of husked rice. Jiang Heo reached out and grabbed a handful, frowned and said, "It's a little moldy." But his words did not reduce Ningyashin's excitement at all. She opened a sack next to her and said, "What's the matter? We have eaten that before. This is still good." If it were in the shelter, a bag of rice that was only a little moldy could at least be exchanged for a 3rd level brain core. Even if we don't eat it, it's not bad to take it out to exchange for something. Finally, Ningyashin opened all the sacks and found that in addition to rice, there were a small number of sacks of corn flour, 2 small bags of flour and a small bag of sesame. Kimoki and Qianxuan looked at each other and thought that they were going to the shelter in S City soon. They couldn't be too conspicuous, nor could they be despised. These things were just right. There should be more than just this cellar. Let's go to other cellars tomorrow to look for them and see if we can get some. After putting the things away, Kimoki suggested. When Qianxuan and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. However, Qianxuan recalled that she had gone to the countryside to search many times before, but she never thought of the existence of the cellar. She felt a little regretful when she thought that she might have missed so much food. Because the cellar was a muddy floor, they laid plastic paper on the floor before going to bed and then covered it with sheets and quilts, which was okay. Before going to bed, Qianxuan always felt as if she had forgotten something important. She tried hard to think about it, but she couldn't think of it. When she was bleary-eyed and about to fall asleep, Qianxuan suddenly remembered it and sat up from the quilt. She didn't care about the freezing cold air and woke up Kimoki in the quilt next to her. "What's wrong?" Kimoki asked dazedly, yawning. "Oh no, many of Sasha and the other supplies are with me." Qianxuan was so anxious that she almost cried. Hearing the anxiety in Qianxuan's words, Kimoki's mind cleared up. "Speak more carefully." Qianxuan calmed down. "Do you remember? Before leaving the capital, before Grandpa asked you to put away your family's collections, they emptied all the supplies in their space rings and gave them to me." Kimoki pondered. "That shouldn't matter. After all, there are other people's space rings." Qianxuan was not as optimistic as him. "Based on my understanding of other people, let alone other things, there is definitely not much food in their space rings. On the way to the S City shelter, they might eat it all." In fact, their material resources were a little stretched. After all, the appetite of psychics has been increasing exponentially, and the same is true after practicing fighting spirit. Chapter 137 The Past of the Mutant Tiger. At this time, Ning Yashan's not so loud voice sounded. I don't quite understand what you are talking about, but there are many mutant animals outside now. As long as you are strong enough, you won't starve to death. Qianxuan and Kimoki suddenly realized, isn't it? They had never thought of it. But even if you don't starve to death, it will be more or less difficult. Qianxuan was still a little worried. No matter how much you worry now, it's useless. The only thing we can do is to meet up with them as soon as possible. As he said, seeing that she was shivering, Kimoki couldn't bear it and pushed her down, covering her body tightly with a quilt. That's right. Qianxuan was a little disappointed. Kimoki touched her head. Be good, go to sleep. Qianxuan was a little speechless. She was not a child. Why did she use a coaxing tone? She said goodnight in a sullen voice and closed her eyes. The cellar was a little cold after all, and Qianxuan had something on her mind. Although she was very tired, she couldn't fall asleep. Later, Kimoki saw her tossing and turning, and moved her to his quilt without saying anything. Qianxuan was startled and struggled for a while, but Kimoki's arms around her waist were as unmoved as iron, so she had to give up. However, Kimoki's arms were indeed very warm. She thought she would not be able to fall asleep, but she did not expect to sleep until dawn. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, several people woke up one after another, yawning. After washing up, they heated up some buns and steamed buns, and finished their breakfast with 8 treasure porridge. Coming out of the cellar, they began to search other cellars as agreed yesterday, and the result was more than expected. In addition to slightly moldy rice and grains such as flour and corn flour, they also harvested a lot of large bottles of soybean oil, blended oil, peanut oil, and condiments such as soy sauce, vinegar, and salt. In addition, there are a small amount of processed meat products such as beef jerky, pork jerky, and meat floss. Finally, after counting, there are several thousand kilograms of rice alone, and nearly 1,000 kilograms of flour and corn flour. Even if they don't eat them, they can exchange for a lot of things with supplies. Great. It would be great if we could harvest like this every day, Ning Yashan said whimsically. Be content. Qianxuan pinched her chubby cheeks. This kind of thing can only happen occasionally. We are lucky that no locals have looted all the food. Kimoki looked up and looked around. Look at these houses. They are all severely damaged. It is estimated that the meteor shower here was very dense at the time, and the houses were all smashed down. Not even a single person survived, so it was a bargain for us. After hearing this, several people thought that this made sense. The food was not taken away. After searching all the cellars, they got on the jeep again and started the journey to the shelter in S City. Before leaving, Qianxuan deliberately turned back and looked at the ruins behind her from the rear window, but the mutant tiger was nowhere to be seen as expected, which made her a little disappointed. This time, Jiang Heo was driving, Ning Yashan sat in the co-pilot, and Qianxuan and Kimoki sat in the back seat. Qianxuan looked at the bare scenery outside the car window in boredom, her thoughts drifting to who knows where. When she came to her senses, she turned her head and found Kimoki wiping his tang sword. Is your sword still usable? Qianxuan asked, looking at the horrible curling of the blade of the tang sword. Yeah. Kimoki raised the sword, and the blade shone brightly in the sunlight outside the car window. But it will probably break after a few uses. There was some regret in his tone. This sword has been with him for more than 10 years. He thought it would accompany him for a lifetime, but he didn't expect. Qianxuan heard that he seemed a little sad. It seemed that he had a lot of feelings for this sword. For a while, the jeep returned to its original silence. Jiang Heo was driving, Ning Yashan was trying to practice Daoqi, and Qianxuan turned her head to stare out the window again. The jeep did not stop. At lunchtime, they ate some rice balls and juice, and Jiang Heo was fed by Ning Yashan while driving. There seemed to be fewer zombies. Qianxuan muttered to herself. It's natural. Kimoki's deep voice sounded in her ears, but those who were eliminated were low-level zombies, and those who survived were high-level zombies. This is good. We don't have to be blocked by zombies when we go out like before. Qianxuan, who had just stopped practicing, said. That's right. Qianxuan took out a few bags of spiced peanuts and distributed them to everyone as snacks. For a while, the crunch chewing sounds continued in the car. By the way, how long will it take us to get to the shelter in S City? Qianxuan frowned and asked. 10 days at the fastest, half a month at the slowest. Kimoki opened the car window and threw the bag of spiced peanuts out. Why does it take so long? Qianxuan's shoulders drooped. Qianxuan turned around and comforted her. Qianxuan, don't worry. She stopped talking halfway and looked behind Qianxuan with a surprised look. Qianxuan and Kimoki turned around and found a mutant tiger lying on the rear window in a funny way. Wasn't it the mutant tiger that Qianxuan wanted to abduct before? Qianxuan was surprised, and Kimoki was also a little surprised. The mutant tiger lying on the rear window is very depressed now. It is said that the end of the world has come not long after this mutant tiger was born. At that time, it still had a tiger mother and 2 brothers and sisters. However, at the beginning of the doomsday, these animals had not yet mutated. Except for the zombies, all the living people in the zoo where they were located escaped, and therefore, no one fed the animals anymore. As a result, the zoo filled with various hungry animals was in chaos, and they began to kill each other. In order to hunt and protect them, the tiger mother would have all kinds of wounds of different sizes on her body every day. It's not that the tiger mother is the king of beasts. In addition to their drag, the most important point is that the 2 sharp teeth in the tiger mother's mouth for hunting have been pulled out by the breeder, which makes her suffer a lot in her daily hunting. Later on, the animals that survived in the zoo were not easy to mess with. Later, the mother tiger encountered a Brazilian python, and both were injured in the end. At that time, as the eldest, it bravely led its younger siblings out of hiding and worked together to grind the dying python to death with their not so sharp milk teeth. However, despite this, the mother tiger did not survive due to serious injuries and died within 2 days. For a long time, they lived on the corpses of the python and the mother tiger. When the corpses were eaten up, they dared not go out. They were hungry for several days. The younger siblings could not stand it, but they were suppressed by it. It knew very well that, if they left the mother tiger's territory, they would only die. Even though it was so cautious, its sister was still bitten in the throat by a sudden leopard. It will always remember the look of the leopard when it left with its sister's body in its mouth, a look of contempt and teasing. It was an indelible shame for it, but at that time it was more afraid. Yes, afraid. It knew very well that the leopard would not let them go. It would come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The next one to die would be either it or its brother. What it did not expect was that after that night, it suddenly mutated. Its body became as big as its mother tiger, it could fly in the air, and it could emit wind blades from its mouth. So, it killed the leopard, that killed its sister, and its brother had a long-awaited meal. However, it did not get complacent about this. It instinctively knew that its mutation was not unique. After dealing with the leopard, it almost did not stop for a moment and carried its brother on its suddenly enlarged body to escape from the zoo. For a period of time afterwards, it and its brother lived a carefree life. Not long after, its brother also mutated. Unlike it, after its mutation, its brother could emit fireballs from its mouth that were much more powerful than its wind blades. However, this was not good news for it. In addition to the emergence of more other mutant animals that it could not resist, its brother's body becoming as big as its own made it very troubled because it could no longer easily carry its brother to escape. Unfortunately, the younger brother had a hot temper and was prone to getting into trouble before. After the mutation, he was in constant trouble. From then on, they began to live a life of fleeing in embarrassment. However, the mutation came too quickly, and the younger brother provoked 3 giant insects that appeared at some unknown time. Seeing that he could not beat them, the younger brother fled back covered in wounds. Seeing the opportunity, it immediately carried the younger brother and flew into the sky to escape. Because the younger brother's body had grown, it was a bit difficult for it to carry him, but the 3 giant insects were still chasing him. After a day and a night, its physical strength reached its limit, and it flew lower and lower. The situation of him and his brother became precarious. Just as it was thinking about how to hold back the 3 giant insects and let the younger brother escape, the younger brother suddenly jumped off its back, and it was too late to stop him. In the end, it could only watch its younger brother being swallowed by the giant insects, and it only had time to tear off the younger brother's head and carry it away at the risk of its life. After that, it found a cellar, took out the red brain core from its brother's brain, dug a pit and hid it. From then on, it began to actively hunt to get the brain core it needed for advancement. Although it was hard, it still got a lot of cyan brain cores by relying on its ability to escape. It hid all these brain cores in the pit where its brother's brain core was hidden. The tiger mother, sister, and brother were all dead, and it was the only one left. But the Brazilian python that killed the tiger mother died, and the spotted leopard that bit the sister's throat died, so the 3 giant insects that swallowed the brother must also die. It began to entangle the 3 giant insects. Relying on its ability to fly, it recklessly attacked them with wind blades. However, the power of its wind blades was not even as strong as the brother's fireball, so naturally it returned empty-handed every time. However, it was not discouraged because it knew that it was still young, and when it was as big as the tiger mother, it would definitely help its brother avenge. Chapter 138 The Mutant Tiger Joins. At that time, the mutant tiger thought it would take a long time to kill the 3 giant insects, but it didn't expect the accident to come so quickly. It almost died, but it didn't die. Not only that, the 3 giant insects were killed by humans. It fled back to the cellar without caring about other things. It first dug out the brain core hidden in the pit to heal its wounds, but it was frightened by the sudden appearance of humans. It is a relatively special mutant animal. Because of its age, it has not been restricted by the zookeepers, nor has its sharp teeth been pulled out like the tiger mother. After escaping with its brother, the 2 tigers have not had conflicts with humans. So, in general, it has no bad impression of humans. Humans have not killed its relatives. It didn't understand some of the humans' words, but it understood the main meaning, that she wanted it to go with them. In fact, it didn't care where to go in the future. Anyway, it was the only one left. Originally, it was going to agree immediately, but it remembered the large and small cages in the zoo. So it decided to follow those people all the way, observe and decide whether to follow them. However, it soon felt that it had made a mistake. It had been flying all the way behind the iron box, where the people were sitting, but it was a little exhausted after flying for a while. After all, it had just been injured. Although it recovered after absorbing the brain core, it had been following the 3 giant insects for a whole day and had not eaten anything until now. But the iron box never stopped, so it didn't dare to go hunting at all, for fear of losing it accidentally. Finally, it felt that it couldn't hold on any longer, so it turned its mind and saw that the person in the iron box didn't look back all day, so it lay on the iron box to take a break. But it didn't expect that someone would look back after it lay there for a while, and it was naturally exposed to the sight of those people. Qianxuan immediately asked Jiang Heo to stop the car, opened the door, and ran to the back, saying happily, "Hey, little tiger, have you decided to go with us?" The mutant tiger looked at her, hesitated for a moment, nodded, but was a little listless. Qianxuan was so happy that she didn't care about that. She immediately asked it to get on the jeep and continued on the road. The space in the jeep was not small, so the back seat with the mutant tiger didn't seem particularly crowded. After getting on the car, the mutant tiger lay on Qianxuan's legs listlessly, and Qianxuan touched its fur with a curious look on her face. After a while, the mutant tiger spit out a red brain core on the seat and looked at Qianxuan. "For me?" Qianxuan pointed at herself in surprise. The mutant tiger immediately shook his head. "Then why did you spit it out?" Qianxuan was a little puzzled. She took a look at the brain core, which was the size of a baby's fist, but the color was a little light, and the energy contained was not much, not even as good as the second level. It was a bit like the baby zombies they had encountered before, that is, the brain core of the speedster. The mutant tiger shook his head anxiously, but didn't know how to express his meaning clearly. "What do you want me to do?" Qianxuan was a little confused by its disorganized way of expression. Kimoki on the side was thoughtful. "Does it want you to hang this crystal core around its neck?" He actually didn't like this mutant tiger very much. As soon as Kimoki finished speaking, the mutant tiger nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Qianxuan also breathed a sigh of relief. This mutant tiger's ability to express itself was too fierce. If it continued like this, she might lose patience. After thinking about it, she took out a slender silk spit out by the golden flame magic spider. The silk of the golden flame magic spider was as thin as a hair, but it was unbreakable even below the god level. After measuring the size of the brain core, she flew her hands to weave a delicate net bag, put the red brain core in it, and tied it loosely around the neck of the mutant tiger. Not to mention, the golden silk thread and the fiery red brain core intersected together, forming a gorgeous and flamboyant look, which was very pleasing to the eye. The mutant tiger seemed very happy, and no longer as listless as before. From time to time, he stretched out his claws to touch the brain core on his neck. Although the brain core is very hard, its movements are very light, even a little cautious. Qianxuan and Kimoki looked at each other. It seems that this is still a mutant tiger with a story. Goo at this moment, a strange sound rang out. After searching for a while, they found that the sound came from the mutant tiger's stomach. The mutant tiger covered its face with its two paws, buried it in Qianxuan's knees, and refused to look up. It was embarrassed. Several people smiled. Qianxuan took out a Texas roast chicken from the space, opened the package, and the aroma of meat immediately spread out. The mutant tiger didn't care about being embarrassed, and immediately raised its head, looking at the roast chicken in Qianxuan's hand with shining eyes. What made Qianxuan happy was that, although it wanted to eat, it didn't pounce on it. It seems that this mutant tiger is not a perverse person. In this way, she would be more assured to let it accompany Afu and the others. After watching for a long time, seeing that Qianxuan still didn't give it the roast chicken, the mutant tiger's ears drooped, looking pitiful. It looked like a child who didn't get any candy, which was so funny that Qianxuan and the others almost laughed out loud. Finally, Qianxuan stopped teasing the mutant tiger and gave it the roasted chicken in her hand. The mutant tiger ate quite well. Although it was not very polite, there were no bones flying everywhere. The mutant tiger had a big appetite and stopped eating after eating nearly 10 Texas roasted chickens. Just like that, from that day on, the mutant tiger joined their team. Because they wanted to get to the S-City shelter as soon as possible, they tried to avoid fighting in the next few days. As they got closer and closer to the S-City shelter, they met more and more people. Everyone had the same purpose, which was to go to the S-City shelter. There were several times when they met other teams who saw that they were quite strong and followed a mutant tiger, so they invited them to go on the road together, but they all declined politely. Of course, they also met too many people who had bad intentions towards them, but they were all dealt with by Kimoki, either intimidating or with a few words. At the same time, the more people they met, the more they discovered one thing. It seems that most of these survivors are psychics, and most of them are high-level psychics. Ningyashin said hesitantly. That's true. Jiang Heo replied, looking at a Land Rover passing by the car window. That's for sure. Qianxuan replied while sipping yogurt, who doesn't have some skills to escape from that kind of insect tide? Compared to psychics, I'm more concerned about the ordinary people who survived. These people either survived with the protection of psychics, or have great abilities themselves. After a pause, Qianxuan smiled, but the top management of the S-City shelter seems to have a headache. Kimoki understood, and raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? Jiang Heo and Ningyashin looked confused. Think about it. Qianxuan smiled cunningly. With so many high-level psychics coming here, are the top management of the S-City shelter happy or unhappy? Of course they are happy. Why do you ask? Ningyashin was confused by the question. Maybe. Qianxuan raised her eyebrows with a smile. But have you ever thought about what so many high-level psychics will bring to the S-City shelter? You mean? Ningyashin understood a little. Qianxuan smiled slightly. Yes, these high-level psychics must have had a high status in the original shelter. Do you think they can accept the situation in the S-City shelter, where the aristocratic families control it? No. Ningyashin answered decisively. That's right. Qianxuan's mouth curled up slightly. They will fight, and the S-City shelter will be in chaos. The most interesting thing is that the top management of the S-City shelter must also know this truth, but they still have to accept these survivors. Why? Ning Yashan didn't understand again. Qianxuan leaned back on the chair, because they dare not. Think about it, if these survivors are rejected by S-City, what will they do? You mean riot? Ning Yashan widened her eyes. Qianxuan shook her head. It would be fine if it was just a riot. You forgot that many of these survivors were the original leaders of the shelter, and they are all very scheming. As the saying goes, hooligans are not to be feared, but hooligans with culture are to be feared, which is exactly what is happening now. At this point, Ning Yashan had completely understood what she meant. When they were talking, they had already encountered several cars. At this time, those who could still find oil to start the car were basically not small characters, so everyone tacitly walked their own way and tried not to have conflicts. However, that can only be said to be trying. It is impossible to have no conflicts at all. Look, that night, they had just found a place to stay, and they heard angry curses and screams coming from outside. You dare? Why shouldn't I dare? Sister-in-law, stop him. Mom. Several people looked at each other and walked out. Following the sound, they soon came to the place where the incident happened. They saw a man with a sinister face pinching a young woman with a pretty face. The young woman's face flushed, and she opened her mouth wide and couldn't make a sound. More than a dozen people on the opposite side were all panic-stricken, and there was even a little girl crying for her mother. Looking at the smug smile on the face of the man who was pinching the young woman, Qianxuan frowned. In addition to them, there were several other teams that arrived here earlier than them. Kimoki asked around and found out that the vicious man did not belong to any team at all. He seemed to have appeared suddenly, and no one knew why he wanted to kill the young woman. If it weren't for the alertness of the captain of that team, who was also the husband of the young woman, he might have escaped long ago. We have no grudges against you. We don't even know each other. Let my wife go. The captain was extremely anxious, but he didn't dare to act rashly, because the other party had grabbed his wife. The onlookers were in an uproar. They didn't know each other at all. They originally thought it was a vendetta or something. Qianxuan frowned even tighter, looking at the vicious man thoughtfully. Chapter 139 Arrival at the S-City shelter. What's wrong? Seeing the strange color on Qianxuan's face, Kimoki asked with concern. Qianxuan was stunned and looked at him strangely. You didn't feel anything at all? It shouldn't be. Kimoki was puzzled. What did you feel? Qianxuan pursed her lips at the sinister man, the energy fluctuations on the man's body. Hearing this, Kimoki suddenly realized. His eyes focused, looked forward, frowned, and just as he was about to say something, he heard a scream from the front. Oh no, sister-in-law is rolling her eyes. You, let go. Mom. Qianxuan, who was thinking about something with her head down, suddenly raised her head and saw the young woman who was twitching and convulsing all over her body. Without thinking, she picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the sinister man. Whether as a thief or an archer, she was outstanding in both eyesight and hand strength. The stone thrown from her hand accurately hit the wrist of the sinister man. Ah! The sinister man let go of the young woman's hand in pain. Everyone was stunned by the sudden situation at first, but the captain was the first to come to his senses and rushed forward to grab his wife back. Aling, how are you? The captain asked in panic while holding the young woman, but he didn't get any response. He was anxious, so he lowered his head and began to give the young woman artificial respiration. Cough cough cough. After a while, the young woman woke up slowly and coughed heartbreakingly. Seeing this, everyone around was relieved, and the little girl stopped crying. Seeing that the person was no longer in danger, those people naturally thought of finding the culprit to settle accounts. At this time, the face of the sinister man was no longer arrogant, but panicked. He seemed to want to escape, but as soon as he took a step, a thin man suddenly blocked him. Stay here. As his voice fell, the sinister man staggered and almost fell down. Gravity psychopath. Qianxuan and the others looked at each other. Sure enough, if they could get here, basically no one could be underestimated. At this time, the captain also strode up and grabbed his neck. Good job. I haven't suffered such a big loss for a long time. The tone was gloomy and cruel. Compared with before, the sinister man was like a quail at this moment, with a panic on his face. At this time, the weak voice of the young woman sounded intermittently. Ahem. Just now, cough cough cough, absorbed my cough superpowers. Her throat was obviously injured, and her voice was hoarse and vague. Even so, who among the people present had poor hearing? Naturally, she heard her words clearly. Everyone was stunned, and all kinds of whispers came. Qianxuan and Kimoki looked, as if it was just as expected. The captain was also stunned, and it was obviously the first time he heard such a thing. Originally, most people stayed out of today's events and just watched the fun. Now, after hearing such a thing, the situation is different. In the end times, people cherish their lives, especially those of them who have finally survived to this day. Now that there is a person who can absorb superpowers, these people naturally can't stay calm. They could be said to be too cautious, too timid, or paranoid. The man who appeared in front of them today was doomed to die. Everyone had similar ideas. After being shocked, the captain pinched the man's hand harder and harder, and was determined to strangle him to death. The man's face turned red, and then slowly turned pale. The panic in his eyes gradually turned into despair. Just when everyone thought that the matter had been settled, a flash of determination flashed in the man's eyes. Some people who saw it felt a little nervous. Just as they were about to open their mouths to remind everyone, they saw small whirlpools appear around the man, and then they grew bigger and bigger. Almost instantly, everyone retreated quickly. Kimoki saw the opportunity even faster. Without saying a word, he picked up Qianxuan and retreated several hundred meters in an instant. Jiang Heo and Ning Yushan saw him retreating, and naturally followed him closely. Boom. Just as everyone stood still, a deafening explosion sounded. Almost at the same time, all kinds of screams were heard. When the explosion completely subsided, all kinds of curses were heard. MD. Fortunately I acted quickly, and saved my life. Arsehole, he actually blew himself up. I was almost scared to death. Damn it, people with that kind of superpower are really not good people. However, what is more fortunate is that, although many people were injured, no one really died. The most unlucky one was the captain. Although he escaped quickly, he was too close and his chest was blown into a bloody mess. Fortunately, he saved his life, but he had to rest for a long time. The matter ended bleakly, and Qianxuan and the others naturally did not stay for long, and went back leisurely. I said, that person's superpower is a bit like yours. On the way, Qianxuan poked Kimoki's waist and said, there is no comparison at all. Kimoki was a little unhappy to hear Qianxuan compare himself with other men. His method is not considered devouring at all. It can only be said to be similar to the star-absorbing technique in martial arts novels. That's right. Qianxuan didn't take it too seriously. She just mentioned it casually before. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly have the good intention to save people? Others may not have seen it, but he who had been paying attention to Qianxuan saw her little tricks in secret. Qianxuan took a deep breath and said casually, why so many whys? Just do it, if you want to. If the young woman died, her daughter would be very sad. At this time, they had returned to the place where they stayed tonight. They opened the door and went in. Because it was late, they didn't say much, and went to bed. The next day, they continued to rush to the S-City shelter. Later, there were basically no zombies on the road, but occasionally they would encounter some mutant animals and animal zombies. On the fourth day, they finally saw the gate of the S-City shelter. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, Qianxuan was dumbfounded. There are too many people, right? At a glance, it was basically a dense crowd of heads. If it was before the end of the world, it would definitely be all black, but now it is colorful. After all, the higher the level of supernatural power, the more changes there are in appearance. At first, they waited patiently, but after a few hours, the team in front did not shorten, and they became a little impatient. What's going on? Aren't you going to accept survivors? Although she said so, Qianxuan didn't think it was really the case. At this time, they all got out of the car, so several people around heard her words. Looking over, she found that the person who spoke was a beautiful girl. Judging from her appearance and strength, she nodded in a friendly manner, and then retracted her gaze. She was just being polite, but in Kimoka's eyes, it became those men's peeping at Qianxuan. He felt sour in his heart that he took Qianxuan into his arms. Qianxuan looked at his stinky face in confusion, and when he saw that he had no intention of answering, he rolled his eyes and ignored it. Ningyashin on the side was very happy. Along the way, Kimoka's thoughts on Qianxuan were obvious to a blind person. Qianxuan probably knew this, but she still often failed to notice Kimoka's various possessiveness and jealous behaviors, and only attributed them to Kimoka's bad mood. At noon, they ate some dry food in the car hastily, and lunch was considered eaten. It's not that they are not in the mood to cook, but there are so many people now, and they don't want to be the target of public criticism. You know, in the end of the world, most people haven't eaten hot food for several months. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qianxuan's mood can no longer be described as impatient, and she has reached the edge of irritability. What's the matter? I've been waiting for most of the day, and there's not even an explanation. If this goes on, I don't know if I can enter the gate of the shelter at night. Qianxuan complained, while playing with Kimoka's hand. Kimoki patted her head with his empty hand. Don't worry, you can always get in. Why are you patting me? I'm not a puppy. Her tone was a little aggressive. Kimoki was stunned for a moment, and then smiled dotingly. Sorry. His tone was gentle, and he didn't look angry at all. Qianxuan knew that he was being unreasonable, but when he saw him apologize so sincerely, he choked and felt a little embarrassed. He put down his hand, turned around and looked out the window without saying a word. Kimoki, who was standing next to him, looked helpless as he saw Qianxuan with his back to him. Even so, others could see at a glance that he was happy with it. Qianxuan was right. Until the evening, their jeep had not been able to move forward at all, and naturally could not enter the gate of the shelter. However, this time he gave an explanation. It seems that among the survivors who entered the shelter before, there was a high-level psychic who had no wounds on his body, but he was directly transformed into a slow walker less than half a day after entering the base. Caught off guard, hundreds of people died in the shelter. Therefore, the door of the shelter has not been opened today, and the top management of the shelter is discussing a solution. Hearing about this, everyone was very surprised. Apart from other things, it was the first time they heard that there were other ways of infection of the zombie virus besides wounds, and that high-level psychics could actually directly become level 4 zombies after transforming into zombies. All of a sudden, people outside the shelter became nervous, and everyone began to fear that their companions would turn into high-level zombies after they fell asleep. It's not that they don't trust their companions. Haven't you heard that the high-level psychic who turned into a zombie was not injured at all? This kind of thing cannot be controlled by human will. Otherwise, who would want to turn into a zombie? Unlike other teams who saw everyone around them as high-level zombies, Qianxuan and others had a good sleep that night. It's not that they are heartless, but they know that worrying will not help, so it's better to relax and have a good rest for a night, so that they have the energy to deal with high-level zombies that may appear at any time. Chapter 140 Family News. Originally, they thought that the top management of the S-City shelter would come up with a solution the next day and allow all the survivors to enter the shelter. But they didn't expect that the matter would be delayed again and again, and it hadn't been resolved after 3 days. At first, everyone was still wary of their companions who might suddenly turn into high-level zombies, and the atmosphere was tense. But when 3 days passed, there was no movement at all, and everyone's mentality began to calm down. Some people even began to suspect that the high-level zombies were fabricated by the shelter with the purpose of grinding their arrogance and giving them a head start. Don't say it, there are really many people who believe this statement. Therefore, on the 3rd day, there were more and more survivors outside the shelter, and there were complaints. However, Qianxuan didn't agree with that statement. She didn't think the top management of the S-City shelter would be so stupid. After all, the survivors couldn't go in, and the people in the shelter couldn't come out. Just when Qianxuan thought that they would still have to spend the 4th night outdoors, news from the shelter came from the front. I heard that a high-level zombie suddenly transformed appeared in the shelter again. Ningyashin pulled Jiang Heo back with excitement. These days, everyone camped on the spot waiting to enter the shelter, but they still had to eat and drink water. Ning Yushan took the opportunity to start trading with those people using the clean water condensed by her supernatural power. Because water-based supernatural people were rare, she exchanged a lot of things. High-level zombies appeared in the shelter. Why are you happy? Qianxuan was very surprised. Ning Yushan took a few breaths. This time it's different. The high-level supernatural who transformed into a high-level zombie is an original member of the shelter. Hearing this, Qianxuan raised her eyebrows. This is interesting. Don't stay outside. Come in quickly. Maybe we can get in today. Kimoka's voice came from the half-open car window. Sure enough, not long after, the door of the shelter opened, and the team in front began to move. Seeing this, many people cheered excitedly, and even cried with joy. They are not exaggerating. If they continue like this, they will not be able to eat all the food they have stored, if they just wait around every day instead of hunting. Moreover, these people are all refugees. How can they not be happy to have a place to stay? A few hours later, it was finally Qianxuan and the others' turn. The procedure was relatively simple. All they had to do was fill out a form and hand in a third-order brain core to become a member of the S-City shelter. The form was not complicated either. It only had 4 items: name, gender, age, and whether or not they had superpowers. It couldn't be simpler. From this point of view, the S-City shelter was quite reasonable and did not require them to fill in specific superpower information. However, she thought about it and understood the intention of the top management of the S-City shelter. After all, not every superpower has a mutated appearance. On the contrary, those with special abilities who are hard to guard against will most likely remain unchanged in appearance. Like Kimoka's devouring, Ruan Ming's air manipulation, Shasha's perspective, Zuan Qian's transformation, Ping Ziyuan's space. If it is really mandatory to fill in, many of those special ability users will directly fill in no superpowers and conceal their own situation. Instead of doing this, it is better to just determine whether there is a superpower and then secretly investigate, which is easier than finding those special ability users among the crowds of ordinary people. However, even so, if it is a person with very special superpowers and no big backstage, he will still directly conceal his identity as a superpower user, which is a situation that cannot be avoided. It was the third level brain core that made Qianxuan frown fiercely. This is too dark, and what worries her more is that there are more than 10,000 people in Yingxingkang, which means they have to hand over 10,000 third level brain cores. She doesn't think they can hand it over. Qianxuan and Kimoki looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The 4 people completed the entry procedures and each received a light blue card, which is probably the same as an ID card. After entering the shelter, not long after walking, the first thing that caught their eyes was 3 houses with crowds of people at the door. They used a second order brain core to ask an old lady in work clothes, and only then did they know that these houses were a real estate agency, a task release hall, and a job market. Because they had received benefits and saw that they were survivors who had just entered the shelter and looked like psychics, the old lady was very enthusiastic and told them a lot about the shelter. She said that the housing areas of the S-City shelter are divided into 5 areas: Area A, Area B, Area C, Area D, and Area E. Whether in terms of environment or public security, Area A is the best and Area E is the worst. Area A is mostly inhabited by high-ranking and senior military officers of the shelter and their families. Area B is mostly inhabited by military personnel and their families. Area C is mostly inhabited by psychics and their families. Area D is mostly inhabited by wealthy families who fled with a large amount of supplies from local or other places. Area E is mostly inhabited by ordinary people. In addition to the residential area, there are 2 other important places in the S-City shelter. One is Longtang Street, and the other is the Life and Death Arena. Longtang Street is the trading area of the shelter, where there are various shops and transactions. The Life and Death Arena is actually a life and death arena, which is used for people in the shelter to resolve personal grudges, regardless of life or death. Killing people at will in the shelter is not allowed, but the Life and Death Arena is a special case. Auntie, did a large team come from the capital a few days ago? Qianxuan asked after the auntie had almost finished describing the situation in the toilet. The auntie didn't know why she asked this, but for the sake of the second level brain core, she still answered very diligently. Yes, there are nearly 10,000 people, and most of them are superpowers. We were shocked. As she said this, the auntie patted her chest with lingering fear. Qianxuan's face was as if struck by lightning. The three words nearly 10,000 people kept circling in her mind. How could there be only nearly 10,000 people? Even if they were surrounded by zombie fish that day, it is impossible that only these people were left. Kimoki was also shocked, but he didn't lose his composure like Qianxuan. He blocked Qianxuan behind him without leaving any trace and asked, "Auntie, do you know where they live now?" Hearing this, Qianxuan also came back from the shock and pricked up her ears eagerly. "In Area C," the aunt answered without hesitation. Seeing Kimoki was a little surprised, the aunt looked around, leaned over and whispered, "I see that you seem to know them, so I'll remind you that no matter what kind of relationship you had with them before, you can't go to them now." "What do you mean?" Kimoki asked in a low voice. Qianxuan was anxious, but pretended to look at the aunt with curiosity. Ningyashan and Jianghao were really curious. The aunt seemed a little hesitant, but seeing that they all looked like they were waiting for her to answer their questions, she felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart and waved her hand and asked them to come over. "Let me tell you, the former mayor of our rest city, Wu, was taken a fancy to by the second young lady of the Tang family. She had been pestering him to marry her, but Mayor Wu had always refused on the grounds that he already had a family. But the second young lady Tang refused to give up, thinking that his wife might have already turned into a zombie or been killed by zombies, and kept pestering him. But I didn't expect that the senior members of the team called Silver Star Air Force Regiment who came this time were family members of Mayor Wu, and Mayor Wu's wife also came with them, and they have 2 sons. I thought the second young lady Tang would give up, but I didn't expect that she actually hated Mayor Wu's wife and threatened to kill her if the original wife didn't divorce Mayor Wu. The Tang family doted on the second young lady Tang the most. For her, they mobilized many people with special abilities to capture Mayor Wu and put him under house arrest at the Tang family. Even the base of the Silver Star Air Force Regiment was surrounded by people who would not let anyone out, saying that anyone who went out would be killed, in an effort to put pressure on Mayor Wu's family and the original wife and force her to submit. Why is the Tang family so arrogant? Didn't they say that you can't kill people in the shelter? Ningyashan covered her mouth and screamed. Fortunately, she was careful with her volume and didn't attract other people's attention. The aunt sighed. What's the use? The rules were originally set by the Tang and Rang families. Everyone was silent. After that, the aunt told them some precautions in the shelter and asked them to find a house as soon as possible, and then left. After the aunt left, Qianxuan's emotions, which were already on the verge of an explosion, could no longer be controlled, and she was so angry that she trembled all over. How unreasonable. When have the people of their 8 major clans ever suffered such humiliation? Even Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang, although they planned to kill so many of their clansmen, never dared to humiliate them like the Tang family did now. Thinking that everyone in the Silver Star Air Force Corps could not go out now, nor could they hunt, and the food might have run out, her family, friends, and even her elderly grandparents were starving. She hated the second Miss Tang. Although she knew that the Silver Star Air Force Corps was dormant now, it did not mean that it would always be like this. In addition to being restricted by the arrest of her second brother, it was more likely because they had just arrived and had not yet figured out the context of the S-City shelter, so they did not dare to act rashly for the time being. Based on her understanding of her 5th uncle, his 5th uncle must be planning something. But no matter how much she knew, it could not make up for her worry about her family and friends, let alone reduce the raging anger in her heart. Qianxuan, what should we do now? Ningyashan looked worried and cautious. Qianxuan was now full of anger. How could she come up with an idea for a while? In the end, it was Kimoki who made the decision. Okay, let's find a place to live first, and the rest will be discussed after we settle down. Originally, they planned to go directly to the base of the Silver Star Air Force Corps to meet up with everyone, and did not plan to find another house, but the situation is different now. Naturally, everyone had no objection. In the end, they spent a second level brain core and rented a small suite in Area C for a month. They also knew the value of the second order brain core. No wonder the old lady was so enthusiastic and answered all their questions. She was willing to tell them everything she knew. According to the map they just bought, they took the key and walked towards the newly rented house. The few people who left did not notice that there was a man not far away who was staring at Qianxuan's back until she disappeared in the crowd. Chapter 141 Temporary Settlement. Following the map in their hands, the four of them walked for more than 20 minutes and finally arrived at the newly rented house. The houses in Zone C of the S-City shelter were all newly built after the earthquake. The floors were not high, and the one they rented was only one floor, an old-fashioned bungalow. They took out the key and opened the door. It was empty inside, with nothing inside, which made them experience what bare walls meant. The four of them looked at each other and walked in. Ningyashan touched the wall with her hand and got a handful of dust. "It's so dirty, it looks like we need to clean it." Kimoki was about to say something, but saw Ningyashan wave her hand, and a stream of water condensed in the air, and then saw Ningyashan manipulate the water to suck away the dust on the ground, walls, and ceiling one by one. In less than 5 minutes, the water that returned to Ningyashan had turned into a dirty water ball. Kimoki stroked his forehead. He almost forgot that they had a water-based superpower here. When Ningyashan opened the door and threw out the dirty water, Qianxuan, who had been immersed in her own thoughts, also came back to her senses. She didn't bother to look at the layout of the new house. She just walked around to fill in all the missing furniture and arrange them with the help of others. Back in the living room again, the four of them sat on the sofa facing each other. "Xuanxuan, what are your plans?" Kimoki asked gently. By now, Qianxuan had calmed down from her previous shock and anger, and her rationality was slowly coming back. She pondered for a moment and said, "Let's not act rashly for the time being. Let's find out the situation of the Tang family first. Then, while the people of the Tang family don't know about our existence, let's find a way to rescue the second brother from the Tang family. In addition, we also have to find out why the Tang family is targeting the Silver Star Air Corps." Kimoki added, "Isn't it to force the second sister-in-law and the second brother to divorce?" Qianxuan was surprised. Jiang Heo and Ningyashan also looked puzzled. Kimoki shook his head. "It's not that simple. The Tang family is a big family. I don't think they will confront a force like Silver Star Sky with nearly 10,000 superpowers just because they love their daughter. At least in their eyes, there are so many superpowers in Silver Star Sky." And after a pause, Kimoki continued, "If they really wanted to make Miss Tang get what she wanted, they wouldn't do it so drastically. After all, how could anyone who wants to become in-laws really want to offend their future in-laws? In my opinion, their actions are more like targeting the entire Silver Star Air Force Corps." Qianxuan was silent. After hearing what Kimoki said, she also realized that she had been a little negligent before. However, she couldn't think of what the Tang family wanted to get from the Silver Star Air Force Corps. Because of the news they got today, the four of them didn't have much appetite for dinner. In order to divert Qianxuan's attention, Kimoki personally went to the kitchen to cook a big bowl of beef stew noodles, but the effect didn't seem to be very good. Although Qianxuan ate it all to give face, she was a little absent-minded and obviously had no taste for food. The newly rented house has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Originally, Qianxuan and Ningyashan were going to share a room, and Jiang Heo and Kimoki were going to share a room. However, they didn't expect that just after dinner, Ningyashan quickly pulled Jiang Heo into one of the rooms, and the door was slammed shut, leaving Qianxuan and Kimoki facing each other awkwardly. "Well, I'll go and call them out." Kimoki touched his nose and said he wanted to share a room with Qianxuan, but she didn't want to force her. Qianxuan held back Kimoki, who was about to knock on the door. "No, she probably won't pay attention to you. Don't bother, let's just make do for one night." She was a little tired and really didn't have the energy to make a fuss. When Kimoki heard Qianxuan take the initiative to share a room with him, he was originally very happy, but when he saw her tired face, he understood her idea. Almost as soon as she entered the room, Qianxuan entered the realm of inheritance, which was also part of the reason why she didn't insist on not sharing a room with Kimoki. During this period, because of Jiang Hao and Ning Yushan, she had not entered the inheritance realm for a while. She also completed routine training outside, and the effect was not a little worse than that in the inheritance realm. She did not appreciate the scenery in the inheritance realm that she had not seen for many days. Almost as soon as she entered, she fell on the grass, relaxing her whole body in contact with the soft grass, her eyes half closed, and her mind began to be confused. When she woke up again, Qianxuan felt that all the fatigue before going to bed was swept away, and her spirit and energy reached the best state. She opened her hands and felt the gentle breeze blowing on her face. The tip of her nose was filled with the fragrance of various flowers and plants. It was fresh and natural, and made people happy from the bottom of their hearts. She felt that the hand she stretched out was full of wind, just like embracing her own freedom and peaceful future. How nice it would be if she could stay here forever and not go out. In an instant, such a thought flashed through her mind. However, she quickly threw away such thoughts. Outside, there were her family, her friends, and Kimoki. There were many responsibilities that she could not let go of. After a while, Qianxuan's fluctuating heart calmed down again. She first went to the basement to practice Shan Wuli's mental method. Because of the sufficient accumulation before, she naturally entered the 4th level of Shan Wuli. At the same time, her magic level also reached the 6th level due to the experience of her previous life. After several tests, Qianxuan was sure that she really had no bottleneck this time, and broke through the 3rd level of Shan Wuli. Qianxuan could not suppress the excitement in her heart. You know, entering the 4th level, the power of Shan Wuli created by Nonado was truly revealed. In this way, she had more confidence in rescuing her second brother. Qianxuan carefully recalled the archery skills and two-handed dagger use skills that could be used in the 4th level of Shan Wuli, and then began to familiarize and practice again and again. Just like the magic of the 4th level will have range magic, which is more handy for group battles, the same is true for archers. Thieves have always been a single combat force, but starting from the 4th level, the lethality of thieves is no longer comparable to the past. Just in terms of speed, if Qianxuan uses the phantom void step with all her strength, people passing by will only feel a breeze blowing. Compared with the skills before the 4th level, the 4th level skills are much more difficult to learn. Even if Qianxuan is focused, she still only learns the skills of the archer, and she has only learned them, but not mastered them. Seeing that it is getting late, the remaining Qianxuan can only be left for later. Before going out, Qianxuan, who was sweating all over, took a shower first. So, Kimoki waited in the room for several hours, and what appeared in front of him was Qianxuan, who was wearing a loose bathrobe, with slightly wet hair and a flushed face. He dared to guarantee with his proud observation that this bold woman must be wearing nothing inside. Seeing Qianxuan crawling into the bed with a nonchalant look on her face, Kimoki withdrew a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth. Does this little girl know that the man standing in front of her is a man? Or a hot-blooded man who has improper thoughts about her? For a moment, Kimoki was a little bit amused. I don't know how to understand Qianxuan's behavior. Is she reassuring him, or does she not regard him as a man at all? Qianxuan didn't know the entanglement in Kimoki's heart. The reason why she did this was that she felt that the two of them had slept in the same bed anyway, and secondly, because of the little bit of bad thoughts that came out of her heart that she could not control. But soon, Qianxuan regretted her decision. She should wrap herself up thickly. She didn't expect that it was not only Kimoki who was affected, but also herself. After the two said goodnight, they occupied one side of the bed and planned to fall asleep. At first, Qianxuan didn't feel it, but soon, she felt that, even if the two didn't touch, there was still a male scent and hot body temperature that could not be ignored next to her. Listening to the breathing sound that was slightly heavier than her own, Qianxuan couldn't help but become nervous, and she was also a little embarrassed in her heart, and she didn't dare to move her body. Kimoki's situation was even worse. He could only feel the fresh body fragrance of his beloved next to him lingering on his nose, and the shallow breath was like blowing on his heart, making him start to itch. Qianxuan, who had just been wearing a loose bathrobe, flashed through his mind uncontrollably, with delicate collarbones, moist eyes, rosy cheeks, and lips as delicate as petals. Thinking of this, Qianxuan's body began to heat up, but he didn't dare to move, for fear that Qianxuan would discover his condition. It's not that he hadn't thought about just jumping over and getting what he wanted, but as soon as this idea flashed through his mind, he immediately dismissed it. As the one who fell in love first between the two, and perhaps the one who loved more deeply, his attitude towards Qianxuan, as long as it was not about principles, was always cautious and cautious. This is not to say that he is timid, but that he cherishes her too much, especially after losing her once. Qianxuan's condition was better than Qianxuan's after all, and the practice in the inheritance world really exhausted her. Not long after, she fell asleep in a daze, leaving Qianxuan tormented by all kinds of fantasies in his heart for a whole night. The next day, the two people who appeared in the living room showed two completely different mental states. Qianxuan looked refreshed, obviously having a good night's sleep, while Qianxuan yawned continuously. Although he didn't have dark circles under his eyes, he was obviously a little listless. Jiang Hao and Ning Yushan looked at each other. Should the situation of these two people be switched? In the early morning, they didn't eat too much, just cooked a large pot of quick frozen dumplings to deal with it. Ning Yushan ate a little absent-mindedly for breakfast. Because of what happened last night, she was ready to be settled by Qianxuan, but she didn't expect that after a meal. Qianxuan didn't even mention it, and seemed to be in a good mood. After breakfast, Qianxuan's spirit was somewhat relieved. He glanced at Qianxuan and Ning Yushan. You stay at home, Jiang Hao and I will go out to get some information about the Tang family. Ning Yushan had no objection, but Qianxuan refused. I want to go too. Be good and listen. Qianxuan gently touched her head. We will be back before noon. He did not say the hidden worries in his heart. Qianxuan wanted to say something else, but seeing the long-lost persistence in his deep eyes, she could only surrender. Chapter 142 News from Big Brother. In the living room, Ning Yushan sat on the sofa and looked at Qianxuan, who had been restless since Jiang Hao and Qianxuan left. She couldn't stand it any longer. Qianxuan, you've been spinning around for more than 100 times. I'm dizzy because of you. Can you stop spinning? Qianxuan paused and fell weakly on the sofa next to her. Ning Yushan sighed. I said, don't worry too much. They will be fine. How am I worried about them getting into trouble? Qianxuan said weakly. Ning Yushan was surprised. Then why are you like this? Qianxuan pursed her lips and rolled back and forth on the sofa twice. I'm worried that they are unfamiliar with the place and can't get the real information. How could that be? Isn't it enough to just ask the people in the shelter? At most, we can just give out some money like yesterday. Ning Yushan said naively. Qianxuan held her forehead. Oh my god, you really make me not know what to say to you. After all, she is a person who has entered the society and worked. How can she still have such naive ideas? Is there something wrong? Ning Yushan was a little embarrassed. Qianxuan rolled her eyes. If we just want to find out some trivial and insignificant things, your idea is indeed correct. But we are not. The information we want is not to mention whether the people in the shelter are willing or dare to say it, and whether they know it or not. After Qianxuan said this, Ning Yushan was also a little uneasy. In the following time, the two did not talk, but just stared at the door. So, as soon as Qianxuan and Jiang Hao opened the door from the outside, they met the two women's piercing eyes, and they were so scared that they paused. After a moment of hesitation, Qianxuan and Ning Yushan reacted. Is it noon already? Qianxuan looked confused. Ning Yushan quickly stood up from the sofa. How is it? Did you get anything? Because of Qianxuan's previous words, she was really nervous. Qianxuan quickly raised his hand. Wait a minute, we are so hungry, let us eat first. Qianxuan and Ning Yushan were stunned and looked at each other. They seemed to have forgotten to cook. Almost immediately, the two rushed into the kitchen. Half an hour later, the two worked together to make a simple 4-course meal with a soup. It was not fancy, but the portion was definitely enough. Qianxuan and Ning Yushan ate absent-mindedly during the meal, and their eyes frequently looked at the two men, while Qianxuan and Jiang Hao ate like crazy. Halfway through the meal, Kimoki actually took out 2 bottles of beer, and he and Qianxuan each took a bottle and started drinking, obviously in a good mood. Qianxuan and Ningyushin looked at each other, as if the situation was better than they thought. After eating and drinking, and clearing the table, the 4 of them sat on the sofa in the living room again. Kimoki was in a good mood, and took Qianxuan into his arms, like a big boss. Qianxuan rolled her eyes, and was about to break free, but she thought that he had worked hard today, so she gave up. Qianxuan, you go first, Kimoki said, after taking a sip of tea. Qianxuan and Ningyushin immediately turned their eyes to Qianxuan. Qianxuan scratched his head and said honestly, I went to District E and got a lot of information, but it was a bit mixed and not very useful. According to folk gossip, the Tang family and the Rang family both passed down ancient martial arts. The Tang family mainly practiced external skills, and their external kung fu was extremely powerful. The Rang family mainly practiced internal skills, but they never showed off. The Tang and Rang families were old friends. Before the end of the world, they had been living in S City for generations. After a pause, Qianxuan said awkwardly, also, it is said that the second Miss Tang's name is Tang Yuan. She looks average, and she is a little strong, because of her external kung fu practice. Qianxuan blinked. Strong? Question mark? Can this word be used to describe a woman? Kimoki interrupted. At present, the control of the shelter in City S is basically in the hands of the Tang and Rang families. Maybe because of the different cultivation methods, the people of the Tang family are rough and bold, while the people of the Rang family are gentle and elegant. Therefore, compared with the low-key Rang family, the Tang family style is more flamboyant and more well-known. But as far as I know, the Rang family is the one who makes the decisions between the 2 families. Qianxuan's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Kimoki nodded. I suspect that the Rang family is also involved in the actions against the Silver Star Air Force this time. Qianxuan pulled her hair in annoyance. What exactly does the Silver Star Air Force have that they are interested in? To be honest, there are many possibilities, such as magic and fighting secrets, aircraft, supplies, and even talents. But if you think about it carefully, none of the above is actually possible. Otherwise the Tang family's behavior would not be so gentle. By the way, seeing Qianxuan was upset, Kimoki quickly changed the subject and mentioned something that Qianxuan must be interested in. I got the news that besides us, there are other people helping the Silver Star Air Force Regiment. Who? Qianxuan was surprised. She didn't remember any good friends in S City from their 8 clans. Kimoki's mouth curled up a smile. It is said that he came from the Tumen battlefield with his own troops. He is a colonel named Wu Qianxuan. As soon as he heard the name, he knew that he was from the Wu family. Sure enough, Qianxuan grabbed his hand with a look of surprise. It's the eldest brother. It must be the eldest brother. I said, it has been nearly half a year since the end of the world. Why hasn't the eldest brother come back yet? It turns out that he was worried about the second brother, so he went to S City first. Looking at Qianxuan's extremely happy look, Kimoki felt a little jealous. It was the same before. She kept calling him the 6th brother and pinned all her thoughts on him, which made him hate him. Thinking of Qianxuan having 9 brothers, Kimoki suddenly felt sad and felt that his road to chasing his wife was long. Hey, where is my eldest brother now? How is he doing? Has he been bullied like my second brother? Qianxuan began to ask Kimoki questions non-stop. I don't know almost came out of her mouth, but Kimoki didn't want to disappoint Qianxuan, so he said sullenly, he lives in Area B, he has thousands of soldiers under his command. How can it be bad? That's good. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then said happily, then let's go find eldest brother quickly. Eldest brother may know why the Silver Star Air Force Regiment was targeted. As she said that, she actually pulled Kimoki to go outside. Wait. Kimoki pulled her back. We can't go now. Why? Qianxuan was a little unhappy. Are you stupid? Kimoki tapped her head gently. Even I know that your eldest brother is helping Yinzing Kangzhaozuan. How could the Tang family not know? If they know, wouldn't they send someone to watch? If we go now, wouldn't that be stupid? Qianxuan wrinkled her nose. What should we do? Go at night. Kimoki was calm and had obviously thought it through in advance. There are only 2 of us. We are fast. We can sneak in quietly and we shouldn't be discovered. That was the only way. Got it. Qianxuan was a little unhappy. After a long while, Qianxuan looked up lazily. You just got this little information? In fact, it was not easy for Kimoki to get so much information. She was just looking for trouble because she was unhappy that she couldn't go to her eldest brother right away. Of course there is more. Kimoki obviously knew that she was narrow-minded and smiled helplessly. I contacted a news dealer and paid a deposit. There will be more comprehensive information in 2 days. Are you serious? Qianxuan was shocked. You know, news dealers are not easy to find. If you don't have a way, you can only grope in the dark. Why would I lie to you? Wait. Qianxuan was stunned and grabbed his sleeve tightly. You won't be cheated, will you? Money is a small matter. It will be troublesome if you are targeted or alerted. The profession of news dealers is not very noble and moral. It is common to nod and bow to you 1 second and turn around and sell you out the next second, especially to people who are not regular customers. Kimoki's face darkened a little. I say, do you look down on me too much? After all, he has been dealing with all kinds of people since he was a teenager. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Qianxuan let go of her sleeve a little embarrassedly. Kimoki couldn't bear to be really angry with her and sighed softly. Don't worry, after all, I have been in S City for 10 years before, and there are still 1 or 2 familiar news dealers. Oh. Qianxuan touched his nose and responded without any meaning. Are you sure about what happened tonight? At this time, Nonado, who had been listening to their conversation, asked. Jiang Heo also nodded. Yes, this matter is always a little dangerous. If you are not sure, don't go. Qianxuan waved her hand. Don't worry, we will definitely be fine. Apart from anything else, she was still very confident in her speed. Kimoki also nodded casually. Because of his special ability, his speed was not slow. Seeing that both of them looked confident, Jiang Heo and Nonado stopped persuading them. By the way, what are we going to do in the afternoon? If we don't go hunting, we can't just sit there like this, right? Nonado asked. Qianxuan was about to agree. She was a little bored after staying at home for a long time. No. Jiang Heo suddenly blushed and waved his hands. Husband, why are you so excited? Nonado was a little puzzled. Jiang Heo stammered, not knowing what to say, and finally said firmly, anyway, neither of you can go out. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Kimoki's eyes. Qianxuan was also a little stunned. Since they met, Jiang Heo has always been honest and easy to talk to. This is the first time she has seen him being so tough. Nonado was even more shocked. She had never seen her husband so fierce. Tears welled up in her eyes. Jiang Heo was also a little panicked. He tried to coax Nonado in a hurry. Yashin, don't cry. I didn't mean it. You really can't go outside. It's easy to get into trouble. What can happen? Nonado asked curiously. Qianxuan was also confused. Jiang Heo hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, he will be caught and sold. Sold? Question mark? What does that mean? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Infiltration. Nonado frowned. What are you talking about? What was sold? Qianxuan also looked puzzled. That is. Jiang Heo began to hesitate again. Ahem. Kimoki coughed twice and said, let me tell you. Qianxuan and Nonado looked at Kimoki at the same time, and the meaning in their eyes was very clear. Then tell me. Kimoki touched his nose and said carefully, until now, have you not found anything wrong with the people around you? What's wrong? Kimoki frowned. The ratio of men to women. I haven't paid attention to these. Is there anything wrong? Qianxuan looked suspicious. Kimoki sighed. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the number of male survivors was more than that of female survivors. At that time, I didn't pay attention to these, and as time went on, the majority of the dead were women. So far, the number of female humans only accounts for 1/5 of the total population. After a pause, he continued, and, I don't know why, since the apocalypse, no woman has been pregnant. After research, the major shelters came up with a guess that only female superpowers with strong strength can give birth to healthy and potential children. In addition to being able to survive, many people began to care about the issue of offspring. I don't know how it developed, but now there are many human traffickers who specialize in kidnapping female superpowers. Qianxuan felt a little incredible. You mean human trafficking? Question mark? Will there really be anyone who buys it? In her opinion, it is still the end of the world, and the appetite of a female superpower is not small. Kimoki nodded heavily. Yes, and a lot. Especially in the past few days, a large number of female superpowers have poured into the shelter, and many human traffickers are gearing up. But, Ningyashin looked doubtful. Can those female superpowers be caught so easily? Basically, the strength of female superpowers who have survived to this day is not too low. It is said that the research institute in the shelter has developed a drug that is also effective for superpowers, but it needs intravenous injection. Therefore, as long as the superpower can be effectively controlled in a short period of time and then injected with this drug, the other party can only be manipulated. Speaking of this, Kimoki's brows wrinkled uncontrollably. Is the research institute in the shelter bored? At a time like this, instead of studying how to deal with zombies, they have developed methods to deal with people with special powers. Qianxuan's words expressed the views of several people present on this matter. Even so, we can't always stay at home and not go out, right? Even Ningyashin, who was good-tempered, was a little crazy. Qianxuan stroked her hair and said casually, it doesn't matter to me. I have a special body system and few drugs can work. Forget about the zombie virus. She doesn't think that the drugs developed by ordinary humans can work on her. No. Kimoki's words left no room for negotiation. Hey, why? Qianxuan was unhappy. Kimoki quickly softened his tone. Be good. Wait until I find that kind of drug and come back to give it to you to try. If it really doesn't work, you can go out however you want. Looking at the helplessness and tenderness in his eyes, Qianxuan choked, feeling that she had become less and less tempered with him recently and had let him make the decision for her several times. That was the end of the discussion about going out. Qianxuan couldn't persuade Kimoki after all, and she was a little depressed the whole afternoon. For this reason, at dinner time, Kimoki specially went to the kitchen to cook a few of her favorite dishes, which finally comforted her mood a little. After dinner, Qianxuan began to wait impatiently for dark, and it was not easy to stay at 9 o'clock. She said she couldn't stay any longer and pulled Kimoki to go find her eldest brother. Kimoki looked helpless, but he had refuted her several times in the past 2 days, and it would be inappropriate to go against him again. After a few words of persuasion, he compromised. The two of them changed into night clothes and set off under the worried eyes of Jianghao and Ningyashin. Along the way, Kimoki led the way in front, and Qianxuan followed closely behind him. The two were moving very fast. One of them was as fleeting as a breeze, and the other was as illusory as a phantom in a dream. In less than 5 minutes, they had passed through Area C where they lived and stepped into Area B at this point. The two slowed down a little, and every time they passed a house, Kimoki would scan it, and when he found that it was not their destination, he would continue looking without any lingering feelings. Suddenly, Kimoki stopped in front of a 2-story building with a garden. This is it. Hearing this, Qianxuan quickly looked up, and there was nothing different about this house. The yard that should have been a garden was bare, with a mighty looking Hummer parked there. Because there was no electricity now, no lights were on in the room. The two looked at each other, and they stood up, quickly and silently jumped into the yard, and then quietly ran into the building. They were sneaking in this time, so it was naturally impossible for them to knock on the door to go in. Qianxuan took out a silver soft metal wire as thin as a hair, and inserted it into the keyhole. He moved his wrist slightly a few times, and heard a click and the door opened. Qianxuan was delighted, and stretched out his hand to gently push the door open. A ray of silver light flashed by, and Kimoki next to him felt nervous, and stretched out his hand. to pull Qianxuan away, but it was too late. A dagger with a cold light was already across Qianxuan's neck. In an instant, Qimoki felt as if his whole body was falling into an ice cave, and a huge panic rose from his heart uncontrollably. Brother. Qianxuan had already seen the other person's face clearly, and without caring about the dagger across his neck, he rushed towards the man in front of him. Qimoki came back to his senses by this call. Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Qianxuan on the opposite side was startled, and hurriedly took back the dagger in his hand, and hugged his sister who had thrown herself into his arms. Coming back to his senses, thinking of the dangerous situation just now, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Nonsense. This Loro was full of fear. Qianxuan stuck out her tongue indifferently, put her arms around her brother's neck, and hung her whole body on her brother. Brother, I miss you. The soft coquettishness almost immediately extinguished the anger in Wu Qianxuan's heart, and patted her head lovingly. Okay, come in first. He glanced at Qimoki from the corner of his eye. He had never seen this man before. Could he be Qianxuan's boyfriend? Thinking of this, he looked at Qimoki with some hostility. He didn't know that Qimoki was quite hostile to him at this time. He just knew that the other party's identity was not reflected on his face. He was dissatisfied in his heart. Qianxuan had never acted like a spoiled child to him like this since they met again. She even took the initiative to hang on the man's neck. He wanted this treatment. The three of them entered the living room. Wu Qianxuan stretched out his hand and turned the knob of the table lamp beside him. The soft white light illuminated a small world. Until then, Qimoki had the mind to look at Wu Qianxuan. He had sword eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and upright. His facial features were 6 points like Wu Wanli, but his outline was harder, his eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were righteous. It can be seen that he was a man with an open mind and decisiveness. He looked only in his early 30s, not like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Even though Qimoki had seen all kinds of outstanding people, he had to praise him in his heart at this time. At the same time, Wu Qianxuan was also looking at the man in front of him who might be Qianxuan's boyfriend. Not to mention his appearance, he was no worse than any of the 8 major clans. What caught people's attention was the arrogance and pride revealed on this man. If ordinary young people have these two temperaments at the same time, they will appear a little frivolous. But this man is not the case. Instead, people feel that he should be like this. Moreover, Wu Qianxuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this man sat elegantly, behaved in a measured manner, and had the demeanor of an alternative nobleman, but he dared to bet with his decades of military career that this man definitely came from fighting on the battlefield, and the current harmlessness was just an appearance. He dared to say that in such an era, this boy's future is limitless. When he was a little worried about whether Qianxuan could control such a man, he saw the man's eyes and inadvertently glanced at Qianxuan. His pupils shrank, and then his whole body slowly relaxed. Although the other party concealed it well, he still caught the fleeting cherishment in the depths of the other party's calm eyes. Yes, cherish. Whether it is love, affection, or tenderness, pampering, and indulgence, these can slowly fade away with time. Only cherishing, especially a man's cherishment for a woman, will make him hold on tightly and be unwilling to lose. Brother, can't we use electricity now? How can this desk lamp be lit? Qianxuan leaned on Wu Qianxuan and looked at the desk lamp next to him curiously. This desk lamp does not use electricity, but solar energy. It was tinkered with by one of my soldiers. Qianxuan was obviously very interested in the desk lamp. He looked at it for a long time before turning his attention back. Thinking that the eldest brother didn't know Qimoki yet, he introduced, "Brother, this is Qimoki, the last heir of the Qi family. He returned to the family not long ago. Brother Qi, you probably have guessed that this is my eldest brother Wu Qianxuan." Because Wu Qianxuan was there, Qianxuan subconsciously called back the name. That made Qimoki's teeth ache. Wu Qianxuan raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Did he think too much before? But that's not right. There is obviously something wrong with the way Qimoki looked at Qianxuan. Is it his wishful thinking? No, although Qianxuan's performance looked natural, he could see that she was unconsciously evasive in her attitude towards Qimoki. For a moment, Wu Qianxuan was also a little entangled. However, he is not a person who likes to trouble himself. If he can't figure it out, he will just let it go. There will always be a day when he will understand. By the way, didn't the Qi family have no descendants a long time ago? He asked with some surprise. It's like this. Qianxuan briefly talked about Qimoki's life experience. As Qianxuan narrated, the emotions in Wu Qianzhang's eyes changed again and again, and finally fixed on a faint joy. No matter what, it is always a happy thing that the inheritance of the 8 major clans can continue. Chapter 144 Night Talk. By the way, Zhuangxun, how did you get out of the siege of the Tang family? After being happy, Wu Qianzhang remembered the question he had when they first met. Qianxuan was stunned for a while before he understood what he meant and explained, "We did not come out from the base of the Silver Star Air Force Corps. In fact, we got separated from everyone on the road before and only entered the shelter yesterday. So that's how it is." Wu Qianzhang didn't think much about it. "By the way, big brother, how did you find us before?" Qianxuan thought that his stealth skills were still very good. Qimoki also looked up at Wu Qianzhang, and he was obviously very concerned about his answer. "My ability is very special. As long as someone approaches, I will be aware of it." The expression on Wu Qianzhang's face was a little happy inside. "Is it a special ability?" The two were somewhat relieved. Looking at Wu Qianzhang, who still had black hair and black eyes, Qianxuan was curious. "Brother, are you a perception type psychic?" "No." Wu Qianzhang shook his head. "I don't know what my ability should be called. The Rang and Tang families call it a weird ability." "Weird ability? Why does this name sound bad?" "Brother, what exactly is your ability?" Qimoki was also very interested. "It's a bit hard to describe." Wu Qianzhang frowned and said carefully, "Let's put it this way. When my attack hits any creature, there is no trauma from the outside, but the bones inside have been shattered. It's a bit like manipulating bones." "Awesome," Qianxuan praised. "And it's really a bit weird." After a pause, Qianxuan shouted, "No, your ability is obviously not a perception type. How can you find us?" "Because you have bones in your body," Wu Qianzhang said easily. Qianxuan choked. Why does that sound a bit creepy? Moreover, she felt that her elder brother was a hunting dog with a keen sense of smell, who could tell there was someone nearby as soon as he smelled the bones. Of course, she would not say this. Qimoki, who sensed Qianxuan's thoughts, quickly lowered his head to avoid being discovered by others with a smile in his eyes. It was also because of this ability that Qian Fang was targeted by the Tang family at the beginning. Wu Qianzhang looked worried. Hearing the main topic, Qianxuan and Qimoki straightened up and became serious. "Brother, what do you mean?" Wu Qianzhang sighed. "Your second brother's ability is also weird. He can manipulate the blood in living things, which is very powerful. Unfortunately, he was not careful enough and exposed his ability, so he was targeted by the Tang family. It is also because of this that we have not been able to return to the capital. It's not that we don't want to, but the Tang family does not allow us to leave the shelter in S City." As he narrated, Qianxuan's brows frowned more and more. "Then has your ability been exposed, brother? Doesn't the Rang family want to compete with the Tang family for the second brother? Also, didn't they say that Tang Yuan fell in love with the second brother? Is it false?" Wu Qianzhang patiently answered Qianxuan's series of questions one by one. "I have always pretended to be a power psychic. They only thought that I mastered some internal energy techniques, and they didn't know that I was also a weird psychic. The Rang family has a weird psychic with even more extraordinary abilities, so they acquiesced to the Tang family's fight for Qian Fang. As for Tang Yuan's matter, it's not fake. It's just that Tang Yuan has always had a crush on dozens of people, but she is often not very stable. This time she persisted for so long. I guess it was the people of the Tang family who were behind it." Qianxuan and Qimoki were digesting what Wu Qianzhang said bit by bit, and there was silence in the living room. "By the way, big brother, what is the ability of the weird psychic of the Rang family? They might face the Rang family in the future, and only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle." Wu Qianzhang's face was solemn. "Telekinesis of living organisms. What do you mean?" Qianxuan was a little confused. Wu Qianxuan glanced at her and said solemnly, he can take out anything from a living organism remotely, including internal organs, including. He paused, brain core. Qianxuan and Kimoki both took a breath of cold air. This is too scary. For a moment, the air seemed to be a little stagnant, and Qianxuan and Kimoki were immersed in the horror of this incredible ability. In this case, isn't that weird ability user invincible? After a long while, Qianxuan spoke again. That kind of ability is really too scary. That ability user is equivalent to grasping the opponent's lifeline from the beginning and being invincible. That's not the case. Wu Qianxuan raised a barely detectable arc at the corner of his mouth. If the opponent's level is higher than his, that ability will be completely ineffective. If they are at the same level, it depends on who has more perseverance. But similarly, if the opponent's level is lower than his, there is no power to fight back. Hearing this, Qianxuan and Kimoki both breathed a sigh of relief. Qianxuan looked up. Brother, have you seen your family? Is everyone okay? Wu Qianxuan shook his head. No, I was out on a mission when they came in. When I came back, I found that Qianfang was captured by the Tang family, and the Silver Star Air Force Regiment was also besieged by the Tang family. Is that so? Qianxuan was disappointed. Then you don't know why the Tang family is targeting the entire Silver Star. I know that. Wu Qianxuan said lightly, and Qianxuan and Kimoki suddenly looked up at him expectantly. Wu Qianxuan said as steady as a mountain, almost everyone in the Silver Star is a superpower. The Tang family suspects that we have a method that can awaken people's superpowers. Although it was a suspicion, he had actually determined it in his heart, but there was no clear evidence. Qianxuan and Kimoki were speechless. They thought of so many possibilities. Why didn't they think it would be this? Wu Qianxuan rubbed his brows. Even if we don't have any selfish motives, the Tang family always kills everyone. The method of awakening superpowers cannot be handed over no matter what. We can only think of another way. But we don't have the method to awaken superpowers at all. Qianxuan said with a bit of a smile. Even her eldest brother thought they had it, which showed that the Tang family must be more certain. This time it was Wu Qianxuan's turn to be stunned. What's the matter with so many superpowers? Those are not all superpowers. Qianxuan tried to be concise and repeated the matter about magic and fighting spirit. After Qianxuan finished speaking, Wu Qianxuan looked incredulous, and after a long while, he murmured, "This world is really full of wonders." Qianxuan began to have a dilemma. How should this matter be resolved? No matter what, the Tang family has determined that we have the method to awaken superpowers, and our explanation is useless. After a pause, he frowned and said, "And the Rang family, they must have a part in this matter." Compared with the Tang family who stands in the open, the Rang family is more frightening. Especially that weird psychic. Although he poses no threat to us, if he attacks the lower level soldiers in the Legion, the consequences will be disastrous. By the way, brother, what level is that weird psychic? Level 5. Qianxuan's face became solemn, but Kimoki still looked nonchalant. Also, the strength of the Rang and Tang family should not be underestimated. Originally, before the apocalypse, although these two families were also ancient martial arts heirlooms, their strength was not bad, but at most they were just strengthening their bodies. But after the apocalypse, for some reason, the speed of cultivation of these two families was almost 1,000 miles a day, which was completely different from the past. Apart from anything else, the physical fitness of the people in these two families is no worse than those physical ability users. Wu Qianxuan added. Qianxuan knew the reason. It should be because the earth was in a transformation, and various energy sources began to appear in the air, which made the strength of those ancient martial artists advance by leaps and bounds. How many people are there in those two families? Kimoki asked on the side. Wu Qianxuan smiled bitterly. There are more than 1,000 people in the two families combined. Although most of them are side branches, good and bad. Practicing ancient martial arts is their family motto and foundation. Even the most inferior children have been practicing martial arts since childhood. In addition, the two families have a large number of subordinates, and there are more than 10,000 supernatural people alone, which accounts for almost 80% of the shelter. Their 8 major clans and 8 families add up to less than 100 people, and the gap between the two is not ordinary. Qianxuan and Kimoki were shocked. Before, they knew that the S-City shelter was controlled by the two great families, but they did not know their specific power and did not feel it very deeply. Now they know that the two great families are simply covering the sky with one hand in the S-City shelter. No wonder they don't take the Silver Star Air Force Corps seriously, act so arrogantly, and even violate the rules so blatantly. Thinking about it this way, I originally thought that the large number of survivors pouring into the shelter would cause them a lot of trouble and chaos, but now it seems a bit risky. Such a force simply makes people have no courage to resist. However, Qianxuan couldn't give up rescuing her family just because of this. Brother, do you have any plan? Qianxuan asked Wu Qianzhang for help. Even though she was always calm, she was a little at a loss in the face of the current predicament. Seeing Qianxuan asking Wu Qianzhang for help instead of him, Kimoki felt very jealous. Wu Qianzhang's face was solemn. The most urgent task is to rescue Qianfang. Although because of Tang Yuan, the Tang family will not treat him too harshly. But as time goes by, the people of the Tang family will lose patience, and it is still unknown whether Tang Yuan can play a role. Brother, don't you worry about the chastity of the second brother? Qianxuan looked puzzled. In her opinion, Tang Yuan was the most threatening person to the second brother. Ahem. Wu Qianzhang almost choked to death on his own saliva. After a while, he breathed smoothly, and then he explained with a distorted expression. Qianfang's ability is a bit strange. When he is in an environment he thinks is unsafe, all his blood will be reorganized, making his whole body full of toxins from the inside out. It is harmless to him, but others will die if they touch it. So, Tang Yuan, cough cough, dare not do that. He said the last sentence in a particularly low voice. Oh. Qianxuan nodded to show that he understood. Chapter 145. High-level zombies appear again. Because of Qianxuan's previous topic, the atmosphere in the living room was a little silent for a while. Qianxuan was looking down, not knowing what he was thinking about. Kimoki and Wu Qianzhang were speechless. If we rescue our second brother, will the people of the Tang family kill the people of the Silver Star Air Force to vent their anger? Qianxuan asked worriedly. Wu Qianzhang's face changed, and he frowned, and began to think. After a long while, he covered his face and said, what you said is really possible. After all, in the view of the Tang family, to get the method of awakening superpowers, even if you kill everyone, you will find it, if you look for it. The reason why they didn't do that before was because they didn't want to lose their superpowers. But Qianfang is different. For the Tang family, Qianfang is a bargaining chip to strengthen their voice in the S-City shelter, and it cannot be lost. What should we do then? Qianxuan was a little panicked and at a loss. Kimoki stroked the sofa cushion beside him with his hand. Do you have any way to contact the Silver Starry Sky base now? Wu Qianzhang looked up at him, nodded slowly and said, there is a way, but I was afraid that the Tang family would find out if I was careless, and I felt that it was unnecessary, so I didn't use it. Qianxuan immediately jumped off him excitedly. How can it be unnecessary? Big brother, you forgot. Just because we can't think of a way doesn't mean that Uncle Wu can't think of a way. Look at me. Wu Qianzhang patted his forehead and realized it later. Also, Qianxuan took Wu Qianzhang's hand and said, everyone is probably starving now. Big brother, can you think of a way to bring them some food? Wu Qianzhang smiled bitterly. It's good to be able to contact, and I'm powerless to do anything else. Hearing this, Qianxuan's face flashed with disappointment, and his shoulders drooped. Can you tell me how to contact? Kimoki asked, touching his chin. Wu Qianzhang rubbed his brows and said, I have a special person under my command, who can travel through the shadows silently. It is not difficult to enter the base of the Silver Star Air Force Corps. Hearing this, Kimoki looked at the time and said, it's getting late. We have to go back. There are companions waiting for us. In addition, we will come again tomorrow night. If there is anything, we can talk about it then. After saying that, just as Qianxuan and Wu Qianzhang were about to say goodbye, he felt a mysterious feeling rising in his heart, a sense of being peeped at from afar, and he was startled. He immediately pulled Qianxuan and jumped out of the window quickly and quickly merged into the night. Wu Qian's Hang stood up and stretched out his hand halfway to keep them, but the two had already disappeared in front of him. Why did you suddenly pull me away without even letting me say goodbye to my brother? Qianxuan shook off Qimoki's hand and questioned. Almost as soon as she got home, Jiang Heo and Ning Yushan, who had just walked out of the room after hearing the noise, looked at each other. Don't be angry, I didn't mean it. I felt that someone was using supernatural powers to explore Brother Wu's residence in the distance, so I pulled you to run quickly. Qimoki explained helplessly. Really? Qianxuan was suspicious. You don't believe me? Qimoki looked hurt. Qianxuan turned her head away with a guilty conscience. In fact, she seemed to have felt something, but she was thinking about something at the time and didn't pay attention. A smile flashed in Qimoki's eyes. Just when he wanted to tease her again, he found Jiang Heo and Ning Yushan standing at the door of the living room and could only give up regretfully. Qianxuan, how is it? Did you see your brother? Ning Yushan came over and asked softly. Qianxuan picked up the kettle on the table and poured herself a glass of water. I saw him. The voice was a little listless. Then why are you still not very happy? Ning Yushan looked puzzled. Weren't you very happy when you went out? You saw him. Why do you look like a frostbitten eggplant? Qianxuan's mouth moved and sighed. I heard some very bad news. What bad news? Ning Yushan asked. Qianxuan looked at Qimoki weakly. You tell me. Hearing this, Qimoki sat on the sofa and told the news he got today in concise language. Why is it like this? Ning Yushan was shocked and at a loss. Jiang Heo's eyes also showed obvious worry. No one answered her, including Qimoki, who was silent. Things are much more difficult than imagined. The strength of the two sides is too different, and the current situation is somewhat constrained. That night, the four of them did not sleep well, especially Qianxuan, who was lying on the bed racking her brains to think of countermeasures that would help their current situation, but unfortunately she found nothing. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the four of them all sat on the sofa in the living room with a cup of hot drink in their hands. What are we going to do today? Qianxuan asked lightly after a long time. Qimoki knocked on the table. I thought about what happened yesterday, and there is a method that may be effective. Qianxuan looked at Qimoki with a burning look. What method? Spread the news about your second brother. Qianxuan was stunned, then frowned tightly. What's next? Don't keep me in suspense. In the shelter, most people must not know the existence of weird psychics. What do you think they will do if they know? Qimoki asked back. They will want to recruit such weird psychics. No. After a pause, Qianxuan's face was solemn. Weird psychics are too scary and dangerous, which is beyond the acceptable range. They will want to kill weird psychics. You are right. Qimoki nodded. So if the second brother Wu's ability is completely exposed, then there will be many people who want him dead. He said it casually, but Qianxuan's face looked a little bad. Without waiting for her to start, Qimoki continued, and by then, if your second brother is rescued, the Tang family will not only suspect the people of the Silver Star Air Force, but the Silver Star Air Force will be the least suspicious. First, the people of the Silver Star Air Force are besieged, and second, Brother Wu is under their surveillance. Even if they don't trust anyone, they will trust themselves. But, Qianxuan widened her eyes. If the second brother's ability is completely exposed, even if he is rescued, can he still stay in the shelter? Qimoki shook his head. You still don't understand. Under the current circumstances, we can no longer stay in the shelter, and we must find another place to stay. Qianxuan's face changed, and then there was a long silence. What do you mean? Qianxuan asked sullenly after a while. Qimoki touched her head with pity. Let's spread the news about Brother Wu first, and then rescue those people when they show unusual movements. After that, the Tang family will definitely conduct a thorough investigation in the shelter, and by then, there will be a lot of panic in the shelter. And what we need is such a buffer time. As for what to do next, I believe Uncle Wu will make a decision by then. But, are you thinking too simply? After all, we are unfamiliar with the place, and it is easy for the Tang family to follow the clues and catch us if we spread the news. If the plan fails, it will be more trouble than gain. Qianxuan hesitated. Don't worry, I will get it done. Kimoki promised lightly. His voice was not loud, but it gave people a great sense of security. Okay then. Qianxuan compromised. However, I still have to tell my eldest brother before doing this. I know. Although Kimoki was dissatisfied, he still agreed. After the matter was settled, Kimoki went out to make preliminary preparations, and the remaining 3 stayed at home. Because it was too boring, Qianxuan took out the Go and played Goblin with Ningyushin, while Jianghao was the audience. Even so, because Qianxuan and Ningyushin were both worried, the game was very messy, but no one cared. After playing for 2 hours, the two were about to continue when they heard a noise from outside. After careful listening, there were men's angry curses, women's screams and crying, and there seemed to be some discussions, which was very chaotic. The most important thing was that those sounds did not come from one direction, but from several directions at the same time. Several people looked at each other, with some doubts in their eyes. I'll go and see. Jianghao had already opened the door and walked out. At this time, Qianxuan and Ningyushin had no interest in playing chess, so they simply put away the Go. They began to sit and wait for Jianghao's news. After waiting for a long time, Jianghao opened the door and walked in, panting. Why are you like this? Ningyushin frowned at his disheveled, sweaty appearance. Without bothering to answer, Jianghao first drank a glass of water, before saying in a muffled voice, "It's a mess outside. Several high-level super-powered people have turned into high-level zombies, and many people have died." Ningyushin handed him a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Is it someone from the original shelter or a survivor from outside? Both. It is said that one is from a branch of the Tang family. Qianxuan's brows were furrowed, and then relaxed after a while. That's good. It will cause some trouble for his Tang family, and distract their attention. After hearing what she said, Jianghao and Ningyushin also felt that what happened today was not all bad. Not long after, Kimoki also rushed back from outside. How is it? Is it ready? Qianxuan handed him a glass of water. Almost done. Kimoki took it and drank it happily. Qianxuan felt relieved and sat back on the sofa. By the way, did you see those high-level zombies outside? Ningyushin raised her head and asked Kimoki. I encountered them. Kimoki sat next to Qianxuan and killed one. There were a total of 4 high-level zombies in the shelter, one of which was transformed from a survivor who just came in. 2 were transformed from people in the shelter, and the remaining one was a member of the Tang family. It's going to be lively now. 3 of the 4 people are from the original shelter. Let's see how the shelter's top management will deal with them when the time comes. Qianxuan said with some gloating. Kimoki looked at Qianxuan with an indulgent look, who finally had a smile on his face. Because of the typhoon, the temperature here has turned a little colder. I have been feeling a little uncomfortable in my stomach these 2 days, which has affected my writing state. I feel that my writing is not very good these 2 days. Please forgive me. Chapter 146 Kimoki's Purpose. Because they were known to be coming in advance, the second visit did not have the thrilling scenes of the previous one. When Qianxuan and Kimoki arrived, Qianxuan was already sitting in the living room waiting. Brother. Qianxuan sat down next to Qianxuan happily. Kimoki curled his lips and sat down on the other side. Qianxuan touched Qianxuan's head. Everything went well when you went back home last night. He was really worried that they would be discovered. Of course it's okay. Hey, brother, haven't you had dinner yet? Looking at the canned bayberries and 2 bags of Little Prince biscuits on the low table, Qianxuan frowned. Why did brother eat these non-nutritious things? I have eaten. These are left for you. Qianxuan was stunned at first, and then realized that these things that were non-nutritious in his eyes were very rare outside. Many people only lived on the meat of mutant animals all day long. Thinking that her elder brother was trapped in the shelter in S City and had to feed so many subordinates, the food must not be very good, but he still left the good things for her. Her nose was sore, and she hugged his arm. Brother. Qianxuan thought that his sister had not eaten anything other than the meat of mutant animals for a long time, so she was crying. He felt so distressed that he gently patted her back. Be good, Puff. Qianxuan couldn't help laughing. From childhood to adulthood, every time her elder brother comforted her, he would only say be good, which was clumsy and totally inconsistent with his personality. Seeing her laugh, Wu Qianzhang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Qianzuan's mood calmed down and said with a smile, "Brother, I also have a lot of things to give you." "What are they?" Wu Qianzhang was a little surprised. He clearly remembered that his sister came with nothing in her hands. Could it be that the thing was very small? Qianzuan didn't say anything and began to take things out of the space. Apples, oranges, grapes, strawberries, milk, beef jerky, pork jerky, all kinds of things piled up in a large area. Wu Qianzhang's eyes widened. When Qianxuan stopped taking things out, his face returned to normal. "Zhuangxuan, are you a space power user?" Although those rare foods gave him a great shock, he was more concerned about Qianxuan's affairs. "No." Qianxuan shook his head and shook the silver blue ring on the middle finger of his left hand. "It's a space ring." Since he was talking about the space ring, Qianxuan naturally told him about his past life, instead of just talking about the world of magic boxes and fighting spirit like last time. Kimoki on the side clenched his fists. Qianxuan had never told him such an important thing before. Thinking that he knew it, because of Wu Qianzhang, the light in Kimoki's eyes dimmed, and he felt a little depressed. Qianxuan looked over as if she had noticed something. "What's wrong with you?" Kimoki asked with a complicated expression. "Such an important thing. Why didn't you tell me before?" Did she think he was an outsider? Or did she just not want to tell him? Or maybe, the implicit concern he felt before was actually an illusion, and in fact, there was no place for him in her heart? Kimoki seemed a little sad. "I don't know why." Qianzuan suddenly panicked. I forgot." She really forgot. Since the two met, they have encountered various situations one after another, such as being injured and fleeing, and then falling into the river, a series of things. Really? Kimoki looked suspicious. In fact, he had already believed it in his heart, but he was unwilling to just expose the matter. He didn't want such a situation to happen again in the future, so he planned to leave her alone, so that she would not make such a mistake again in the future. Wu Qianzhang obviously saw his intention and gave him a warning look to let him stop. Kimoki raised his eyebrows to show that he knew his limits. Really, it's real gold and real." Qianzuan was still trying to explain here. "Really?" Kimoki's tone was careless. Qianzuan thought he didn't believe it yet and was a little anxious. "Zhuangxuan, what about Big Brother's space ring?" Wu Qianzhang interrupted, unable to bear it. His sister was still a little tender and was no match for this man. Hearing this, Qianzuan quickly took out the silver hollow box and then opened it for Wu Qianzhang to choose for himself. Wu Qianzhang didn't choose carefully, he just picked one and dripped blood to acknowledge it as the owner. With a wave of his hand, he put all the things Qianxuan had taken out before into his space ring. Since he knew that his sister didn't need these things at all, he naturally wouldn't be polite. After all, she was one of his own. However, he felt a little disappointed when he saw the bottle of canned bayberry and 2 bags of Little Prince cookies that he had finally asked his men to collect. Just as he was about to put a few things into the space ring, he saw someone took the things away before him. He looked up and saw Qianxuan and smiled at him playfully. "You said you would give it to me, big brother. You can't go back on your word." Wu Qianzhang felt warm in his heart and touched Qianxuan's head lovingly. "By the way," Qianxuan paused and took out the crystal ball for testing. "I was in a hurry last time and I forgot to let big brother test my talent." Wu Qianzhang also became interested. The test results were very good. Wu Qianzhang's magic talent was very low and basically negligible. His mental power was high Cyan. His Dao Qi talent was top wind attribute and high earth attribute. He was a rare double attribute Dao Qi talent. After giving Wu Qianzhang the Dao Qi secret book he needed, the three of them started to talk about business. Qianzuan first told Kimoki about the plan he had proposed before. During this period, Kimoki remained silent beside him and seemed to be still angry about the previous things, which made Qianzuan a little uneasy. Wu Qianzhang looked up at Kimoki with a faint admiration in his eyes. "Moki is right. The shelter in S City is not suitable for us to stay. In fact, if you hadn't suddenly come and disrupted our plan, Qianfang and I would have left long ago. Qianxuan was surprised. It turned out that there was such a thing. It seems that the previous insect tide made them a little reckless. Now think about it, they shouldn't have broken into the shelter without making any preparations. At least they should stay outside the shelter and find a way to contact their second brother, otherwise they would not be in the passive situation now. Then, big brother, what do you think? Wu Qianzhang's mouth curled up slightly. Moki's proposal is feasible. When the time comes, let Qianfang find a way to hide for a while. The most important thing now is to get the Silver Star Air Force Corps out of the attention of the Ran family and the Tang family. This is also what Uncle Wu meant. Qianxuan's eyes lit up. Have you contacted Uncle Wu? Yes. Wu Qianzhang nodded. We were a little confused before. If it weren't for Uncle Wu's advice, I wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Regarding the method of awakening superpowers, it's actually just speculation by the Tang and Ran families, and there is no evidence. But, even so, we have no way to prove to the Ran and Tang families that we really don't have a way to awaken superpowers. Qianxuan looked worried. The Ran and Tang families are too powerful in the S-City shelter, and it's not something that the current Silver Star Air Force can handle. Wu Qianzhang's mouth curled up slightly. If it was before today, I would indeed have the same troubles as you. For some reason, Qianxuan felt that the word cunning that had nothing to do with him appeared on her big brother's face at this time. Wu Qianzhang rubbed the space ring on his hand and continued. The people in the shelter in City S are not without resentment towards the Tang and Ran families, but they are too powerful and have never dared to show it. In order to survive, people in the end times are more aware of current affairs than in peacetime. And not all the psychics who depend on these two families are willing to obey them. Most of them are forced by the situation. And what we have to do is to draw out their dissatisfaction with the two major families little by little. How to draw it out? Wu Qianzhang looked at Kimoki meaningfully. The existence of weird psychics, the transformation of the Tang family's branch into high-level zombies, and the two major families that Qianfang and I investigated before, secretly using psychics to conduct various inhumane human experiments, plus the use of unfounded reasons to exclude the Silver Star Air Force Regiment. If only one of the above rumors appeared, it would not affect the two families, but if they appeared together, it would be different. With a little guidance, the public would think that the high-level zombie incident was accidentally created by the two families' experiments. After all, the survivors turned into high-level zombies after entering the shelter. At this time, the various incidents of bullying by the Tang and Ran families in the past should be vigorously publicized. When the time is right, some unfounded speculations will be released, such as the purpose of the Tang and Ran families is to implement slavery in the shelter and turn all the people of the two families into slaves serving them. Otherwise, why would they study drugs for people with special abilities, and why would they condone the existence of human traffickers? Everything is paving the way for their own goals. He didn't believe that Kimoki hadn't thought of these things, but he only said a little at the beginning and pretended to stay out of it. He didn't miss the fierceness that flashed in Kimoki's eyes after he said these words. What exactly was his purpose? He felt that rather than saying that Kimoki wanted to get the Silver Star Air Force Corps out of trouble, it would be better to say that he wanted to destroy the Tang and Ran families. Could it be that there was some grudge between Kimoki and the two families that they didn't know about? The plans he mentioned were all proposed in the letter from Wu Wanse brought by his men. It also emphasized that the timing should be right when doing these things, so as not to force the two families into a corner, but also to make them chaotic. However, he glanced at Kimoki. He was the only one who was suitable to implement this matter. He had a hunch that Kimoki would definitely not do it according to the instructions in the letter. Kimoki was too unpredictable. If he didn't feel that his feelings for Qianxuan were not fake, he would never let such a dangerous man approach the simple Qianxuan. But, brother, you haven't said that you can get Qianxing out of trouble like this? Qianxuan asked in confusion. Wu Qianzhang sighed and touched her head. All the people in Qianxing are superpowers. This matter is strange and normal. After all, they have been fleeing all the way here. It is normal that those who survived are superpowers. With those things as a prelude, in the eyes of the people, the Yingxing Air Force Corps will only be innocent victims. Chapter 147 City Concept. Next, Wu Qianxuan took out Wu Wanse's letter and handed it to Kimoki, asking him to act according to it. Ignoring his meaningful look, Kimoki calmly put the letter away. Qianxuan, who was unaware of the undercurrent between the two, frowned and asked, "Since we are planning to leave the S-City shelter, we should always make plans for the future, right? You mean?" Wu Qianxuan raised his eyebrows. "Are we going to Qianxuan shelter? There is no need to consider Yuhei shelter." Wu Qianxuan lowered his head and thought about it. "Why haven't you thought about building a shelter by yourself?" Kimoki suddenly asked curiously. Hearing this, Qianxuan and Wu Qianxuan were stunned. Kimoki continued, "Given the scale of the Silver Star Air Force, no matter how low-key it is, it will attract the attention of the shelter's top management. How do you know that the Qianxuan shelter is not another S-City shelter? Instead of this, isn't it a better choice to build a brand new shelter that we can call the shots?" He found that the 8 major clans had nothing in common with his original imagination. The clan members lived in harmony and unity. They did not have the conspiracies and intrigues of ordinary big families, nor did they have the ambitions of ordinary big families. Qianxuan and Wu Qianxuan looked at each other. They really had never had such an idea. A shelter that belongs to them? They silently repeated these 8 words in their hearts, and felt unexpectedly yearning. Seeing the longing in the eyes of the two, Kimoki continued, "Zhuangxun, the output of the inheritance world is so abundant that we may not see the inventory of the warehouse decrease in a lifetime. Instead of this, why not make the best use of it?" "You mean?" Kimoki's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Those outputs can fully support a shelter, and there will be more than enough." At this moment, both Qianxuan and Wu Qianxuan felt that they were attracted by the content of Kimoki's words. The people of the 8 major clans have never been willing to be bound, but reality always forces them to bow their heads. They have never stopped their desire for freedom, but they have never achieved true freedom. And now, someone told them that they can build a shelter that belongs only to them. No one can persecute their relatives anymore, and no one can use force to oppress them and humiliate them. For a time, Qianxuan felt that all the pride in her heart was aroused by Kimoki. Such an experience is very novel to her. Whether it was the previous life of Nonado or the current Wu Qianxuan, she had experienced the pleasure of revenge, the sharp edge, the fall into the mud, the face of difficulties, the fame of the world, and the indifference of the crowd, but she had never had such a lofty ambition. Qianxuan looked up at Wu Qianxuan, and the other party just looked over. "Do you want to do it?" They looked at each other. At the same time, they responded with a firm look. "Do it." Kimoki on the side looked at the two people who had made up their minds and smiled lightly. "Well, instead of building a shelter, let's build a city." Qianxuan suddenly had an idea. Her proposal was not without reason. In Sadia, the god-level strongmen will have a city built by themselves. These cities are usually large and small, built in various dangerous places. Because Nonado has always lived with her teacher, she has never had such an idea. When the teacher passed away, she naturally inherited the teacher's city. However, at that time, on the one hand, she was immersed in the grief of losing her teacher, and on the other hand, the laws and regulations of the city had long been perfected, and there were dedicated consuls and internal affairs officers to help her manage the city, so she didn't need to worry about it at all. Thinking about it now, it is not without regrets. In this case, why not give it a try? She wanted to give it a try, to participate in the process of building a city with her own eyes, and work towards the same goal with everyone. Since their home is gone, let them create one for themselves. Kimoki and Wu Qianxuan looked at Qianxuan with surprise, as if they didn't expect her to have such an idea. Qianxuan seemed to be unaware, immersed in her own imagination, and said to the two with sparkling eyes, "The end of the world will always end. Although the world has undergone tremendous changes, peace will come again one day. Let us all work together for such a future. By that time, we will no longer need a home with a special meaning like refuge. We will have a unique city that belongs only to us. I hope that this city can become a barrier for the 8 clans." With the city wall as the boundary, the 8 clans in this city can have freedom and happiness and no longer need to be persecuted like our ancestors. That city will shelter the members of the 8 clans, and the members of the 8 clans will also protect that city from generation to generation. Qianxuan, who said such words, was shining with dazzling brilliance all over her body, making it impossible for Qianxuan and Qimoki to take their eyes off her. After speaking a long paragraph in ecstasy, Qianxuan came to her senses and realized how arrogant she was just now, and a blush appeared on her face. Qianxuan has really grown up. Qianxuan rubbed Qianxuan's hair. Hearing you say that, I can't help but feel itchy. Qianxuan shyly scratched her face with her index finger. Sorry, I'm too excited. Well, it's a little early for this matter now. What we need to do now is to leave the cage of S shelter first. Qimoki circled her to his side. He sighed in his heart. How cunning. How could he bear to continue pretending to be angry at Qianxuan who was so radiant? Qianxuan rubbed his forehead. Don't be impatient about that matter. It's easy to get into trouble if you are impatient. As he said that, he glared at Qimoki with a subtle warning, asking him to be more reliable. Qimoki still looked nonchalant, but secretly gave him a rest assured gesture. Brother, do you have a kind of drug developed by the shelter specifically for people with special abilities? Qianxuan suddenly thought of it and asked. What's the point of you coming here? Qianxuan asked curiously, and then sat up straight. Did someone bully you? Don't use the drug. Tell big brother and he will help you get revenge. When he thought that his only sister might be bullied outside, he felt angry and distressed. No. Seeing that his brother misunderstood, Qianxuan quickly explained, I just wanted to try it myself. Nonsense. What's so good about trying that kind of thing? Qianxuan roared, and his mind turned in an instant, and he glanced at Qimoki suspiciously. He muttered in his heart, could it be that this brat had improper thoughts about his sister, and then instigated Qianxuan to ask him for drugs? Qimoki, who was lying down and was also shot, looked at the suspicion in his eyes and said that he was injured internally. So, big brother, you have that kind of drug? Qianxuan hugged Qianxuan's arm with excitement. Qianxuan frowned. Even if I have it, I won't let you try it randomly. Qianxuan was anxious. Brother, I'm not trying it randomly. Then he talked about the reasons why he did this. After that, Qianxuan looked at Qianxuan eagerly. She has been bored at home for the past 2 days. If she can't go out, she will go crazy. In the end, Qianxuan gave in to her wishes and injected her with a drug, but of course the drug was ineffective on her. With this, Qianxuan won the right to go out during the day. By the way, brother, except this time, have any tribesmen come to the shelter in S City? Or have you heard any news about them? Qianxuan asked with a little hope. No. Qianxuan asked worriedly. How many tribesmen are still missing? Quite a few. Qianxuan answered somewhat frustratedly. Xiaomin, Luoluo, Big Brother Yuan, Shilui, Shiquan, Luju, Zhuang's, Sister Zixi, second brother Zhu, sixth brother, seventh brother, eighth brother. A total of 12 people have not returned. Why are there still so many people who haven't returned? Qianxuan frowned. Among these 12 people, at least half of them have good fighting skills and should have returned long ago. Didn't they use helicopters to pick up people in danger at the beginning of the end of the world? Qianxuan asked. The situation at that time did not allow it at all. Except for the second uncle, the location of the others was not clear, and there was no way to contact them. We didn't dare to go at all, for fear that we would not be able to save people, but instead lose more people. Qianxuan sighed. Qianxuan pondered and said, Qiansheng, Qianlan, and Qianjin are undoubtedly very powerful. Something must have held them back. As for Zhuang's, he may have gone to find Xiaomin. I'm a little worried about Luju. I don't know if he will be deceived, but that boy has a good intuition about danger, so the problem is not too big. As for Qian, she should have come back earlier. I don't know what happened to her, which makes me a little concerned. As for Zhu Yan, although his martial arts value is a little insufficient, he has always been cunning and knows how to adapt when encountering things, so he will not suffer a big loss. Luo's martial arts value is not bad, and he can protect himself and Xiaomin. In the end, Shilei and Shiquan are left. Thinking of the two begrode idiots who would get lost at home, Wuqian's Hang's mouth twitched. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? His tone was full of uncertainty. Qianxuan turned his face away silently. Brother, you are really deceiving yourself. Shilei and Shiquan, those two weirdos, would not find it strange even if they got lost from the South Pole to the North Pole. They were in. Qianxuan was stunned, his face twitched, and he said tremblingly, brother, did you forget something? What? Shilei and Shiquan went to college in S City. Qianxuan howled with a frown. Wuqian's Han was stunned. Are you sure it's S City? He has been in the battlefield for the past 2 years, and he didn't pay attention to where the twins took the college entrance examination last year. As for Wuqian Fang, he is not much better than him. He has been busy suppressing the senior officials of S City in the past 2 years. That person is Ping Jianglu's minion. Qianxuan nodded with grief. So they actually don't know where they got lost. Wuqian's Han couldn't help but roared. Qianxuan continued to nod. Kimoki, who was listening, also understood what they meant, and his face turned red from trying to hold back his laughter. It's true. Can the people of the 8 major clans not be so funny? Chapter 148 Gender Awareness. Looking at the two people who were getting anxious and angry, Kimoki comforted them. Don't worry too much. Even if they don't know the way, they will always ask. It's useless. Qianxuan didn't feel comforted at all. They will get lost even if they ask. They even get separated several times when they walk behind others. Wuqian's Han nodded in agreement. Shilei and Shiquan, the twins, are famous for their poor directions in the entire 8 major clans. When they were young, every time they played in the yard of the old house, they would often go to the wrong door when they went home at night. Sometimes they walked into the Zhuang family, sometimes into the Zhu family. Anyway, except for the Shi family, they took turns to go through all the 7 families. But they never walked into the Shi family by accident. Every time, their servants had to go to other families to pick them up. It was weird. When they grew up, the situation not only did not improve, but became worse and worse. Going to the wrong school, entering the wrong classroom, the driver couldn't pick up people at the school gate. All kinds of situations are everywhere. The most outrageous thing was that once they got lost and ended up in the women's restroom and were caught by the school's dean, who then called to ask their parents. At that time, their parents were busy, so it was Xiaomin, the older sister, who went there. Xiaomin was such a bold and straightforward person, but after she came back, she kept saying that it was the most embarrassing thing she had ever encountered in her life. But Shilei and Shiquan didn't know how to reflect on themselves at all, and they confidently said that they clearly saw the sign for the men's restroom when they went in, and someone must have been playing a trick on them. In fact, in Qianxuan's opinion, the most troublesome thing about Shilei and Shiquan was not that they were directionally challenged, but that they had no self-awareness that they were directionally challenged. Where do you think they would be now? Qianxuan's eyes twitched. Wuqian's Hang's face froze. Not in the shelter in S City, nor in the capital. As for other places, they shouldn't get lost abroad, right? His tone was full of uncertainty. Qianxuan turned her face away from him and didn't look at him. To be honest, she was also a little uneasy. I remember that the two guys used to think the south was the west and the north was the east. Wuqian's Han asked hesitantly. Qianxuan's mouth twitched. Brother, your information is outdated. A year ago, they had already thought the south was the north and the west was the east. Moreover, the words they said could not be taken seriously. After all, they always pointed to the direction based on their intuition. As for the accuracy of their intuition, Qianxuan gave him a you-know look. Wuqian's Han felt powerless. Ahem. Seeing that the two were getting more and more discouraged, Kimoki changed the subject and said, Zhuangxun, it's getting late, we should go back. Hearing this, Qianxuan looked at the time. It's time to go. It was almost 12 o'clock. This time, Wuqian's Han sent them to the door and watched them disappear into the night. When they got home, they were both a little tired. They said hello to Jiang Heo and Ning Yushin in a hurry and went to bed. Early in the morning, the 4 of them woke up early. Today is a Chinese breakfast. Xia long bao, sai mei, crystal shrimp dumplings, fried dough sticks, soy milk. The four of them are very satisfied. Hey, little fat girl, let's go out and play together today, Qianxuan said to Ningyashin excitedly just after breakfast. Ningyashin, who had wiped the last plate dry, stood up and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that it's too dangerous outside and we can't go out?" Qianxuan smiled proudly. "I tried the drug for people with superpowers at my eldest brother's place yesterday, and it turned out that it really didn't work on me." "Really?" Ningyashin looked happy, but soon became frustrated. "But the drug must work on me. My husband will definitely not let me go out." While she was talking, she was secretly glancing at Jiang Heo. Jiang Heo obviously saw Ningyashin's desire to go out, and there was a struggle on his face. Qianxuan looked at it funny, and took the initiative to assure, "It's okay, I will protect the little fat girl. She still has the confidence to protect someone." Jiang Heo was still a little hesitant, and after a while, he gritted his teeth, and agreed with difficulty. Ningyashin's eyes lit up, and she jumped up with joy. Okay. Kimoki interrupted, "You can go out, but you must be careful not to go to too remote places, and be careful not to expose your space when buying things." The two agreed. Qianxuan asked curiously, "Is there anything to buy in Langtang Street?" In the past, she had also visited the capital's trading market, but to be honest, it didn't attract her much. She had a lot of things in her space that others had to fight for. Kimoki touched her head lovingly. "Langtang Street is nothing special, but the Ran family has specially supported several survivors of century-old restaurants with good reputations to reopen there. Although most of the ingredients are mutant animal meat, they are very popular because of their craftsmanship." After a pause, he said, "However, you must not go to those bars and other entertainment venues. Although those places are quieter during the day, you may run into a few scoundrels if you are unlucky." Qianxuan had already learned to ignore Kimoki's behavior of patting her head like a child, and asked curiously, "Are there still entertainment venues now?" In these days, when one's life is in danger, there are still people who spend money to go to such places of extravagance. Kimoki glanced at her and explained, "It is because of the current environment that many people have the mentality of drink while the wine is here. They should firmly grasp the time they have to live, enjoy as much as possible, and be as crazy as possible, and are unwilling to waste a minute or a second." "Oh." Qianxuan nodded to show that she understood. "By the way, stay away from the life and death stage. There are all kinds of people there, and it is too dangerous." Kimoki added, I know, you are so nagging," Qianxuan said, while wrapping her light silver gray scarf. Kimoki sighed helplessly, and swallowed back all the explanations that were on the tip of his tongue. Qianxuan was already impatient. If he continued to talk, it would arouse her rebellious psychology. If he hadn't been busy, he really wanted to accompany her. Here, Qianxuan and Ningyashin put on their clothes for going out, walked out hand in hand. After taking a deep breath, the two looked at each other and walked towards Langtang Street, which they had booked long ago. "The weather is much colder than the previous few days," Qianxuan complained with a breath. Ningyashin nodded. "Yes, just like in the summer, it gets colder day by day, and it's almost -2 or 3 degrees now." "But, Qianxuan, you haven't changed at all. You are still so afraid of the cold." "I can't help it." Qianxuan sniffed. "It may be a problem with my body. Obviously, my health has always been very good, and I rarely get sick, but I'm just so afraid of the cold." After walking a few steps, Ningyashin suddenly laughed out loud. "What's wrong?" Qianxuan asked curiously. Ningyashin smiled and said, "I remembered something funny." "What is it?" Qianxuan was very curious. "It has something to do with you." Ningyashin glanced at her. "Do you still remember that when you were in middle school, you would bring a lot of hot packs with you every winter?" Qianxuan nodded. "Of course I remember, because I'm very afraid of the cold. Sitting in the classroom without heating in winter, my feet were frozen, and my hands were frozen from writing." Ningyashin laughed even more happily. "Then do you still remember that at that time, because the hot packs were always left outside, they quickly became cold, and you were reluctant to run to the teacher's office to borrow electricity for fear of being scolded by the teacher? Later, one time, you were shivering with cold, and the sports committee member of the class the very dark and strong boy, handed you a hot pack that was already plugged in. As a result, you lost the hot pack, and then you simply bought a new one and returned it to the sports committee member. At that time, the sports committee member took the hot pack with excitement. Do you still remember what you said when you turned around before leaving? Qianxuan recalled carefully. Although that may be your personal preference, I still think that blue is more suitable for boys than pink. I hope you don't mind that I took the initiative to buy a blue warm baby and gave it back to you. She had a good memory and repeated what she said at the time word for word. Puff ha 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 ha. That's it. That's it. It's simply a killer. Ningyashin laughed and rubbed her belly. Qianxuan frowned. What's so funny? She couldn't think of anything funny. It was obviously just a very ordinary sentence. Looking at Qianxuan's confused face, Ningyashin almost couldn't control her laughter again. She calmed her breath and said, please, dare you be more slow? He was pursuing you at the time. That warm baby was originally bought specifically for you. You bought him a new one and gave it back to him. Naturally, he thought you implicitly agreed to his pursuit. Didn't you see how excited he was? I thought he was happy because of the new warm baby. Qianxuan said hesitantly. I'm dizzy. Ningyashin held her forehead. It's obvious that the boy's family is well off, so how could he be so blind? You're too stupid. How can you blame me? We were only 14 at that time. It's too precocious to think about that kind of thing at 14. Qianxuan tried her best to refute. You're just slow. 14 is the age when people are curious about the opposite sex. I don't believe that you didn't pay any attention to the boys in your class at that time. I didn't. Qianxuan answered firmly. You're lying. Qianxuan glared at her and said angrily, why would I lie to you? I grew up surrounded by brothers since I was a child. How could I be curious about those young boys outside who are far inferior to my brothers? Ningyashin choked and then suddenly realized. I was wondering why you were so slow in terms of feelings. It turns out that you lack gender awareness. What do you mean? You may be too used to getting along with men, so you never thought that the men around you might have admiration for you. Ningyashin looked like she had discovered your big secret. Qianxuan was stunned. It seemed to make some sense. What was her expression when Kimoki said he liked her? Probably an expression of seeing a ghost. As they were talking, the intersection of Longtang Street was already a few steps away. Aksu was also a road idiot and would get lost easily. She had made many mistakes since she was a child. I remember that the gate of my high school faced north, but I always thought it faced south. Later I found out the truth, and until now I still sincerely think it faces south. But I think I'm quite self-aware, and I know how to act within my ability. Although there are problems, they are still under control. Chapter 149 Ranruokian. The so-called Longtang Street is a very wide road in the middle, with a wide variety of shops on both sides. At a glance, you can't see the end. Qianxuan stepped on the road with her feet. It looked like compacted soil, not very solid, but it felt like metal when she stepped on it. She tilted her head and thought about it. She guessed that this road should be made by an earth-type supernatural person with his ability. However, looking at the area of this road, Qianxuan was a little surprised. It was really a big deal. She looked sideways at the shops on the side. They were all two-story buildings lined up one after another. The blue tiles and grey walls were not as colorful as those commercial streets before the end of the world, but they also had a different kind of simplicity. What made Qianxuan even happier was that from the outside, these shops were very clean, and they were not sloppy, because of the end of the world. Along the way, Qianxuan also saw many people coming out for breakfast. She took a look, and found that most of them were noodle shops or porridge shops. There were not many varieties, and some of them looked like the food shops in the costume drama she had watched before. Touching her full stomach, she knew she would not have eaten breakfast at home. Qianxuan, where are we going now? Ningyashin asked, pulling her clothes. I don't know. Qianxuan looked around, and suddenly thought of something, and told her seriously, you must follow me closely. If we get separated, it will be bad. Ningyashin also knew the seriousness of the matter, and nodded seriously. Seeing that she listened, Qianxuan turned around, and continued to look for the store she was interested in. Ningyashin suddenly shouted, Qianxuan, look. Qianxuan looked up and looked in the direction she pointed and found that it was a clothing store. The store was very large and the hangers were full of clothes. Let's go and take a look. Qianxuan pulled Ningyashin and ran over. Although there were countless clothes in her space, it did not prevent her from wanting more. When she walked into the clothing store, Qianxuan realized that the clothes they saw from afar were not ordinary clothes, but clothes made of the fur of mutant animals. Qianxuan picked up a snow white rabbit fur short cloak and touched it with her hand. It was very light and felt soft and warm. This cloak is made of mutant rabbit fur. It is not only beautiful, but also light and warm, and has a good protective effect. At this time, a soft voice came from the side. Qianxuan looked over and found that it was a long-haired woman in her 30s. Her facial features were ordinary and could barely be called pretty. It was rare that she had a gentle and calm temperament in the end times. Standing there, it was pleasing to the eye for no reason. Not only Qianxuan, but even Ningyashin was attracted by this woman with outstanding temperament. Qianxuan smiled slightly and asked, "Are you the manager of this store?" No one else was seen in the whole store. "Yes." The woman nodded gently. "My last name is Zaya, and my name is Lin Lang. I was a fashion designer before the end of the world. All the clothes here are made by me." When she mentioned these clothes, a soft smile appeared on her face, with joy and pride. "My name is Wu Qianxuan, and this is my friend Ningyashin," Qianxuan said, while pulling Ningyashin. When she heard the 3 words Wu Qianxuan, a trace of surprise flashed in Xiaolin Lang's eyes, which disappeared in a flash. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to detect that fleeting expression, but Qianxuan's mental power is strong. Except for her relatives and friends who she is not on guard against, the emotional fluctuations of outsiders are really hard to escape her perception. Qianxuan was suspicious in her heart, but her face remained calm. In the following time, Qianxuan picked out her favorite clothes, while pretending to casually ask Xiaolin Lang's questions, hoping to find out the other party's details. She knew very well that, even if someone in S City knew her, they would only know Xiaozuan instead of Wu Qianxuan. Before she said her name, Xiaolin Lang did not show any strangeness. In other words, she knew her name, but had never seen her. During the conversation between the two, Xiaolin Lang frequently looked at her without leaving a trace, with very obscure curiosity and exploration in her eyes. Curiosity is understandable. She may have just heard about her. She has never seen him in person, so it is understandable to be a little curious. But what is the exploration? Qianxuan was puzzled in her heart, but her face was still gentle and polite. Finally, the two picked out some clothes they liked, paid, and then said goodbye and left. From the beginning to the end, Xiaolin Lang's performance was impeccable. She played the role of a clothing store manager very well without any transgression. If it weren't for Qianxuan's sharpness, it would be impossible to find the other party's abnormality. Qianxuan did not tell Ningyashin about her recent discovery. She herself had no clue, and telling her would only make one more person worry. Pretending to put the clothes in the bag, Qianxuan put all the clothes they bought into the space. The two spent more than half an hour in the clothing store. When they returned to the street again, there were already many more people than when they first came. "Where are we going next?" Ningyashin asked while looking around. Qianxuan covered her mouth and looked, and suddenly her eyes widened. She pointed to a store and asked, "Little fat girl, do you think that store is a dessert shop?" She thought she might be dazzled. Ningyashin looked in the direction she pointed, and after a while, she hesitated and said, "It seems it's really a dessert shop." The two looked at each other, walked through the crowd, and entered the store. That seemed to be a dessert shop. "Really?" Looking at the various tempting cakes in the glass cabinet, Ningyashin said in surprise. Qianxuan looked around and found that there were not many customers in this store. Apart from them, there were only 2 or 3 customers. However, Qianxuan's eyes narrowed. These people were all dressed neatly and looked good, which was rare in the end times. When she got the menu, Qianxuan vaguely understood the reason why the business of this store was so quiet. It was not because of anything else, but because the things in this dessert shop were too expensive. Before, Qianxuan and Ningyashin spent less than 2 second-level brain cores to buy more than 20 sets of clothes, and this dessert shop only needed 5 first-level brain cores for a cup of coffee. This price was not just a bit high, but very high. You know, the exchange rate between brain cores of different levels is 1:15, which means that 15 first level brain cores are equivalent to 1 second level brain core. Qianxuan and Ningyushin looked at each other, feeling a little regretful. Just when Qianxuan wanted to pull Ningyushin away directly, she keenly felt the gazes of a few customers in the store, the kind of eyes that were expecting something good. Qianxuan thought about it and realized that many people had waited until they got the menu to find out about the rip-off prices in this restaurant. They had no choice but to leave in shame because they were short of money. For a moment, Qianxuan froze. It was not right to leave or stay. Finally, she thought that, whether it was for the sake of face or to avoid being laughed at after dinner, she would just be a fool. After all, she was not short of money. Once she made up her mind, Qianxuan calmed down and called the waiter. She calmly ordered 2 cups of coffee, a green tea mousse and a strawberry cake. She spent 32 first level brain cores in a flash, which really made her feel like spending money like water. However, when the coffee and dessert were served, Qianxuan felt that it was worth it. The dessert was similar to the mid to high-end dessert houses before the end of the world. The key was the coffee, which had a mellow taste and was definitely selected freshly ground coffee. She could make it herself, but she was too lazy to spend time on it. She didn't expect that she could taste a coffee that was not brewed by herself and tasted the same as her own in the end of the world. When they came out of the dessert shop, Longtang Street was already bustling with people. Then, they walked and stopped along the way. They would go up to see interesting things and buy them if they were interested. They bought a lot of things here and there. When it was almost 10 o'clock, the aroma of food wafted from the restaurants on both sides of the road. They were not very hungry, but their appetite was aroused, so they discussed buying something to eat to satisfy their appetite. They didn't know much about these restaurants, so they simply chose the one with the most traffic. It was a store selling beef patties. Qianxuan looked at the price tag. 8 first level brain cores per pie was expensive. However, the price was so high, and so many people bought it, which aroused their expectations. The line was very long and their position was already very far back. While waiting in line, Qianxuan found that the people in the line did not talk to each other at all. Their attitudes were very indifferent, and they were a little defensive. She had a deeper understanding of the human heart at the end of the world that Kimoki had said. She couldn't say what she understood specifically, but she only had a vague understanding. As the line shortened, the aroma of beef patties became stronger. When there were only a few people in front of them, and it was almost their turn, they heard the boss say that the beef patties were sold out. Sorry, customers behind, please come early tomorrow. The boss's loud voice reached their ears. Why is this? I've been waiting in line for so long, and I'm about to buy it, but it's sold out. Ningyushin looked disappointed. Qianxuan was also a little disappointed, but she didn't show it. She patted her shoulder and said, forget it, we'll buy it again when we have a chance. Let's go see if there are any other delicious foods. Okay, Ningyushin replied weakly. While waiting in line, it was already 11:30, and their stomachs, which were not hungry at first, were already rumbling. Finally, they walked into a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of chicken noodles each. When they were looking for a seat, they were in trouble. The seats in the noodle shop were all full, and there were no empty tables at all. They looked around the restaurant and found that there was only one table occupied by one person, which was enough for them to share the table. The two looked at each other and walked over with the noodles. The man sitting there was a young man wearing a beige coat and a light blue wool cardigan. He was elegant, like a well-educated nobleman. Hello, the restaurant is full. We would like to trouble you to share a table with us. Qianxuan's voice was gentle, sincere and genuine. Hearing her words, the guests around looked at them and then at the man sitting there. Those who recognized his identity shook their heads and sighed or waited for a good show. This man was not a man who sympathized with women. The man raised his head. It was a gentle and handsome face, with a gentle and amiable brow and a careless smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing Qianxuan's face clearly, the man paused slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The people around held their breath, waiting for this smiling tiger to embarrass the two beauties. Okay. The voice was clear, and with a little bit of pleasure. It dropped a lot of eyeballs. Qianxuan and Ningyushan thanked them and sat down, introducing themselves. I'm Wu Qianxuan, and this is my friend Ningyushan. I'm Ran Ruoqian. Chapter 150. What do you want? Hearing that name, Qianxuan used up all her strength to prevent herself from screaming out loud, but her body inevitably stiffened for a moment. Ran Ruoqian, who was sitting opposite, saw this and a flash of deep thought in his eyes. Ningyushan ate this meal with relish, but Qianxuan felt like chewing wax. She ate a bowl of chicken noodles without even tasting the flavor. During this time, Ran Ruoqian, who had finished eating a long time ago, did not leave, but waited quietly on the side. Occasionally, his eyes would inadvertently sweep over Qianxuan, gentle and happy. Qianxuan was not unaware, but pretended not to know. When Qianxuan and Ningyushan finished eating, Ran Ruoqian on the opposite side spoke. Have you met Zualan? Apart from her, he couldn't think of any other place where Qianxuan would know of his existence. After a long silence, Qianxuan nodded slightly. Ningyushan on the side looked at the two of them in confusion, not knowing what they were talking about. At this time, Qianxuan's heart was in turmoil. She didn't expect to meet the man who loves her, as Zualan said, in such a situation. What made her even more surprised was that this man's surname was Rang. In the shelter in S City, 9 out of 10 people with the surname Rang were from the Rang family. On the one hand, her limited experience made her feel at a loss about the man's love. On the other hand, she was also worried that the other party would find out her relationship with the Silver Star Air Force from her name, which would affect their next plan. No, Qianxuan was shocked. Ran Ruoqian should know Zhaozuan instead of Wu Qianxuan. However, she recalled that, when she introduced herself before, the other party was not surprised. So, he already knew her identity. Thinking of this, Qianxuan felt a little doubtful. What did she tell you? Ran Ruoqian's words were full of uneasy. He knew very well what kind of person Zualan was. In order to clear himself, he would not hesitate to discredit him in front of Qianxuan. Although he had decided not to appear in front of her and not to let her know his love for her a long time ago, he realized at this moment that he was a selfish person after all. He probably has always been unwilling to give up. Obviously, his love for her is no less than that man, and he thinks he is no worse than that man. At this moment, his heart is jumping with joy. The person he loves knows his existence. When he has decided to be a passerby in her life and not to disturb her. So, inevitably, he wants more. At least, he doesn't want her to regard him as the enemy who killed her son. Qianxuan's face was calm, and she glanced at Ran Ruoqian lightly. I have said everything that should be said. Her words were ambiguous. Not only did not make Ran Ruoqian feel at ease, but made him more nervous. However, he could not directly explain that the incident that year had nothing to do with him. That would only make people feel that he was trying to cover up something. Moreover, he glanced at Ningyushan. He did not want to reveal Qianxuan's scars to others. Do you hate me? He asked vaguely. The word hate was clearly spoken from his mouth, but it made his heart feel painful for no reason. Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to understand what he meant. She shook her head and said, that matter has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Ran Ruoqian breathed a sigh of relief. His face lit up, and he regained his composure. Then I like you. No, I should say I love you. Do you know that? He asked word by word. Ningyushan suddenly raised her head and glared at him. What does that mean? Question mark? Qianxuan was a little confused. Why did she feel that he was pushing her too far? She glanced at him and said seriously, I know, but I don't like you. She didn't want to get entangled with this man. Having Kimoki was enough. Thinking of Kimoki, she felt a little guilty for some reason, even though she didn't do anything. I know that too. I didn't ask you to respond to me. I just wanted you to know that. Ran Ruoqian's face bloomed with a happy smile, like the most innocent child. Qianxuan was speechless. To be honest, she didn't quite understand Ran Ruoqian. What was he thinking, and what was his purpose? She raised her head and looked at the man in front of her carefully for the first time. He was like a gentle and elegant gentleman, with a kind and gentle look in his eyes and eyebrows, and even gave people a feeling of being open and honest. However, her intuition told her that the man in front of her was definitely not such a person. "What do you want?" Qianxuan couldn't figure it out, so she asked directly. Rang Ruoqian was stunned, as if he didn't expect her to ask this question, and smiled bitterly. "I don't want anything, and I can't get what I want." He knew better than anyone that there was no possibility between him and Qianxuan 10 years ago, otherwise, he would not have given up without even trying. He was a person who would do whatever it took to get what he wanted. The reason why he didn't do anything was not because he was soft-hearted or fulfilled it, but simply because he knew that he was doomed to have no hope. Qianxuan was very surprised to get the answer, but she felt that the other party was telling the truth. For a while, the two were speechless. Ningyashan didn't understand what they said, and it was hard to say anything. After a while, Qianxuan looked at the time and said, "It's getting late, we have to go back too." As she spoke, she stood up from the chair. Seeing this, Ningyashan also stood up quickly. "I'll take you there." Rang Ruoqian was about to stand up, but was stopped by Qianxuan. "You are from the Rang family, right?" Qianxuan's voice was faint, but with a sense of certainty. "I know." Rang Ruoqian shrugged helplessly. "Don't worry, the other people in the Rang family won't know about your existence." He knew her concerns. Qianxuan thanked him, but she didn't say anything in her heart. After all, the other party was from the Rang family. She didn't think that the illusory love would make the other party ignore the interests of the family for her. How could she expect others to do what she couldn't do herself? After Qianxuan left, Rang Ruoqian slowly stood up from the chair and walked out of the noodle shop calmly. He identified the direction in the crowd and walked straight to his destination. 5 minutes later, he entered the clothing store that Qianxuan and Ningyashan had entered before. As soon as he appeared, Xiaolinlang hurriedly pulled him into the compartment. Rang Ruoqian was just surprised by her behavior when she said excitedly, "I met Wu Qianxuan today." Rang Ruoqian understood. Not seeing any surprise on Rang Ruoqian's face, Xiaolinlang was a little confused. "What's wrong with you?" According to her expectations, he should at least be excited, at least not so calm. Could it be that he suddenly fell in love with someone else? "I met her too," Rang Ruoqian said lightly. Xiaolinlang was stunned, then asked curiously, "What did you say?" She knew that the two had never met formally before, so she was curious about what Rang Ruoqian would do. Rang Ruoqian supported his forehead with his hand. "She met Zualan and learned about my existence from Zualan." "Then, does she regard you as the enemy who killed her son?" Xiaolinlang asked hesitantly. Rang Ruoqian shook his head. "That's good." Xiaolinlang breathed a sigh of relief. "In this case, you can pursue her, right?" Rang Ruoqian rubbed his brows. "Mom, I've said it before, she won't accept me. Don't persuade her anymore." Xiaolinlang was furious. "You still know I'm your mother? If you don't want to pursue her, then don't chase her, but you have to find a partner. You're almost 30 years old. Do you think you're still a young man in your 20s? She has always had a mild temper, and the only one who can make her angry is this son." Rang Ruoqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, can you not be like this every time?" His mother would only be so unreasonable to him. Xiaolinlang's eyes widened. "Do you think I want to control you? It's because you are so useless that you can't even get the woman you like." Rang Ruoqian's eyes dimmed. "Mom, don't worry about Qianxuan's affairs in the future. Just pretend that I have never told you about her. Are you trying to piss me off to death?" Xiaolinlang's eyes widened even more. "You have liked her for more than 10 years, and you let her go without doing anything. Don't you feel any resentment at all?" Hearing this, Rang Ruoqian smiled bitterly. How could he not feel resentment at all? But what could he do? Would he hurt Qianxuan because of that resentment? He knew his own character. He seemed gentle, but he was the most domineering and did things without scruples. He was not sure that, after getting close to Qianxuan's beauty, he could still let go as calmly as he did now. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that he would not be able to stop himself in the end and hurt Qianxuan. It would be too late to regret it then. Seeing that he didn't answer, Xiaolin Lang said angrily, I don't understand. You didn't even meet her face at the beginning. How could you fall in love with her? If the two had met, she could still complain that he seduced her son, but in fact, it was her son who investigated the boyfriend of the other person and fell into it inexplicably. She was so frustrated that she could only vent her anger on her son. Rang Ruoqian looked at her helplessly and once again regretted that he shouldn't have been deceived by her at the beginning. He thought that she had a terminal illness and would not live long, and told her the biggest secret in his heart. Seeing that Rang Ruoqian was still unmoved, Xiaolin Lang was furious. She rolled her eyes and thought that, if the mountain is not me, I will be the mountain. Rang Ruoqian could not fail to see her calculations and said lightly, Mom, don't bother Qianxuan, otherwise, I will pack you up and throw you into dad's room. Xiaolin Lang was furious. What kind of son is this? People say that, when you have a wife, you forget your mother. This wife is still someone else's, but he turned around and threatened his mother for her. Seeing Xiaolin Lang glaring at him angrily, Rang Ruoqian didn't care. By the way, Dad asked me to tell you that he will come to see you this afternoon. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiaolin Lang rushed out without looking back. Rang Ruoqian, who was left behind, shook his head. His mother thought things were too simple because she was forced to marry by his father at the beginning. Although there were twists and turns, she gradually accepted his father and the couple was harmonious, so she thought Qianxuan was the same as her. But he knew it was different. Qianxuan was not his mother. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.